I wonder if I record one of these, if anyone will listen to it. It's kind of like the old saying, if a tree falls in the forest, but no one is there, is it really heard? We'll see. Yo, dog, I wonder if these actually will record. I don't know. Is this recording? Well, if it is, I'm going to make a ton of them. And I'm going to flood the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu chat with them to the point where it's just rabbi overload. Or until I get bored. Yo, pimps, let's give you a room tour. How many different devices? On how many devices? God damn it. Yo, dog, here's a quick room tour. You're live on YouTube here. You're live on Instagram here. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on Telegram and Telegram and Telegram. You're live on Space of Twitter. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on YouTube there. You're live on Instagram there. You're live on Telegram there. You're live on YouTube there. Biggest event in global history.
all right, let's parse this out a little bit. So 20-foot ceilings downstairs. You are living in a cathedral, my friend. Congratulations. All right, so okay, but let me ask you a couple of things. One, when you're talking about so the house has no heating built into it.
Oh, it does. Yeah, it has a furnace. And the upstairs is all right, but no matter how high I would turn the thermostat, it would never get warm. You can, as you walk down the stairs, you feel the temperature dropping about 5 degrees with every 2 steps.
Okay, all right. So, how committed are you to heating the first floor? In other words, are you? Well, do you want my full Monty, your favorite dream scenario suggestion, or just sort of a temporary stopgap? Because I got both ready.
Let's try the full Monty.
Okay, the full Monty would be for you to have installed in your first floor, or at least in the rooms that are most important to you, radiant floor heating. Okay? Right underneath the floors themselves. Radiant heating. That is, number one, safe. Okay? We're just talking about, well, you can use electric mat heating. That saves you a little bit of space. But hydronic heating, in other words, it's tubes of fluid running underneath your floor material. This is a game changer, and you will never notice another problem ever again. I'll tell you why, because as you know, heat rises. First of all, the floor is warm. You walk on the floor. You, in that 20-foot vaulted ceiling, you exist in the first, I'm going to guess 5.5 feet of this. I don't know your exact height, but generally speaking, you're in the first 5.5 feet of that. Okay, that's even better. You're in the first less than 5 feet of it. So the heat is coming up through the floor, hitting you where you live. And, who cares about the air above you, because the heat is there where you are. Safe heat, gentle heat, unforced air heat. Also, this heat is warming your furniture, warming tables, warming everything that is sitting on the floor. That is why your friend Dean here is nothing but a massive proponent of radiant heating for all houses everywhere, by the way. It's just that, it's just starting to catch on in some areas, and, most houses don't already have it, already have forced air heating, blah, 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 blah. But the point is, if you had the choice to do this in a home, there is nothing as great as radiant floor heating. So now that's not good, that's not cheap to do an entire first floor in that, but it does completely solve your problem, and you would love it. You'd never have to worry about it. Apart from that, to fly to the other end of the spectrum is to keep everything as it is and simply get yourself a really nice localized, like freestanding, portable infrared heater. Infrared, okay? An infrared heater that has first of all, there's no open flame. Secondly, you get one that has a tip control, so the little button on the bottom that if it gets knocked over, it just turns itself off. So safe, nothing but safe. Okay. The cool thing about an infrared heater is this: infrared rays heat you, not the air around you. So it doesn't have to be super big and powerful, because we're not actually trying to heat up all the airspace, which, let's face it, heat in the airspace around you just rises up out of your zone anyway. But an infrared heater actually heats you. Gets underneath your skin and warms you up, and that's what you need. Regardless of how warm the room is, you want to be warmed up. Tina and I have one sitting under our studio, our office studio desk, and when the rest of the house is just bone cold, which sometimes we leave it that way because we're going to be working in the studio all day long. All we do is turn on the infrared heater under our desk, and boom, our legs, our torso, we're warm as can be, and everything else is just what it is. So there you go.
Let's see, you probably wouldn't recommend the brand, or would you?
No, there are a lot of good ones out there. So start doing your research on the internet, and you'll find them. They're out there. They're beautiful. for an infrared heater, have somebody plug one in for you, feel the effects. You've already felt these effects before, Margaret. Like if you go out to a restaurant on an outdoor patio, those are typically infrared heaters, not the flame ones, but the ones that are like electric overhead, the large bars up there. Those are infrared. They're not trying to heat up the outside of the city. They are only hitting you with infrared rays, and all of a sudden you're sitting outside on a cold patio and you're toasty as ever. Even more so, the effect inside where you already have some climate control. So it's a good move. Margaret, thank you for your call. And you know what? If you can, price out some radiant heat flooring for your place, because if you absolutely love that place, it's a keeper. It's at least worth saving up for as like a phase 2 project. Get yourself a couple of portable infrared heaters for now to warm yourself up and look long term for radiant floor heating in your place. You will not regret it for a second. All right, thanks for your call, buddy, and good luck on that. Sounds like just gorgeous home that you get to live in with the trees and the high ceilings. All right, y'all. When we return, let's talk about getting you an elder. I know. Your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells has the name. And there is a winner. Dominic Naghetto from Kenya, the first runner to finish the 2024 LA Marathon. He did it in 2 hours, 11 minutes. Stacey Ndiwa from Kenya won her second consecutive LA Marathon, coming in 2 hours, 25 minutes, and 29 seconds. Ride-hailing service Waymo One has started offering driverless vehicle services in LA. You might start seeing the driverless cars on some streets in LA. The company has expanded its service in a 63 square mile area stretching from Santa Monica and Venice to downtown LA. The cars have been running in LA on a trial basis since October, and company officials say about 15,000 rides have been provided since. The rides will start off free, but people will eventually have to pay, and there's already about 50,000 people on the wait list. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the robo-taxis are untested, and people in LA shouldn't be big tech guinea pigs. Chris Ack, KFI News. The White House is urging the Senate to pass a bill that would force the sale of TikTok. The measure has passed in the House with support from lawmakers in both parties. It took 3 days to pass a sale, and then if not ban on TikTok. And we haven't passed data privacy. We haven't passed laws to prevent foreign interference. The act where there actually was foreign interference in my district or near my district was Facebook. That's Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. He voted against the TikTok bill because he says it does little to actually address Americans' concerns. TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company. ByteDance and supporters of the bill say it would protect the data. Thank you for the news in the U.S. But is this the shoe that the NBA will deliver? And why was it anywhere? Among the dead, 7-year-old President Biden's has raised over $15 million in February. That shows about $1.3 billion have made nearly 3.4 billion contributions. That's 97% of those donations were under $200. The figures show Biden raised about $10 million in 24 hours following his State of the Union address. We'll check the 215 freeway coming up right after this.
Hey, it's Kaylee Cuoco from Priceline. Ready to go to your happy place for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now and save up to 60% on hotels. So whether it's Cousin Kevin's Kazoo concert in Kansas City, go Kevin, or
What up, Bob Dobbs, you little slut? What's new?
to miss a trip ever again. So download the Priceline app.
Not much. What are you doing?
Living like a peasant all day, every day. Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, we're doing trivia on the main account. I'll be co-hosting. Do you know what March Madness is?
Yeah.
Did you register for a team yet?
No.
Okay, I'm going to send you the link right now. You can register for a team, and in about 8 hours, you can fill out your bracket. Fill out a men's and women's bracket. and we're gonna make sure that you have a good time. All right, I'm gonna send this shit to you, and you're gonna blow. It's gonna blow your goddamn mind, dog. Also, I'm sending you a calendar that I made, just because the current calendar that we have sucks. And I want you to look at it, and I want you to love it. This calendar, you're going to be looking at an at-a-glance calendar. The red days are work days. The green days are days off. You get a 3-day weekend every weekend. Every week is 10 days. And you get a day off during the week, midweek, in addition to your 3-day weekend. So you get 4 days off a week. You work 6 days. You're off 4 days. And every month is 10 months, except for the last month, which is just a holiday month. And each month has 4 weeks to it. So
What the fuck is this?
yeah, it's amazing. So basically, every month has 40 days, except for the last month. It avoids a leap year, so you don't need a leap year anymore.
Right.
And that's really
Who
important.
made the calendar?
Pardon me?
Who made the calendar?
The one that I just sent you,
Yeah.
it came to me in a dream.
Shit. So we get 4 days off every week?
Yep,
How long is a week?
10 days.
Whoa, what?
Yeah, so every week is 10 days. There are 4 weeks in every month. So it's never like, oh, is it January with 31 days and February does it have 28 days or 29 days? That gets really complicated, especially for accounting, but even more so for deep space travel. When you're trying to figure out, like, is it a leap year or is it a regular year? It's confusing. The year needs to be aligned to be just 1 year. There aren't any more leap years and there aren't any more extra days, leap days. And so this avoids that. Additionally, most places in the Western world, but even now globally, basically at the end of the year, give their employees at least 5 days off anyway. And so you could get the corporate world on it. I call it Festivus, the last 5 days, but you can call it whatever you want. So it's there are 10 months in a year, 10 days in each week, 4 weeks in each month. What up, Jay? How are you, baby? We got Bitcoin Robin Williams here. To what do I owe the pleasure? What up, Tim? How are you? Jay, how you living, baby? Jay, we do this thing in here where someone speaks and then another person sometimes answers. But it's cool if you don't want to do that. What up, Bitcoin Robin Williams? How you living, baby? I hope you're doing well. I just shared a calendar that I think could help the world a lot. Jay doesn't give a shit about that, but that's okay. Oh, Jay's back. They're interested in the calendar. Jay, how you doing, baby? You know how this works? You can unmute yourself. Jay Money. Maybe I didn't refer to you correctly. You're not just Jay. You're Jay Money. What up, Jay Money? How are you, baby? Jay Money, what's new with you? Jay Money. Jay Money. Jay Money. Jay Money. Living like a peasant. Living like a peasant. Yo, dog. Ready for this shit? I bet no one is. No one's ever been ready for this shit. Look at this pimp.
You want to listen to us on the iHeartRadio app because we are live streaming. So it's an app right on your phone, your mobile device, or in your car. If you've got that, so you can just tune in to KFI on the iHeartRadio app and hear us live.
Here you go, pimp. Bob Dobbs, can you see my screen?
just like we hear ourselves right here in the studio in high def stereo.
Yeah, same.
Hell yeah. You ready for the SEC championship, Tim? It's Florida
Yes.
versus Auburn. And we have Bitcoin Robin Williams in this bitch. It just don't get no better, baby. It just don't get no better. It just doesn't get any better, baby. It just not get any better. Oh yeah, it does. Just think it load a lot better. That's tight. Gives you something. We have Florida, who is 9. They're the 6th seed. Auburn is the 4 seed. Tennessee was the 1 seed. And they suck. We have Bitcoin Robin Williams in our telegram, and I'm singing his name because I enjoy his company.
Just told me that it's the ionosphere. It's the ionosphere, right? That drops down at a lower, as the evening cools.
Dude, finally, Robin Williams, how are you?
Fine and you?
Well, do you know what basketball is?
No.
You don't know what basketball is? It's a sport?
I know what this is. Yes, I've been up to the ball.
Oh, hell yeah. Alright, well, I'm putting in the chat an invite to join our Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu March Madness discussion. So feel free to join that if you wish. Bob Dobbs is going to do it. He's going to whoop everybody's asses, probably.
But it's going to show up on the Facebook, Instagram, X, all of this stuff. Home with D. That's right. And while you're there, why don't you follow us? Because you know what? We're worthy of being followed. Go ahead, follow us. But you're going to find this in PDF form. This is your quick guide to finding the right contract. That's all right. Thanks. Step one is usually this, and we're not going to belabor this point today. Forget about a contractor, get a designer, right? And that's normally when I just start this conversation cold. But you are already at that point. You get it. Okay, you've got plans in the works at the city right now. Like you've submitted your plans to the city, and now you're sitting around twiddling your thumbs. Well, don't, because now is the time to take your plans, assuming, of course, that you've got your architectural and your engineering plans, and those are the two components that you need in order to get bids. Okay. Now, I will tell you this, honestly, I usually recommend that once you get your engineering done, before you submit your plans to the city, that you get at least a couple of rough estimates on the plans that you've drawn, unless you're absolutely confident. The reason I say that is because I, as a designer, I never submit plans to the city that my clients have not at least gotten 1 or 2 rough estimates. Rough. They don't have to be detailed. These aren't the estimates that you're going to hold a contractor's feet to the fire on. But the point is this.
Bob Dobbs.
Somebody to design something for you that you can't afford.
Are you a South Carolina Gamecock fan?
Not really. I don't. Not really in sports.
I got you. Well, they'd be a really good pick in the women's basketball championship. Just giving you a heads up. They haven't lost this year, dog. They are very good.
So once you got your plan and some engineering on it, right? You don't even have to have the formal, official construction document engineering, just the necessary calculations and what we call markup drawings from the engineer, kind of first draft drawings. That's all you need to be able to hand to a contractor and say, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. Give me a shoot from the hip estimate from your perspective, what is this going to cost? You know, you're not going to hold them to the dollar. But the point is, if you were planning on spending $150,000, three contractors look at your plans and say, yeah, I think we can do that for about $250,000. Guess what? Back to the drawing board. Literally, back to the drawing board. Don't waste your time at the city for stuff that might have to be revised. That's all I'm saying, okay? If you find out you got a couple of you like, hey, I'm going to spend $200,000 on this, and all the contractors, I had two contractors say 180, 190, and one said 220. Well, guess what? You're in the ballpark. You can make that work, right? Okay, move. That's what I'm saying. All right. The point is this: when it comes to the general project, you are looking for not the contractor. You are looking for three contractors. Okay, unless of course you already have your contractor, at which point this whole conversation is moot for you because it's done, right? But if you are looking for a contractor, you are looking to find three golden choices out there. Okay, because for a couple of reasons. One, you never know timing wise. You got to set a contractor. You found the contractor of your dreams and they're not available for 18 months. Well, that doesn't do it. So you want options on the table. You want to be able to easily choose between two or three contractors. You also want the best and most comprehensive price for your project. So you want two or three, I would say three or four contractors bidding against each other, apples to apples, in order to obtain for yourself, number one, a really, really accurate estimate of what this project really should cost. And what you're going to find is you're going to find the more bids that you take in, you will find in the classic Venn diagram, these spheres, these circles of bids, you will find the overlaps in them all. And where they overlap, you will find that is the most realistic cost estimate of your project. So let's say you take 4 or 5 bids from contractors if you're really doing your due diligence. 3 of them come within $5,000 of each other. And let's assuming it's a big project, like $100,000 project. 3 contractors come within $5,000. Another one is either extremely low or quite a bit higher. Don't dismiss the outlier immediately. Okay? Especially the higher priced outlier. What you want to do is go back to them, number one, and say, you're kind of the outlier here. Number two, you want to take a serious look at what they're talking about and basically ask them, listen, why are you $50,000 more expensive than my other 3 bids? Now, you're not going to show them the other 3 bids, but what you are going to do is hear back from them. They just may be more expensive. They may just have bid the project too high, at which point maybe they come down, maybe they're out of the running. Sometimes, every once in a while, the outlier has something to inform all of us about. The outlier will say, well, yeah, I'm bidding all that stuff too, but did you guys take into consideration this thing, that we have to dig a trench all the way around your property into the moon in order to make, and no one included it in their pricing. Sometimes the outlier is just the expensive guy. Sometimes the outlier saw what nobody else saw. Don't dismiss them out of hand. This is the usefulness of gathering together a group of contractors bidding. Not only do you get pricing, but you'll learn things about your own project. All right, I've got more to talk about. Where do we find these guys, and how do we find them? What are we looking for? We'll talk about that right on the other side of the news. Your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Sandy Wells. That's the latest.
Dominic Nagino from Kenya has won the 2024 LA Marathon for the men. Stacey Ndiwa from Kenya has just won her second consecutive LA Marathon. A 4-year-old colt has been euthanized after suffering a bad injury immediately after winning a race at Santa Anita. Kansas Creek finished first in yesterday's 6th race. The White House says President Biden will continue to work with Israel's prime minister, and he's not pushing Israel to hold elections to get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu. We'll check the 405 Freeway coming up right after this.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tiny Cats sometimes Fire Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple? Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
Tax Act can think of a million things more fun than filing taxes. Tax Act is going to name some now. Sitting in traffic, folding a fitted bedsheet, listening to your coworker talk about his fantasy team, digging a hole, digging an even larger hole next to that original hole. Unfortunately, Tax Act's filing software can't make taxes fun. The Tax Act can help you get them done. Tax Act, let's get them over with.
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while directing a photo shoot or managing online bookings plus a website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls after finding the perfect lighting and capturing the perfect expression. But you have what it takes. And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit coxbusiness.com for details. All services subject to Cox Business general terms.
I need directions for paying down debt.
Starting route. Apply for a SoFi personal loan and consolidate your debt into one fixed payment. Turn right into a positive outlook and get $5,000 to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign, with no fees required.
Got it. You could get out of high-interest credit card debt with a SoFi personal loan. View your rate at SoFi.com/debt in 60 seconds with no impact to your credit score. Loans originated by SoFi Bank United under FDIC. Terms and conditions at SoFi.com/debt. NMLS 696891.
Hey, Hotels.com here. Tired of living like a sardine? We know a hotel where you can enjoy the open ocean. Book hotels with ocean views in the Hotels.com app. Find your perfect somewhere. There's something about a fresh haircut from the friendly, skilled stylists at Great Clips that just makes life, well, greater. The sun shines brighter, your step feels springier, even your jokes are funnier. And the best part, when you use Great Clips online check-in, you can get in for a haircut without having to rearrange your day or your budget. Download the app today and start feeling that much greater in just a few taps. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Providing for your family is a top priority. What happened to you? Christian Healthcare Ministries can save you up to 40% today. As a member, you can choose your provider without any restrictions. Sign up at your convenience without any time involved. Join the Christian community that supports each other's medical expenses, offering peace of mind as you prioritize what's most important. Enroll now at yourchm.org.
Sometimes you don't realize something was bothering you
Until it's gone.
That's how you're going to feel.
After we work our magic at your house.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
When a disaster strikes, there's no time to panic. You and your family should be ready to evacuate your home in 5 minutes. Sign up for alerts. Make a plan for how you will evacuate and notify family or caregivers. Put together an emergency supply kit and any prescriptions or medical equipment you need. Have a plan for pets, service animals, and livestock. Your California firefighters are on your side. For more tips for everyone in your family, visit firefightersonyourside.org or call 833-PREP-4CA.
It's complicated. These days, that's how people even describe their relationship status. When it comes to the latest complexities in your car, it's getting really complicated. The experts at AMCO undergo the most rigorous training to stay on top of the latest car technologies, so there's nothing we can't fix. Well, except for that complicated relationship. When it comes to that, you're on your own. AA, MCL. Check engine light on, we'll check it for free.
My wife and I both ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part, man. Like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Kyrie was miserable until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
The biggest thing Navage has done has completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helps me clear the way, literally clear the way for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy. If you really don't oppose, the bag will be empty. When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
We call someone. No, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and breathe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Sharp, the House Whisperer, welcome home. Thanks for joining us on the program. It is a privilege to spend a gorgeous spring-like Sunday morning with you. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that we can talk about your home. We are having a conversation about getting the rubber to hit the road. That means not just having a great plan for your home, but finding the right builder. I know. All sorts of stuff. So we're going to continue that talk right now. Guess what's happening, by the way, right after the next news break? I'm going to go back to the phone and take a couple of more calls as well. So that's coming up next. Okay. So, Dean, you're a builder. Yeah. Going to come do my thing? Probably not. Probably not. One thing you need to know is that building is, especially custom home building, remodeling, that kind of thing. It is the small business game, and it is a local game. Okay, there's no point in taking a general contracting company like ours, that side of the business that does custom building that our son runs. No sense in giving him a call. He is centered out in Eastern Ventura County. There are a lot of good contractors out there, and it's like life in general. The ones that have the worst reputation, that's the ones that you tend to hear about because that's the kind of news that people like to talk about. Not the ones that where just everything went smooth as silk and it was a fantastic, beautiful experience. But those contractors exist, and I will tell you, right here in Southern California, they are. I don't even want to tell you whether it's the majority, the minority, it doesn't matter. The fact is, you should expect, just like any industry, let's just talk restaurants. Are there bad restaurants? Yeah. Now, are there restaurants all designed towards slap it together fast food, get you in and out, and if you were to actually, not to put any, bad press toward In-N-Out. I didn't mean to say In-N-Out is a bad fast food restaurant. Not at all. The point is, ultra custom. I mean, you really want somebody.
Bob Jobs, were you here for that discussion last night?
Beautiful for you.
Like on
drive into McDonald's.
agricultural drones and the biosphere.
Fast food contractors out there, essentially, sure, are there predatory contractors? Yeah, just like there are predatory businesses who are most concerned about just making money. Now, businesses.
Yeah, I heard some of it.
I would like to think, at least in my
Did it jive with your boogie?
Correct.
Excellent.
Business with myself and who enjoy doing business themselves are in it because it's part of their life and they enjoy it. It's not just about collecting money and running. But there are contractors out there who are that way. And sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. I get it.
Get her. What you think, John?
I don't know.
There are good, there are bad, there are ugly, there are benevolent, and there are predatory contractors. So, the big question is, how do we tell the difference?
Phone call, yo.
How do we find referrals that we can trust? How do we vet them? Well, that's where we're going next, okay, in this conversation. But literally, where we're going next, right after Sandy gives us the news, is back to the phones. We'll take a couple more calls, then I'll tell you how to vet a general contractor for your project. Your home, Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, on KFI. If it doesn't affect you, we're not interested. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Crossing the finish line. I'm Sandy Wells, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The top woman and man have earned their places in history as winners of LA Marathon number 39. Dominic DeGhetto, and he's from Kenya, finished in at 2 hours, 11 minutes. And Stacey Ndiwa from Kenya has won her second consecutive LA Marathon, coming in at 2 hours, 25 minutes, 29 seconds. A deputy with the LA County Sheriff's Department has shot and killed a man in East LA. Deputies responded to a call about a man with a gun causing a disturbance in a business at around 9:30 last night. Sheriff's Department says the man produced a handgun. The deputies got there at the business.
What up, Jay? How you living, baby?
2 people have been arrested at the Pike shopping area in Long Beach.
We are watching the SEC Championship.
Sweet.
We're watching good.
Long Beach, some businesses at the Pike closed early because of the activity of the crowds. Officials for the LAPD say they disagree with recent stories about the use of less lethal force. LA Police Commission Vice President Rothschild has asked Chief Troy if he agreed with the characterization by the LA Times that less lethal weapons lead to deadly shootings.
I absolutely disagree. I think our less lethal munitions, is a de-escalation tool.
A recent report looked at how effective less lethal weapons are in subduing people. The police commission requested the report after the fatal shooting of a man last month who was holding a plastic fork. The officers were told he had a deadly weapon. Gerges told Chief Troy she too disagreed with the way the Times reported the story. Steve Gregory, KFI News. A trial date has been set for film director Roman Polanski, who is accused of raping a woman in LA when she was a minor.
The woman alleges Polanski gave her tequila before and during dinner in 1973 when she was a teenager. Attorney Gloria Allred says the lawsuit alleges her client felt sick shortly after, and Polanski drove her to his home where he sexually assaulted her.
She further alleges that after defendant ejaculated, he drove plaintiff home. That was the last time that plaintiff saw defendant.
The lawsuit was filed last June, and Polanski was officially served in Paris, France 3 months later. He fled the U.S. in 1978, but because this is a civil case, he won't have to appear for trial next summer. Kazan, KFI News.
The life and legacy of labor leader Cesar Chavez will be celebrated in Plaza de Cultura y Artes in downtown LA. Activities begin at noon will include music, dance, storytelling, along with art and garden workshops.
Do you guys know about the Phantom Time hypothesis?
Santa Monica Youth Mariachi and Ballet Folklorico y Arriba Mexico.
No, never heard of it.
Okay, it's like my favorite one of these series. It's the idea that it's not the year 2024, it's the year 1776. And before you poo-poo this, there's actually more evidence for it than you think. So basically, it's the idea that three prominent people in history
Not everyone can upload an entire image library while
polluted.
managing online bookings plus website portfolio while simultaneously
So it
answering
was
client calls and providing
Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and potentially Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII to fabricate the year system retroactively in order to place them at the special year of 1000 of the year 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. So here's a podcast about it, and we don't hear a lot about this theory because it came up like the 90s and it was written in German, and so it didn't get that much press. And also, if you're wondering, well, what happened to the years? It's the Dark Ages. There's a reason why they're called the Dark Ages. We call them the Dark Ages because we don't have a lot of information from them, and they don't have the like illuminated manuscripts that you get more into the medieval period and into the Renaissance. Well, the Dark Ages, if you actually study the architecture and carbon date it, it turns out to not be like 1300 years ago, but closer to like 1,000 years ago. Basically, there's a period of 300 years. And also, if you look at the architecture, especially in Europe, it much more reflects Rome. And if there was 300 years under Gothic rule, there wouldn't be any Roman architecture remaining, or it would be very, perhaps either reused for a Gothic purpose or completely destroyed. And we don't have that. What we have are essentially constant architectural what's the word for which I'm looking? Patterns, essentially, that show a period of something like that having been done not as long ago as we once have thought. So this is a fascinating theory, and it is.
The carbon dating and archaeological research match the theory itself?
Yeah, it does. So here's what it says. Definitely. So the phantom time theory, first asserted by Herbert Illig in 1991. It hypothesizes an agreement between Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII to fabricate the dating system retroactively in order to place them as a special year 1000 and to rewrite history to legitimize Otto's claim to the Holy Roman Empire. Illig believed that this was achieved through the alteration, misrepresentation, and forgery of documentary and physical evidence. According to the scenario, the entire Carolingian period, including the figure of Charlemagne, is a fabrication, with a phantom time of 297 years added to the early Middle Ages. So they're saying that the years 614 to 911 were fabricated. There's a lot of evidence for this. I mean, at least in Judaism, I can tell you, when it comes to rabbis of that period, we have a huge amount during the Roman period and a little thereafter. Then there's this dead period where at points we can only name one rabbi for an entire century as a people. And that is rare because then it increases after the 3 centuries there to dozens and then hundreds and then thousands in the modern era. But back then, if we have I've spent a lot of time studying some rabbis, and at least the rabbis of the dark period, dark ages. I mean, I have a chart that I made one time, and it was something like, I remember one century only had one rabbi in it, and then there were 2 or 3 centuries that might have 3 or 4, but it wasn't that many. So pretty easy. This could have been fabricated at least in Judaism, and then also there's a period within Judaism where there is it's a theory even within Judaism of a lost period of time within our calendar. Just one moment.
And this theory explains
Not perfect. Not perfect. But basically the missing years in the Hebrew calendar refer to a chronological discrepancy between the rabbinic dating for the destruction of the first temple in 422 BCE and the academic dating of it in 587. So even we Jews who are very specific in our times and such have missing years that people don't really know or reference. I mean, if you ask an average Jew, they have no idea about this. So what it is, it's in a larger sense, it refers to the discrepancy between a conventional chronology versus the Seder Olam, what concerns the Persian period during which time it exercised hegemony over Israel, a period which spanned 207 years according to conventional chronology, but only 34 years according to Seder Olam. Invariably, the resulting time frame affects also the number of years in which stood the Second Temple, said by 808 rabbinic tradition to have stood 420 years, but by conventional chronology, 589 years. So without going into that too much more, just know, at least I can tell you from the Jewish perspective, our calendar's off. And let's talk about the British calendar and the Russian calendar. People don't know this, but I mean, you guys are pretty well versed, but people don't know that we haven't always been on the same calendar. And even Russians still technically don't consider themselves on the same calendar, or some don't. It goes back to early 20th century. So they were there's a month. So here's what I know, and I can tell you this with things. There are things in my mind. I know a lot about a lot of different subjects, but not all that in depth on them. And I use word association or kind of just to remember a little bit about something, but I might be off a little bit here or there. So there was something about that I read the British calendar in the late 19th century, or no, late 18th century, early 19th century, where they had a September that only had 12 days in it. It's like, why would they have such a lack of time? It's okay. So why 11 days are missing in September 1752? Okay, so it was the mid 18th century. Okay, the missing 11 days in September 1752 occurred due to a delayed adoption of the Gregorian calendar by Great Britain and its colonies. They made the adjustments to align their calendar with the rest of Europe, skipping the 11 days to synchronize with the Gregorian calendar. So that's okay. We've got the Jewish calendar that we're admitting isn't 100% accurate, or let's say it could be 100% accurate, but we can't really explain why. If it is, the chances are it's not. But if it is, to my very Orthodox friends out there, then we can't explain why, because we do have this missing time. And to the British out there, they have 11 days that were missing in September of 1752. Okay, so that's 2. Then we have another calendar, the Russian calendar. Russian calendar difference. So the Russian Federation, they now use the Gregorian calendar, the same calendar that most nations worldwide. But before 1918, the Russian Empire used the Julian calendar for several centuries, and the Russian Orthodox Church still uses the Julian calendar today. So Russians, for centuries, particularly when these calendars were being aligned, had a different calendar. They were using the Julian calendar and not the Gregorian calendar. It was only until the Russian Revolution in 1918 that they would use it, and then it was modified again in 1940. And they lost 13 days when they did this. So now we're talking about three major groups of people: the Jews, the British, and the Russians, or the Soviets, the Russians, who all lost some time. So 100 years ago, the Russian people irrevocably had half a month wiped off their lives, 13 days of February in 1918. Here's why. As you have guessed, Russians switching to the Gregorian calendar from the old Julian is to blame. This happened 3 months after the Bolshevik Revolution, in accordance with the new decree on the introduction of the Western calendar. So right after January 31st, 1980 came February 14th. 2 weeks of the year were simply written off. That's wild. Okay, so that's three major groups. So whenever anybody's out there like, motherfucker, today is March 17th, 2024. It's like, well, yeah, I guess if your computer says that and like we all align on that as the world, but if you actually go back in history, we might be off a few days or years, depending on whose calendar at which you're looking. So, you get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Yes, sir.
So with that, let's listen to this theory, this podcast, as we watch the SEC Championship. There was also something else about it. If you're wondering, hey, Rabbi, why don't you just play the sound for SEC Championship? It can... There's too much feedback. So with that, we've got... I wanted to see if there's anything else about this theory. There was something else important about it. Well, okay, here's the thing. Why don't we know about this theory? Why isn't it embraced? It changes a lot of people's conventions. Like, you mean we've been like, if you can lie to someone about what day it is, like they'll start doubting a whole lot of things. But it does make sense in some ways that we're not that far from the Roman Empire. Even if you look at our architecture and stuff. Is that it? There's something else to it. There's something else to that theory. Here we go. This is the podcast called Tinfoil Podcast. It's a cool one. There we go.
I'd like to take this time to welcome my guest tonight, Andrew. Andrew, thanks for coming out to talk to me.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, I am Andrew Michaels. I am the host
Hold on a second. And before I continue, so while I do consider myself an Orthodox rabbi, and I keep Shabbat as best I can, the timers and all the other things, and I don't drive on Shabbat and all that, I know that there is only a 1 in 7 chance, and I've said this before, but I'm saying it again, that Shabbat is on Friday. That there is a 86% chance, basically 6 out of 7 chance, that it is not on Friday, and that we are celebrating it on the wrong day. And when you talk about these calendars, there's a very good chance that that's true.
That just adds proof and evidence to it.
Exactly. It absolutely does. Because even still, the Jewish calendar had to align with these other calendars as well. So there could be even more days in it. Basically, we've just talked about the Russian one, the British one, the Jewish one, but then there's this one as well. So basically what I'm saying is you might have the Jewish one that links up with the British one, but it never links up with the continental one officially. Or maybe it links up with the continental one, but the continental one is off, which it very well could be. JH, you weren't here for this, but I created my own calendar years ago. It came to me in a dream. I'm going to put it in the chat right now, and you can take a look at it. It's a calendar of 40 days per month. There are 10 months except for the last month. Okay, so take a look at it and I'll explain it. Go to the chat and look. You should see like a pink and green document, a screenshot.
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, so we start off with the pink. There are, each day of the year is numbered on this. And the pink are work days, the green are days off. So you work 3 days, you get a day off. You work 3 days, then you get 3 days off. That's every week, except for the last week of the year. There are...
Well, I definitely think you told me before, but I've never seen a chart or a map of it.
Right, I couldn't find it at the time. So there are 10 months total, and the last month is like 5 1/4 days. But this means that we don't need leap years anymore. And it means every week is 10 days, which works off the decimal system, which is more accurate and also easier for accounting. And then additionally, you don't have to worry about leap years, leap days, or months being different. That, from a corporate perspective, causes a lot of issues, whether you're budgeting. Like, imagine you're just a family of 4 and you're on food stamps, and in February you get 28 days worth of food, but in January you have to make that go 31 days. Well, that may not seem like that big of a deal, but when you have children who you have to feed and you have to figure out 3 more days out of it, it's huge. And that's at the real perspective, that's at the ground level. When you're looking at budgeting things, and so let's say whatever it may be, you're running the Department of Defense. Well, when you're budgeting each month, should your month of January be the same as your month of February? No. Okay. Well, when you're comparing them year to year, there's a difference when you have 1 year that has an extra day in it. Every 4 years, basically. That causes differences in statistics. It causes differences in finance. It causes many different issues. But particularly it causes issues when you do deep space travel and you start to do extremely accurate calculations. Because now you have to integrate a leap year every so often. And when I say every so often, people are like, well, it's just every 4 years. It's not. The rules of a leap year are different than that. It is a little more specific than that. To be a leap year...
solves that problem.
Oh, yeah. You never have leap years anymore. You don't have leap days anymore. You have one consistent year. What if the current system, to be a leap year, the year number must be divisible by 4, except for end of the century years. which must be divisible by 400. This means that the year 2000 was a leap year, although 1900 was not, 1800 was not, 1700 was not, but 1600 was. That's very confusing. And even still, you still have to do slight adjustments even to that calendar. Within this calendar, you don't have to do those adjustments anymore. So I think it's a good idea. Anyway, so now you see what it looks like. And then the last 5 days of the year are a holiday period, which most corporations give to their employees anyway. Here we go.
Not only the whole calendar is not adequately measure our time, but it doesn't really account for the Earth speeding up ever so slightly every single day. And it's like more out of access, that affects how much sun we get per hour and all that. Which affects our time.
It does. Let's look this one up. Because you said something. I don't know how what you said could be true.
It's not as though you had no choice. Okay? It's about you doing this work. Now, you gotta buckle down. If this project is important to you, take the time.
Why do both? The Earth is essentially slowing down, but it still doesn't equate to the amount of time that we're using.
Yeah, that's exactly the point, and it's great of you to catch that. Because I was wondering, like, how could we be speeding up? Where are we getting more energy? You know what I mean? So we are slowing down.
Yeah, decrease, sure.
But even still, I don't hear about this becoming an issue. And I think it's because the size of the sun eventually expands. But Earth's rotation is slightly slowing with time. Thus, a day was shorter in the past. This is due to the tidal effects of the moon as on Earth's rotation, which is another issue. Well, what you're saying, is the rotation, but yeah. What if something affects the moon, then that's going to affect us. Atomic clocks show that the modern day is longer by about 1.7 milliseconds than a century ago, slowly increasing the rate at which UTC is adjusted by leap seconds. So we even have leap seconds. With this new calendar, you don't need that. And also, with this new calendar, what's important about it is let me think if this is true. Well, it's just better scientifically, so that every month is the same. It's really better financially, and I think that's why it wins out. So, with that, here we go. Phantom Time Hypothesis.
Underworld News Tonight, one of the hosts of Underworld News Tonight. We do a bit of a weird and wacky and wild look at the news of the week, looking at a bit of the supernatural, a bit of the conspiracy theory stuff. So if you're a fan of Morning Zoo Radio, that sort of thing, and want to kind of capture the spirit of it, we would highly recommend you check that out. But you know what? I'm not here to talk about my own show today, Brandon.
What do you got for us?
Well, Brandon, I guess before I start with a statement, I'm going to start with a question. What year is it?
The last time I'm aware of was 2023, but I'm probably wrong.
Oh, you say bad? You said bad? This is like a podcast for sheep. A real impressive farm achievement, maybe?
Not sure where you're going with this.
Well, let's find out, because you, my friend, have revealed yourself as an Autotian puppet. It is time to talk about the conspiracy theory known as the Phantom Time Conspiracy, which I'm going to be getting into along with one other conspiracy theory of temporal wackiness. Now, this theory claims that the years 613 to 911 AD, 911 AD, were fabrications of the future Pope Sylvester II, back when he's a cardinal whose name I definitely wrote down, and you could test me on it, and I would be able to name it, so I don't even know why you'd ask. The Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. This theory is known as the phantom time hypothesis. It holds that not only were these years fabricated, but along with them, such historical events as the entire life of Charlemagne, the Carolingian pyramid, the life of the Prophet Muhammad, along with the Muslim conquest of Iberia, Viking raids on England. Basically, the first half of any Crusader Kings 2 campaign, if you play with the real years, that's all fake, according to this theory. Now, I'm going to get a bit into the how and why of it. But to do that, we're going to need to talk about the phantom time hypothesis' creator. The German historian is his job title. I thought you had to talk about like histories and things that happen to be a historian, but I guess not. Definitionally, if you're talking about this didn't happen, does that make you a historian? I don't know. If that's the case, there was no War of 1812. But that's not what this is about. This is about Herbert Illig, the quote-unquote historian who created the phantom time hypothesis. Now, he was born in a small town in northeastern Bavaria, just 2 years, after the end of World War II. What's interesting about Herbert Illig is well before he creates the phantom time hypothesis, he's kind of interested in these weird, wacky, wild looks of time. He starts out by becoming active in an eccentric historical association called, and excuse me, I got to brush up on my German, the class I took in college because it was the only language requirement class that was after 9 a.m. Sorry, it was called the Gesellschaft zur Rekonstruktion der Menschheit und Naturwissenschaft, or in English, the Society for the Reconstruction of Human and Natural History. Now, this association ends up being dedicated to Immanuel Velikovsky, a writer who holds to a school of thought known as catastrophism. Now, fans of my life might know catastrophism as that thing my therapist says I need to stop doing, but that's not all it is. Because in addition, catastrophism is also a school of thought that holds the history of Earth is shaped by a series of short and violent catastrophes, and this is something that transcends culture. It has a lot to do with syncretism, so Brandon, I'm sure you've heard people every culture has a flood myth, and this must point to some great historical event. Have you heard something like this?
Yeah.
Now, it could be, and correct me if I'm overstepping here, that in any culture with water, you're either going to have a problem of there being too much or too little of it at some point. Is that fair to say? It's kind of a counter-argument?
Yeah, I've always thought the flood stories are more or less from when the Ice Age ended. That's just my own theory.
I think everywhere has floods for a variety of reasons. I've experienced floods in New Jersey. I grew up in New Jersey, if you can't tell from the accent. I live in Illinois. I experienced a flood here once. I think sometimes shit just gets wet. But in Velikovsky's case, his sort of syncretism of these various disaster narratives in history took the form of his 1950 U.S. bestseller, Worlds in Collision. Now, in Worlds in Collision, Velikovsky essentially posits that in the 15th century BCE, the planet Venus was ejected from Jupiter, but he describes it as either a comet or a comet-like object. I don't know what a comet-like object is. I know what a comet is. But this in turn changed the orbit and axis of the Earth, leading to the widespread ubiquity of catastrophic events in ancient and biblical literature. These theories have mostly been rejected by the scientific community because apparently you quote-unquote can't just make shit up and call it things that happen. But I do think it's important to note this, not because Velikovsky's theories are particularly important, but because it highlights his propensity to search for different weird and wacky parallels when he looks at history, and how that then informs what he comes up with later on. In the case of Velikovsky, this can be found with an obsession between similarities between the biblical flood, the epic Gilgamesh, the drowning of Atlantis, and imagined planet-sized meteorites that are heading towards the Earth causing axial change. In the formation of the phantom time hypothesis, you can kind of find this obsession haunting his analysis of medieval history and architecture. So the other thing to note here is that Herbert Illig didn't even really start with the Middle Ages as his theory of a period of time that either didn't happen or happened drastically different than we thought. Before he did this, he was rejected for 2 other publications, one alleging the similar theories about ancient Egypt and another alleging similar theories about prehistory. These books just didn't really make a splash. So you can see he's kind of pivoting, trying to find his market, would be kind of a cynical analysis of what he's doing. This all changes in the 1990s when Illig begins to draw attention in the German media, particularly for his 1996 book, Das Erfundene Mittelalter, or The Invented Middle Ages. Historically, Germany has kind of been a rallying point for Illig's ideas, because while he's been slammed by the historical and academic establishment, his work just happens to draw a lot of media and popular fascination there. Now, as I mentioned, Herbert Illig and believers in the phantom time hypothesis believe that 297 years were added to history by the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, the future Pope Sylvester II, and possibly the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII. So the question that comes to mind then is why? Well, apparently this starts with Otto III's understanding of something called Christian millenarianism. This is a strand of thought obsessed with the fulfillment of God's kingdom on earth with the 1000th anniversary of the life of Christ. Definitionally, this is sort of something that's died out because, the year 1000 came and went regardless of whether or not you accept this hypothesis is true. But if you believe this to be the case, and this was very, very popular in his time, to be the Holy Roman Emperor in the year 1000 would make you a quasi-messianic political figure. And so, he fabricated history to make it the case with the help of an ambitious cardinal of the church, who would end up becoming the Pope, whose name before becoming the Pope I did not write down, but I promise it's not that important. You guys can look it up. Doing this doesn't just involve inventing a few years, because there can't be a possibility that God's new mathematically anointed ruler on earth was there by mere coincidence. A historical ruler must be created to serve as a mythical predecessor to Otto and his dynasty, simultaneously mirroring the emperor and modeling the type of ruler he wished to be. And that ruler was Charlemagne. Now, for the uninitiated on the history of the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne was king of the Franks and a member of the Carolingian dynasty, crowned emperor of the Romans by Pope Leo III in the year 800. Over the course of an accomplished reign, Charlemagne united most of Western and Central Europe, from as far west as Barcelona to as far east as Croatia, and from as far north as Saxony to as far south as Rome itself. I'm not going to talk too much about the history of the Holy Roman Empire, both because it's not necessarily that relevant to what we're talking about, and because my wife is a literal historian who's in the other room who wants to blow her brains out every time I try to talk about history. But suffice to say that Charlemagne is perhaps one of the most impressive political leaders of its time. He is far from just a skilled military tactician. He built and maintained his empire through a combination of the aforementioned military power, deft diplomacy, and modernizing reforms to the financial, educational, record-keeping, and political practices of his realm. If there was a modern person alive in the year 800, it was him. But Otto III was not a part of that dynasty. The last Carolingian to rule over the Holy Roman Empire was the disputed Arnold of Carinthia in 887. A bastard duke who overthrew his uncle Charles the Fat to become disputed emperor for about 6 years. By all accounts, the story of a bastard duke overthrowing his fat and widely disliked uncle. If you want to know more about it, you can watch a great documentary that airs. It's called The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I highly recommend checking it out. Charles the Fat gets overthrown by Arnold of Carinthia. By all accounts, Arnold is a sickly and incompetent moron. He himself is overthrown in a coup, and he dies a few weeks into a quiet and cushy retirement. After some of your typical Middle Ages swapping and switching, Otto's grandfather, Otto the Great, becomes Holy Roman Emperor in 962, having already been coronated as King of Italy 2 decades prior, and having served as King of East Francia for nearly 30 years. So you can see some of those titles that were originally held by Charlemagne starting to come together once again in the form of Otto. Now that Otto I, along with his son Otto and his grandson Otto, were all a part of the Ottotian dynasty. But that didn't stop them from consciously obsessing with and seeking to emulate the legacy of the first Holy Roman Emperor. And this is particularly true of grandfather and grandson. Most notable is the fact that Otto III took the step Charlemagne did of having himself formally coronated as Holy Roman Emperor by the Pope in Rome itself, reviving the title after a decades-long vacancy and a history plagued by disputes for the title's proper replacement. And 3 decades prior to this, when Otto was crowned King of Germany, the coronation would be held at the Aachen Cathedral, where Charlemagne himself took the same title. Because of this, one could say that the life of Otto I was in part an attempt to emulate the life of Charlemagne. He was crowned king in the same place as his forebearer, implemented many of his military victories, and reclaimed his previously held title by nearly the same means, And like Charlemagne, Otto was essential to the cultural, educational, and political identity that dominated the legacy of his empire and his dynasty. Perhaps the most notable was the development of the imperial church system. By strategically placing celibate clerics in necessary administrative positions, particularly loyal clerics consisting of his own relatives and loyal clerks, avoiding conflict with other dynasties and lines and key positions, he was able to have the de facto effect of sublimating the church hierarchy to the power of the emperor and avoid a significant number of title disputes, particularly for the positions that he appoints somebody to. Because if you put a priest in an important administrative position, he's not having any fucking kids that you got to deal with down the line. Without a divinely chosen legacy and some auspicious timing, this can come off somewhat sacrilegious and delegitimizing. If you look at this conspiracy theory, I think that's kind of the piece that I find most interesting about it. Because if you accept this conspiracy theory is true, and if you can't tell from the way I'm talking, I don't find it particularly convincing, appointing himself as making it the year 1000 when you're emperor makes you a messianic figure. But on virtue of having made it up, it recontextualizes what would have happened were that not true, from something that doesn't necessarily matter to something that, and I'm Jewish, so maybe I'm analyzing this incorrectly, but something that almost an antichrist would do, if that makes sense. Which I find super interesting when you look at this theory. Luckily, they didn't need to deal with that because Charlemagne's legacy was there to call back on. Now, perhaps it's Charlemagne's nature as both a predecessor to and legitimizer of the Ottonian dynasty that led Otto III to visit Charlemagne's tomb in Aachen in the very year 1000, removing relics from both the tomb and transporting them back to Rome. You may have even seen a brief sidebar about the Catholic Church preparing for this, from the perspective of a world in which this theory, along with pretty much every other conspiracy theory, is true, and the fucking fantastic conspiracy science fiction comic Department of Truth by James Tynion IV. But, as amazing as that comic is, it's also not what you brought me on to talk about today. Because now that we have a solid understanding, or at least as solid as we can, of why the Holy Roman Emperor would want to fake hundreds of years of history, including the existence of Charlemagne, it's going to be important to explore the evidence that so much of European history was fake. Now, most of the work of Herman Neelig has only been published in German, so I'm taking a lot of this from the translated papers of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemitz, and I have to tell you, they are boring. Now, Brandon, I know you talk about conspiracy theories in the show a lot. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we dabble into it here and there.
Do you encounter this with a lot of conspiracy theorists, this idea of, if I make this really boring, people will think it has to be true?
I don't know about that, but I think my conspiracy episodes are what usually turn people off to my podcast, to be honest.
Well, I'm sure this one will be the exception. People are going to fucking love this shit, I'm sure. We're not watching that bar, decline down like the double black diamond slope at a ski lodge or anything. In general, I think that the reason for this is that a lot of conspiracy theorists, they're trying to imitate what they think a government document is like, and that stuff is genuinely really boring. But they're also trying to build this massive web of connections and dense content and ideas that you kind of can get into a hypnotic rhythm. Both of these kind of require an artifice of boredom that can put you into kind of an adaptable mental melody, if that makes sense. And the works of Dr. Hans Ulrich Niemitz are no exception. And because of that, I don't think it's going to be particularly helpful to you, your audience, the quest of not losing half your listeners every time you do a conspiracy episode, for me to go into every single proof he provides. So instead, I'm just going to go over a few of the most interesting, starting with, and brace yourselves, buckle on. I don't mean to be crass in your show, but I hope your audience is buckling on to their dicks, tits, and bits, so we can talk about the history of the calendar and the nature of solar cycles. Because we all know that every 4 years on the Gregorian calendar, the one we use, we add a leap year. This is because we calculate the rotation of the Earth around the Sun as 365.25 days. A quarter day is added every year. We can't have a quarter of a day, so every 4 years it adds up to a full day. We do that, the whole thing doesn't fall into chaos. Makes sense. Other than the fact that this is an estimation and not entirely accurate. The rotation is actually 0.00781 days longer than the actual rotation of the Earth, which adds up to about 1 day every 128 years. Now, because of this, we actually skip our leap day 3 times every 400 years on the 1 century mark. And that's something that very few people alive today know about, because we did that in the year 1700, 1800, and 1900. We did not do that in the year 2000. We will do it again in the year 2100. So somebody who's born today is going to be an old man when they do this again. But to anybody else, I'm born in 1995, you're born in 1980, whatever the fuck, not particularly relevant, unless you're planning on living particularly long, which, I've got a podcaster's body, so probably not. Now, like I said, we observe the year that we're supposed to skip on the intermediate leap year. So in this case, the year 2000, to correct the estimations of our correction from having the opposite effect. So, just to kind of sum this up, we have a leap year every 4 years, except for 3 out of every 400 years on the 100-year mark, which we didn't do in 2000, which is why you don't know about it, because you're never going to have to fucking deal with it. Now, the Julian calendar, which came before the Gregorian calendar, it did not account for any of this. What this essentially means, we can do all sorts of math here and there, is that when the Gregorian calendar was introduced, the Julian calendar should have been behind by 13 days, just based on the amount of time that had passed between the implementation of the two calendars. But instead, it was only behind by 10, a mathematical impossibility unless about 3 centuries were fabricated. But it's not just in the calendars, or it would seem that about 300 years had disappeared. Now, proponents of the phantom time hypothesis also argue that a trained eye looking at architecture from the Carolingian dynasty set up by the alleged quote-unquote Charlemagne reveals the simple fact that the entire time period may not be exactly what it seems. You see, 10th century Western Europe was filled with what's called Romanesque architecture, which should have been impossible if the Roman Empire had truly fallen over 400 years prior. After all, how would all of these disconnected barbarians and kingdoms have the same pan-European architectural style? And yet, buildings such as Versailles Abbey in France, Maria-Laach Abbey in Germany, Charlemagne's own Palatine Chapel in Aachen demonstrate the reverberation of Romanesque architecture hundreds of years after the fall of Rome, creating a pan-European style at a time when these lands shouldn't have been connected. At least if you trust so-called historians who are secretly puppets of the Ottotian dynasty. Now, I know what you guys are thinking, though. You're pointing at these architectural trends. You're pointing at solar eclipse patterns. Get into some real fucking science. Get into something legit. Get into something you can argue with. After all, shouldn't we be able to use reliable methods such as dendrochronology, aka tree dating? Hans Ulrich Niemitz, translating the works of Herbert Ealing, has a response to that. Now, you see, dendrochronology, and you heard it here first, is fake. I'm not going to explain why, because even I have too much dignity to explain why a German weirdo's explanation of another German weirdo's thoughts on oak trees is particularly relevant on someone else's podcast. So I'm not going to do that, but essentially what you should know is that the phantom time hypothesis, a large part of it is just pointing to the well-established science of dendrochronology, saying it's fake, and saying every other academic field is desperately tied to dendrochronology in a way that is truly inescapable. Take from that as you will. Now, these are far from the only proofs that the esteemed Dr. Niemitz provides for the existence of phantom time. I can tell you more about exciting things like inconsistent patterns in the development of Western European ceramics, the stratigraphies under Frankfurt am Main, or the 3-century stall in the development of new farming techniques. I think now might be a good time to talk about the why and how of some of these things. And to do that, we're going to need to talk about what Dr. Niemitz writes about the nature of fakes produced by the Catholic Church and their correspondence to history. Because the Church was always fabricating tales about saints and miracles for both political and theological reasons. And the fact that the Catholic Church lied for political reasons in the Middle Ages is not a particularly controversial or conspiratorial fact. This is welcome to history. This is something that's pretty well established. All sorts of tales of saints and miracles were fabricated, but pointing to a lecture by Horst Furman, president of the Monumenta Germanae Historica, Dr. Niemes claims that Furman argued that the medieval Catholic Church's most successful faith had a sort of anticipatory character, that they came at a time that would allow them to wait for their own time to come. In other words, it wouldn't necessarily work to produce a fully fabricated fake history of Charlemagne to justify the political changes of the Holy Roman Emperor, but having a figure like Charlemagne to point back to, but the existence of the Holy Roman Empire under the Ottoman dynasty allowed for fake histories about Charlemagne to thrive, exist, spread around. It's almost a sort of symbiotic relationship, is what Niemes is arguing. And he argues the fakes associated with the Phantom Time period could not have on their own created the emerging doctrine of papal centralism. Now, I'm not going to go too heavily into the history of the Catholic Church and the doctrine of papal supremacy, but what your listeners would want to know is this. The Pope has always been understood as the head of the Western Roman Catholic Church, at least since the East-West Schism. But the level of authority granted by that position has increased drastically and changed drastically over the centuries. During the so-called Phantom Time, the papacy gained a drastic amount of civil authority, and perhaps the most notable figure associated with this transition came prior to that in Gregory I. Now, the son of a Roman senator who himself served as the prefect of Rome in 300 AD, Gregory's political background made him a force to be reckoned with in the world of bureaucracy administration. He shaped medieval Europe by aligning the barbarian kingdoms of the former Western Roman Empire with the papacy, creating a political counterweight to the Byzantine Empire that ended with the appointment of Charlemagne 300 years after Pope Leo III's, 300 years after Pope Gregory I passed away. By Pope Leo III, almost exactly 200 years after Gregory's papacy ended, taking the kingdoms built up around the supporting Charlemagne and forming a genuine political body built around the papacy, in which the Pope was simultaneously protected by an emperor who could only rule by papal consent. So 300 prior to Charlemagne, the sort of political transition to put the Catholic Church in the political power that it needed to create what we kind of think of as Catholic Europe during the Middle Ages. That starts with Gregory III, and the story of Charlemagne kind of creates a historical three-act structure around that to make what's happening with Otto seem fully justified. And this is to say nothing of the Crusades. You have the rise of Islam throughout the Arabian Peninsula, the Muslim conquest of Iberia, and this demanding a strong, militant, and centralized church in response. That is, if all of these things are totally true. In fact, people who believe in the Phantom Time hypothesis argue that it is almost too perv to say these events occurred organically and symbiotically over the course of several hundred years through a series of complex causes. Could the answer not actually be that these stories were created over the centuries and inserted into Emperor Otto's newly created Phantom Time hole to further cement present material realities? Now, I probably have you guys pretty convinced. But some haters and sheep do continue to doubt the veracity of the Phantom Time theory. So I guess I should go into a few objections to the concept of free thought before we continue. Let's start the argument that we opened us up with, that the Julian and Gregorian calendars were far too in sync for the supposed Phantom Time to have occurred. Now, as noted, the Julian calendar, being off by 10 days instead of 13, should account for about 300 years, but unfortunately, what Phantom Time believers aren't taking into account is the Council of Nicaea. Because while Christian listeners of the show might think of the First Council of Nicaea as simply the source of modern Christian belief, aka the Nicene Creed, that is far from the only innovation introduced at the Council. And perhaps the more societally significant one was the decision to calculate the date of Easter independently of the Hebrew calendar. Now, this became somewhat of a huge controversy within the church, but for the sake of this podcast, the main thing to note is that this involves a significant amount of calculation around eclipses. And since this was 325 AD, aka 300 years since the death of Jesus, that essentially accounts for the missing 3 days. Similarly, the argument against Romanesque architecture also doesn't really hold water. This was a simple style, it was aesthetically pleasing, easy to make, and it was part of the shared cultural heritage, because if you remember about the Holy Roman Empire, their thing was kind of taking over half the fucking world. Now, the argument about dendrochronology being fake doesn't hold water, mainly for the fact that dendrochronology isn't the only way to date something, and I don't think that the tree lobby holds that much water. Now, when I initially researched for this, we talked about on our conspiracy special, this is where I was going to end it. But, believe it or not, this is not the only abjectly fucking insane calendar conspiracy theory that I've found over the course of the last few months. Now, I don't know if this is something that, Brandon, you find yourself talking about on this show a lot. It's something that I call STEM brain. Do you ever talk about this?
No, we haven't.
STEM brain is, you take people who are good at math. And personally, I don't trust people who are good at math. Because you see the gif of the guy, they're doing those fucking equations in their head, they think they're so fucking smart, but they're almost always doing math in their head to find some way to tell you that some historical atrocity or another didn't happen. So, usually it's nothing good. STEM brain, though, essentially is the fact that when people are good at math, people tell them they're very smart, and then eventually they start to get fucking ideas, and those ideas are almost always... You can't argue with them because they just know how to yell numbers at you until you shut up. So, what are you going to do? Now, this comes in the form of a Russian conspiracy theory that I'm going to talk about now, called the new chronology. Now, if you think Italy's missing 300 years or a bit much, this comes from a mathematician called Anatoly Timofeyevich Fomenko. And it's genuinely one of the most fucking insane things I've ever heard of. Within the new chronology, it's less about a missing gap in time, so much as time acting as a sort of weird fucking accordion, where in Greek, Roman, and Egyptian history all fold into the Middle Ages like confusing time Papa John's Kazone, with the so-called Dark Ages being entirely eliminated. So in this model, all of human history goes back to the year 800 AD. The years 800 to 1000 are a zone that we know almost nothing about, and the history that we do know takes place between the years 1000 and 1500. Now, Fomenko explains this by noting parallels between various historical figures and events, suggesting that perhaps they may be the same. For instance, Jesus is also the same person as the prophet Elisha. Elisha, Elisha from the Bible, not to confuse with Elijah, the prophet that precedes him in the Bible. Pope Gregory VII, Jesus also equated with St. Basil of Caesarea, and the Chinese Emperor Li Wanhao, also known as the Emperor Xinjiang, or the Son of Heaven. Meanwhile, the city of Rome itself actually refers to a variety of cities. The first Rome is Mitzrayim, the biblical Egyptian city around the Nile. Then there's the third Rome, which we know as Rome. This is actually the least important Rome, founded in 1380 by the mythical Trojan hero Aeneas. The second Rome, known as the New Rome, is actually Constantinople. This is also the city that we know as Jerusalem from the Bible, where Jesus taught, with the actual Jerusalem that we talk about having been a nondescript Palestinian village prior to what we call the 15th century. Because Solomon's temple, the temple from the Bible, don't you know, that is actually still around as the Hagia Sophia Mosque, which I think is just great that there is a conspiracy theory that says our temple is still around, but it's still a fucking mosque in this world either way. Now, Fomenko believes that all of history has been fabricated to as a cover-up that comes from the Catholic Church, the Holy Rome, the House of Romanov, the Holy Roman Empire, and a few other groups to keep us from discovering the history of the actual greatest empire in history, which he refers to as the Great Russian Horde. Now, according to Fomenko, historical people such as the Huns, Goths, Burghers, Cossacks, Belarusians, Ukrainians, and Poles, and more, have all been elements of this solitary Russian Empire, which is in fact the greatest empire ever to exist in history, its accomplishments, myths, and culture now totally obfuscated by detractors of the war to get us to buy into a false narrative of history. Needless to say, this has made these theories really popular with weird Russian imperialists on the internet, but they aren't the only people to believe them. Because perhaps the most notable believer in the theory, who played a tremendous role in spreading it to more mainstream audiences in Russia, although he has since denounced it, is the Russian chess grandmaster Garry Kasparov. In the past, Kasparov has said, "New chronology is a great area for investing my intellect. My analytical abilities are well placed to figure out what was right and what was wrong." He even at one point went as far as to say that he may focus on promoting new chronology, but then he retired from chess. Anyway, I would tell you guys more about this, but you would have to read about it in Fomenko's breezy 7-volume series, History, Fact, or Science, which I love the title. Sorry, History, Fiction, or Science, which I love the title of, because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not an expert here, but I'm pretty sure it's fucking neither.
Well, the whole thing to me, it basically sounds like it's something that was, they're saying there's time that was missing or whatever, but anything, does it?
Well, I think that's what I find interesting about this stuff, is that you have the two versions of the theory. You have the first version about the Holy Roman Empire, and I consider that fairly harmless. It's a fairly typical anti-Catholic conspiracy theory, but it's against like the medieval Catholic Church, which I don't think is particularly relevant. I don't think anybody's committing any acts of violence or like fucking harming a priest over this, right? The Great Russian Horde one, the new chronology, I would say is actually a lot more dangerous, because if you look at a lot of the narratives that you would associate with modern Russian imperialism, narratives, I would say are actively fueling a lot of the war in Ukraine, conspiracy theory like this of essentially all of this huge swath of Europe is actually Russia, and it is our solemn duty to reclaim it, not even because of Soviet history, but because of, our inherent sort of ethno-national history. That's a lot more dangerous and politically relevant.
I was just referring to like with the whole time concept and everything else.
I guess if you're a medieval peasant in the year 800, that's the weird fucking thing, right? You can just tell me whatever. My life sucks either way.
I think the concept of what year it is, basically, doesn't really matter what the year is. It's all based on what some jackass decided to say whatever year it was. So,
yeah.
At the end of the day, like if it's 23, 45, actually 18, 22, like it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, like we're only going by what someone else deemed it to be anyways.
I just
really no context when it comes to the years of the art. It's literally just a device made by, I thought it was the ancient Romans.
The current calendar, the Gregorian calendar, it's actually after Emperor Otto. It's sort of this thing. Julian calendar is by the Romans. Obviously, the Jewish calendar. We've had our own calendar for what are we on now? 57.
I drank mine first, and I missed that.
You have the Chinese calendar. You have Persia. Iran. They have their own calendar. So I mean, it's not like there's one. There's difference between every single calendar. I think that when believers in both areas, particularly the basic time theory, it's a question of what are we using the gap for. When you claim something didn't happen, you can kind of fill in the blanks to what you want to have happen there. So I'd say that this theory becomes very malleable to kind of like, why did they do it? What did they make up? What actually happened? You can kind of choose your own adventure. I think that's kind of the most accessible conspiracy theory branding. It's all about letting people fill the blanks and put in their own flavor of choice.
Take something to, unfortunately I quit it sometime when I began again to smoke. And
districts constantly face a shortage
sleeping helped me very much. To sleep, just sleep and not too much sleep without, like, first 3 days I did like that, and then after a couple of hours I didn't want to smoke anymore. And you can try it with some gum, maybe you take gum all day.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every
I've
child.
tried everything pretty much to try to quit, and I found the only thing that's going to help me is eating. They compensate with food. Like, you want a cigarette?
Adult learners
Bite into a
choose the
fucking lemon.
flexibility of
Yeah.
100% online
Yeah,
classes in over
that's a
150
good
programs
idea.
with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for
I guess
students'
that's
success,
how it is.
academics, and spiritual formation.
It's
Discover the
definitely
way
one of the
ahead
most
at
hardest things to
IWU.
quit
Visit
ever.
discovertheway.com.
Even kind of trumps heroin or cocaine in my personal opinion.
Conspiracies, and this is where the name for the podcast was derived from. Obviously, tinfoil hat.
What's up with Robbie, bro? He's sleeping?
I've never looked at them as the
I don't know,
just looking at conspiracies to see
the
conspiracies.
theory
like
sound went off,
or something that I actually
I don't know.
100%
Might have fallen asleep.
behind it. And there's usually, if there's a conspiracy,
Yeah. Oh no, he's
there's
smoking.
usually, basically, they'll say that there's smoke, there's fire.
Wake up, Robbie.
I feel like all the conspiracies, for the most part, not all, but a lot of the ones that are more
Bro, what's your
mainstream,
name?
I
Jay,
think there's a lot of
how should I
false
call you?
information related to
J.H.?
those conspiracies that throw off detractors, that throw off people.
My name's Jacob. You can call me JH. That works too.
Yeah.
Either way.
Okay, nice to meet you, my bro.
We're literally
You as
just
well. Nice to meet you as well.
the infamous they want us to see where the hell they are. I don't know. The stuff like this
How in my country now
is
is
the
my
day
time.
of that era. You know what I mean? Like, what
Yeah,
was
well, I mean,
You're the
it's very
Armenian,
obvious
right?
in that era
Yeah.
what they was as far as right. You lived under your king. Your king was under the Holy Roman Emperor. Your Roman Emperor was under Pope. So, like any conspiracy theory kind of comes in the cats, you know, necessarily anti-Catholic, but a conspiracy theory about the Catholic Church.
Say good
So it's not like they. You know, I think now we live in a democracy, and
Good night to you.
we're
What's
looking
that
at
like? Middle of the day for me, so I've got to walk my dog in a little bit, run some errands.
Point to this idea of
Yeah, what
I hope
kind
you
of
have a great
something
night.
else, but
I've got a German Shepherd, Australian cattle mixed dog.
if you want to know who
I
controls
got the
you,
German short
you're not allowed to criticize.
Oh, that's even cool.
I fucking hate that quote.
Yeah.
Number one, Voltaire didn't
It's
just
all,
you can read Voltaire,
you know?
read everything Voltaire wrote. He said a lot of shit.
Very,
wrote a lot of
very
shit.
true.
That was not
So is mine, for sure.
Number two,
Oh, like a tracking
if that
dog
was
type
true,
deal.
it would take, you know, and I'm speaking as a comedian, a host of a comedy podcast
How
here.
much you
If
take
it
him
was true,
out?
it would make Make-A-Wish kids the most powerful people on earth, and I just don't think that's the case.
I would say about at least 5 times a day.
Voltaire didn't need to wonder who controlled him, right? He lived under a fucking absolute monarch.
Yeah, but she's a little older. She's about 8 years old.
And a lot of modern
Yeah, so she can't be running too much because she got a little arthritis developing, so it
a lot of
goes with
modern
age.
conspiracy theories, in my opinion,
Yeah,
it tends to be less
I
about
understand that.
what's
Mine is a boy.
the focus tends to be much more
Oh,
on
nice.
finding it
How old is your boy?
than whether or not the claim itself is true, if that makes sense.
Oh, so he's kind of like a spring chicken almost compared to mine.
No, I'm just for me and everything
He's
else.
like
With a bigger dog.
he has never chewed, you know, he always wants to do
I say I'm
something.
open-minded, but
He
I have
goes
a very
crazy,
distinct
like
mind to where
throwing things for him,
I don't
like the
trust
ball, you know.
pretty much
But
anybody.
he got messed up. He's like, out of my place.
It's
There
sad
are
to
very
say that
many
way, but like
stones.
literally that's just
And
how.
he's taking the
I feel like you
stones and
have to
bringing
be-
it to me and says,
because
throw
at
the
the end of the
stones,
day,
so we could bring it.
we only
Oh,
see
wow.
Yeah,
My dog had different sizes of golf balls, too.
because it's mainstream.
and
There's
it's
literally,
not good for his teeth, but I don't know what I have to do, but I can't.
I want to talk about this
He's
this
crazy
morning.
for stones.
Did
Like,
you see what
really
You gotta give this thing a ball, a rubber
Virginia
ball or something other than that, and just kind of like favor that one so he knows that this is the one that we go outside and play with. We gotta familiarize yourself with that ball, and he'll take notice of it. Want that one in particular.
Exploded like a bomb.
yeah, I had some couple of balls, but he's
I've never seen
always
a
around
fucking
the
flare blow
stones.
an entire house
I
up.
don't
That's
know.
like
He
a bomb.
has his favorite
Over to
stone.
Europe, Ukraine, and whatever else. So it's
Oh,
flare.
wow, he's even created out his own stuff. Yeah, he's got like another
He's crazy guy. He's like,
Like, it doesn't make any sense.
It's
And
really
then
nice.
I started
If
to
you
look
want, I
into
can
it a little
send
bit, and of
picture.
course, you see all these random people on their Twitter.
That'd be cool. I mean, I don't know at all. I don't know how anybody else would feel. Like, moderate
this
right
guy,
now, but I don't know how this job works.
I don't know if this is true or not. I'm not doing it. I literally saw it.
And then his picture.
This guy had a YouTube channel and he was leaking government information about
Oh, yeah.
and they had all these videos. The last one was like 2 days ago.
You're a holder
He was
of
leaking all these documents that he'd been scanning or whatever.
all
Doing it.
Bitcoin?
No, is this really the same guy or something?
No, I'm just,
You can't
I don't know, I'm putting this with Rabbi.
see on the internet. But
Oh, nice.
mainstream media is saying the guy was having to stay on the police. Makes zero sense to me. Like if you actually see the explosion, it is like the entire house blew up. Like it was like a bomb.
Now send the picture.
No, I'm looking at this now.
In the chat, yes?
And yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't
waiting on your
see
text.
the leak
Where's
waves.
my
I
brother?
don't. I haven't seen. Just because I'm literally
So
just looking at it now, so I can't just use that side of it. But
yes?
obviously, this doesn't look like that from my knowledge.
No,
but
I'm
also,
just an associate of
like you said,
Rabbi's.
you don't trust anyone.
There's no secret
I trust people. I don't
Right now,
trust
I'm looking
the cops.
to get into Judaism.
I don't even really
Understand
trust
a lot more.
individual cops, but I
Understand
especially
truth.
don't trust a statement that comes from like
Nice.
stuff
That's
police
very
are saying.
simple.
I just know that I don't believe it was a flare. I don't know what's there. What's going on.
Okay.
Someone shared the video.
I don't really like talk about that too much.
Well, it's kind of like you know, and this is kind of where
Nice to meet you as well.
you know. So on my show, like we're a comedy podcast. We take a look at, you know, we talked about this on our conspiracy special because we were traveling. We couldn't do what we normally do, which is cryptid, UFO, ghosts, you know, wacky stories of me, just taking a fun one. But when we look at conspiracy theories, you know, what I find really frustrating is like what you're talking about. You know, we have the police in this country. I mean, I'm assuming, you know, from our end, that we have two very different types of American accent, voices, and energy here. I think it's fair to say you're an indica and I'm a sativa a little bit. But, you know, as far as like in this country goes, in the U.S., like, you know, we have the police extrajudicially killing people. You know, enough of a military to overthrow Luxembourg in an hour, you know, your fucking local sheriff's department in Missouri. We've made Judge Dredd a fucking reality in this country, and conspiracy theorists today want to make shit up about, like,
And the
you know,
other one too.
Tom Hanks molesting a 12-year-old in a Taco Bell. And not focus on a very real, very violent, like, marching authoritarian armies that could just blow us out of flare. Which, yeah, like, you know, I wouldn't
Sometimes I
necessarily.
like animals more than people.
I need to know more about the story. You know, I'm not going to publicly say what happened about something I don't know much about. But like I said, I don't believe a statement by the police was coming from the police in their capacity.
Like I said, the only thing I saw was.
I mean, personally, I think they're just more easier to understand.
This guy was shooting off flares at his property, and then the police said they were having to stand up with him, trying to reason whether they shot flares. So they shot another one, and it blew up the house. So it's like that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is exactly, I mean, this is
Exactly.
the
Beautiful animals.
problem too with the modern
Very cool
conspiracy
dogs.
culture, right? Is
Thank you, bro.
I normally, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't get political, but, you know, modern conspiracy culture, you've got this shit going on, but then conspiracy theorists are, like, marketing to guys with fucking blue line Punisher skulls on their Ford fucking Ford pickup trucks or whatever the fuck, right? Like,
When you want to buy Bitcoin,
it's
bro.
just,
There's two things right now. My friend actually sent them to me a little bit ago.
Bitcoin right now, I think is like selling over $6. So that's like more than my last loss.
And he keeps having these countdowns, and every time we get to the end of the countdown, another countdown starts over. I keep saying, like, You're literally giving them the traffic.
It's definitely an interesting.
It's like
It's fine.
And then
it's like buying fucking World Series tickets.
Being Jewish, obviously,
If you
Jewish
ever
people will understand that everyone says
$1,000
Jesus is coming back. I'm not
like
trying to
sitting
offend anyone out
for
there.
nothing, take the
It's the same thing I
$1,000
feel like
and
with
now
these Q
invest.
people is,
Look, we are now
oh,
at
it's coming, that's the happening's coming, oh, it's happening, well, it's still coming. It's
We
still
are
coming.
going
It's
to
just like
send
you're
over,
waiting for
bro.
Jesus to come back. He's always coming back next year. Well, he's coming back. Well, he's coming back soon.
Go and forget it for a year,
It's not going to happen.
and 1 year later come back and see you have
itself
spent
because people are
100
literally
eggs.
buying into this stuff and looking into
Very
this
true.
stuff. You know, it's
If
like,
not
God,
more,
I
because who knows what's
keep
this.
going back there. So it's literally just
It's
a
been
like a website, like a countdown on it.
This is the
You
shit,
know
bro.
what the most fucking empathy I ever felt for Q people was? It's when I saw them having these fucking, like, it's this time, it's this time, it's this time.
Okay, my
That's the same
brother, I
fucking
wish you the
conversations
best.
I have every year as a Mets fan. And that's not even
I
true.
Didn't the Mets
have
just
to
win
wake
though
up
recently?
tomorrow early.
Did they just win recently? Whenever I'm not
This week, next
not
time we
watching,
meet each other, I will stop by and take the
I thought they
call.
won a World Series a few years back.
no, they were in the World Series a few
Alright,
years
man,
ago.
have a
They
good one. It was
lost.
nice
They
talking.
they last won the World Series in 1986.
So, bro, thank you for
I
your
know
time.
that much.
No problem, man. I'll show you my dogs next time you're out.
Baseball fan, so it's hard for me to keep track. I know the Cubs won around this area. Literally, that's all everyone. My neck of the woods is all Cub fans.
Oh, are you you're a Chicago guy?
No, I'm from Indiana, but we don't have a team.
Oh no, maybe we should talk about this on the show. I was gonna say, I mean, I actually am Central Illinois. That's funny. You know, I'm a Mets guy. The other team that I root for is the New Jersey Devils because I grew up in Jersey. Every other team, you know, the football teams, they play in New Jersey. They say they're New York. The Nets, they fucking left Brooklyn. And they were seduced by the wily magic and seductive curves of Jay-Z and his money. But the Devils hold the goddamn line. So that's where I'm at. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that, you know, getting back to the serious topic, I do think that with Q people, I think you kind of have that classic example of it's happening. You can just put out the countdown indefinitely, and it is whatever you want it to be.
I just never understood of all people why they thought Agent Orange was the same. And they still do. Like, I won't say the name because I don't feel like being flagged, but I've always referred to him as...
You're referring to Rutherford B. Hayes, right? Their former president?
Agent Orange with tiny hands, that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a few reasons for it. I think first, they wanted to justify. I mean, I think you have different groups of them, but let's just look at like the sort of, because you drew the Jesus comparison, and I do think there's a huge sort of evangelical portion, or people who were evangelical, or who broadly would align with evangelical culture. And I think that during the 2016 election, and I'm going to try to avoid using any flag words, but maybe you'll have to believe me. During the 2016 election, the thing you would say to somebody like that, at least the thing that I said to people like that who were voting for him in my life, who were kind of in that evangelical or more conservative Catholic or Orthodox Jewish worldview, was like, you know, you have these values of decency and civility and you know, as much as as much as it's good to talk shit about and condemn a lot of the right, in particular, I think a lot of what's become social conservatism. Prior to 2016, I do think it was broadly fair to say that there was a certain type of communitarian value and a certain type of approach to decency that, if it was not entirely good, was at least broadly beneficial. That kind of came along with that and would be opposed to somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes. Well, when you kind of lay that out for people who are still going to vote for him because he still is, going after all of their grievances, they need a response that's so extreme that it can kind of move people into the other direction. And the way to do that is to say, no, he's actually the savior. Yes, he's flawed, but he needs to be flawed because he's not who we want to be, it's who we want to fight for us. And I'll say the other thing too, in both Judaism and Christianity, and again, I'm not defending any of this, but this is just kind of what the types of reasoning that we'll hear, is I do think that there is a very real invocation of this image of the quote-unquote Davidic Messiah, a figure like King David. I guess I should, number one, I'm going to clarify for your audience kind of where I'm coming from with this. I'm Jewish, that's, my religious tradition and my cultural heritage are important to me. But when I talk about something like the Bible, when I talk about something like the Talmud, I'm looking at it as a piece of art and poetry that's reflective of a cultural tradition, not as something that's not in reference to factual, historical, or even really theological significance. And with that in mind, I guess just asking, how familiar are you with the biblical King David?
I wouldn't say I know a whole lot about David. I know, a little bit, but I try not to. I'm not religious at all.
Yeah. Look, religious or not religious, I think everyone should read at least the Jewish Bible. I think we did it best, personally. But the reason I think that people should is that I do genuinely think, it made a big splash for a reason. It's a very, there's a lot of beautiful poetry. It'll teach you a lot about, how a culture will tell its own mytho-poetic history and stuff like that. You just need to read it like you would read another culture's national epic and not read it like a work of history. But the thing to know about David is that David is historically, he is in the Jewish tradition, the Messiah will come from the line of David. In the Christian tradition, Jesus is considered to be somewhat of the Davidic line, although it gets a bit complicated with Dad's God. But essentially, they make the argument that he's from the Davidic line. And David is considered the greatest king in the history of the Israelites, of the history of, the Jewish people / biblical peoples by far. And he's also a deeply, deeply flawed individual. He's paranoid. He kills people. He's a tyrant. He's incredibly, incredibly fucking horny. Which is to say that these things, if you are taking a very specific type of Christian nationalist view, it's very easy to tie somebody like Rutherford B. Hayes, let's say, with this idea of the Davidic Messiah.
I think with mine, this goes back to the original thing with Q. You know the whole cabal story, right? Basically, the elites are all part of this evil satanic cabal or whatever, and that's what Q was all about. They thought he was going to come and expose all that, drain the swamp, and Pizzagate with all the, you mentioned about Tom Hanks earlier, Pizzagate and all the children being shipped off to that creepy little island out there with the guy that didn't kill himself was, the thing that always struck me as straight up unbelievably stupid, and yet they all went for it, was they thought it was JFK Jr., who's been dead for 25 years at this point, if not longer. I think maybe even longer.
Yeah.
But he was the mastermind that was coming back for his good friend, and Agent Orange was doing all this because he was such good friends with that family. I was like, what? None of this makes any freaking sense. And
that's also weird because, there was the Kennedy is still alive theory for a while, right? That theory was floated around for a long time. But at least Kennedy was a president, and you can't really do Ted Kennedy is still alive because, we watched him die a cancer-ridden drunk, and it was mostly pretty sad. RFK Jr. still like JFK Jr. Let's say he is still alive, and he died before I was born. I think. When he died in 1990?
No, he died flying out of an airplane, I think, in like 98.
So he died when I was in preschool then. Let's say he is still alive. What did he do besides like start a fashion magazine that failed and crash a plane? I don't want to insult him, but like,
He died in 1999.
If JFK Jr. is still alive, do you want him to be your president?
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise
What did he ever do?
That's what I'm saying.
That's like, that's where I scratch my head with the whole thing. Like, I think, and this is not me being a sympathizer, I think the people that fall for this type of stuff, I think they have good intentions.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, if you actually like, everyone wants to be the good guy. Everyone wants to be the main character. People do see that there's actual corruption happening in front of our faces, and you can't blame them for buying the Hollywood version.
I just feel like with these people that are, I don't want to say gullible, but there's really no other way of saying it. Like, if you're going to buy into something like this, what else would you buy into? You know what I mean? And like, I think the whole thing's like a psyop, to be honest.
Well, that's why I mean, I don't even know about psyop. I think it's very easy to say things are psyop, when oftentimes the solution is just like people make shit up and it's not necessarily, organized. But regardless, I mean, Q works because it becomes a sort of Rosetta Stone for conspiracy theories, where everything you believe in, if you're not happy with like what's going on in that community, there's something there. But I mean, look, Q is a very like. I guess I'll always say that I think you're. Well, I'm trying to think of a way to put this. I think that with Q, it becomes a lot more dangerous because it adds a moral imperative to a lot of that stuff where, if you actually believe that every single elite in the country, everybody, whoever, is actually like trafficking kids en masse to an island to do, any sort of horrible thing that I can't say on YouTube or Spotify, if you believe that, then it becomes an imperative to do something, and usually, because we're living in reality, it just becomes people doing something horrible.
I feel like this is more, I think it's something that people should actually understand and be willing to talk about, but no one really wants to beat a dead horse at this point. But again, if someone is willing to do what supposedly happened and goes on like, oh, we're going to take back the country, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to riot because our Legion of Orangeness said to, it's very hypocritical. And I said the same thing during 2020 with all the stuff going on. I thought it was actually ironic and funny that during the summer of 2020, it was burn it down, stand for justice, blah, 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 riot this, riot that, and the moment it happened on the other side of the coin in January 6 months later, like, now all the same people were like, they flip-flopped, and they're like, oh, it's like one side.
Well, that's because not, I don't know, man, like, this gets into, like, not... Like, I think that the equivalency only exists if you believe that two things are the same. Like, fighting, protesting against, people being killed by the police versus trying to overturn a democratic election to install your reactionary dictator, particularly when we already have undemocratic systems in place in this country to install your reactionary dictator, and they didn't work. Like, I just don't think there's equivalency. You have to look at what people are protesting about and make an evaluation on whether or not they're good or bad.
No, I understand that. What I'm just pointing out is basically like all the people that were so against what was going on during the summer were the ones that were turning around and doing it in the winter.
Yeah, no. On the flip side, I think it's more true because their argument against it in the summer, for the most part, because a lot of these people aren't just going to say, and I'm talking about the American right, aren't just going to say, like, you know, we're against this protesting because we think it's good when the police kill black people, so they're going to make some shit up about decorum or rule of law or whatever the fuck. Because of that, like, it does become more transparently hypocritical.
I think the whole two-party system is fucked in general, but that's just me.
Oh, no, we totally, I mean, our two-party system is completely fucked. And it's not fucked necessarily for the people, for the reasons people think, because people present it as, you know, just people being drawn to either extreme, and you do have, I mean, particularly in the right, you have extremism. But I would say as well, like, we don't really have, you know, kind of famously in the U.S., we don't really have, like, what would be considered a left wing in the way that there is around the world. We don't really, you know, we kind of have a centrist party and a right-wing party, whereas if we had a centrist party, a left-wing party, a center-left party, a center-right, and a right-wing party, we'd probably have a very different politics. But, you know, I think that, you know, in the broader sense, the system's fucked, two-party system's fucked, capitalism's fucked, our economic system's fucked, but at least you can listen to our podcasts.
At this point, my podcast probably fucked too.
Well, I'm glad I lubed up before coming on to fuck you further.
No, it's actually been doing decent, but you know, one of the last times I had a conspiracy podcast, the show swap, and I got so much hate from people over that one. Like, that episode's awful. I don't agree with that. I lost listeners. I was like, okay, sorry.
It's got to be hard to do what you like. I don't envy it because we don't really have guests. Like, when we have guests, it's usually people that I actually we haven't had any guests yet, but the guests that we're planning is people that I know, like comedians and stuff like that. But it's got to be not great to be having guests on to talk because you know, like the UFO world, the cryptid world, the conspiracy world, you know.
This thing for me is having guests and them actually sticking to appearing.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
I had last night ghosted. I had one Friday night ghosted. I've even talked to the people to confirm, like I sent you a message to confirm. I do this with everyone. And they'll confirm, and if they don't confirm, I'm like, well, obviously it's not going to happen, but I'll still try and see if it does. I get ghosted all the time by people that'll message me, oh, I want to come on the show, I got this to talk about. I set everything up and then never hear from them again. I was like, why the fuck are you wasting my time?
Number one, let me email you because we almost certainly got ghosted by the same person recently, but I don't want to say it on the air. Number two, but no, it's a fucking, at least I now have a policy, and this is something that we started after recently when we got ghosted. I will no longer announce a guest until I have them. Like, we do week by week usually. I will no longer announce a guest until they show up.
Yeah, I don't ever announce future episodes. I just record, I have them on backlogs, and they come out when they come out. I learned real quickly that I can't say I'm having guests come on because those guests continue to flake out. So it's more or less just people reach out to me, they send me an email, they message me on Facebook, whatever it is they got to do, and then we get something set up. I've been hit up by people through Reddit, I've been hit up by people through my email accounts, and I'm trying to be picky. I know that's kind of shitty if the listeners out there think I'm not going to listen to what they have to say, but sometimes I get emails and the stuff that people are telling me And I'm not here to say it's wrong or true or just like whatever, but sometimes I feel like they're so fantastical, fabricated, that it couldn't possibly be true. You couldn't have deal with cryptids or whatever. You couldn't live in a haunted house, and then you were also abducted by aliens, and then you also went out in the woods and saw Bigfoot, and then while Bigfoot was out there, he was mating with a friggin' dog man. My Mothman was sitting up in the tree watching. Like, all these straight up just ludicrous
Any of this happened to me story, I don't really do. I mean, like, at least to me, it's a question of, either you're going to get someone, number one, when I talk about this stuff, I tend to be more interested in, like, what is whether it's the ghost hunting community or the Bigfoot hunting community, like, what are they saying, where are they saying it? And when you have people who put themselves out there in a level of public profile, I think that's one thing. But as far as somebody approaching you two and being like, I saw this, I saw that, I always try to be cognizant of, we're in this world. You either have people with an agenda or people who are lying, or you might have people who are, maybe experiencing hallucinations for any number of reasons. So it's always something I try to be sensitive to, and I know, I'm sure, I think it's just something that can come up in this world, I think.
And so I always want to give a platform for people. So I had some weird shit happen to me. And that's
totally.
But if you're telling me this is what happened to you, you had all these experiences and all this happening to you, I tend to not necessarily think that it's true. It might be 100% true to the person, but I don't necessarily know if it's true in reality. Like, they could have, like you just said, they could have some sort of issue, like psychological issue, delusions. Like, I don't know. And I don't want to be the type of person that just, I'm just going to hear whatever out there because I need content. I'm not going to bet my guess. That's not what I'm about. Like, I want to
you don't want to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's not what I'm trying to do. Like, I don't want to come off here and be like, well, that's a new episode. There's people out there from other podcasts that literally will hear some straight up out there stuff, and you can even tell the people telling the story.
Bro, I'm a Jewish guy coming on to a conspiracy podcast. It's like, I know the type of shit that you got offended for.
Like, you can tell if they're 100% bullshitting just by the way they're talking and everything. And if they just air it out there, I was like, that is not what I'm about. So if someone comes on here and gives me some straight up craziness stuff, like, I've had some stuff out there in the past, and again, that was when I first started out. So I'm more lenient these days on accepting things, but at the same time, I'm going to be a little bit more picky on certain topics because there's some things that, it's not that I don't believe it, but it's just kind of best that I don't continue to go down that path because sometimes I feel like there's something else going on with these people and it seems like I'm taking advantage, and that's not what I'm here to try and do.
No, totally. I totally get it. I think we're on the same page with it, and I think, what we do is a little bit different. That we tend to have fewer guests, but it is very scary. It is very. I guess scary is the wrong word, a bit dramatic, but it is. It's always an area of concern in this world, I guess, to not be taking advantage of people, to not be airing lies, and to not be, airing people who want to use their platform to spread hate or misinformation or whatever. But also to create entertaining content,
I said I've had guests on here that I'm pretty sure won't be honest, but at the end of the day,
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you.
who am I to say that they're not? You know what I mean? I'm not here to say someone's lying straight up. Obviously, you can tell if someone's lying, but I'm not going to sit there and argue with someone that, this isn't true. Because then you're literally going to scare off every single person that would ever want to come on your show if you start arguing with a guest about their story not making any sense.
Yeah, well, and until somebody's achieved a level of profile, it's not necessary, right? Like, you're not, once you've gone on to a bunch of different shows and, like, your story spreads out there, then if somebody wants to have you on and argue with you and pick holes in what you're doing, that's one thing. But if somebody's coming onto your show, and they're trying to tell, what they're saying is their story, and you're the first release they told it, if you think it's bullshit, don't have them on.
Yeah.
And now you bullshit they're lying, bullshit they're, whatever.
I haven't been very. I used to tell people I don't want to know much about their stories. I like to listen to it and hear it and react without knowing about it anymore. I've been asking for more detail just because, like I said, these past episodes I've had, I wish I would have vetted them a little more. And I'm not the type I was like, I spent the time recording, I set up the interview, I'm going to release it at this point. But at the same time, if I think some stuff's straight up bullshit, I'm not going to even bother trying to do an interview.
Yeah, well, well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. I know, like you said, you have to release it now either way. It took take the time. So that's good. When you say this is coming out in a few months, right?
This will probably come out. Here we are. It should be out in about 2 months.
Great. So, I just wanted to say to your audience, look, I know things are really hard right now. We've known the British are coming back for a long time. So Charles can't have us. Grab the guns. Stick with it. War of 1812-3, this time it's personal. Let's go. And to our British soldier listeners, I will say I will quarter you. I will give up my American rights right away. I'm waving my neutral flag as a Jutali, so gotta play both sides here.
I am, my numbers are pretty good in the UK.
We have one UK listener. I think I know him.
I've got, I don't know, globally, like, I just know from the things that I see or whatever, like, the UK is the second highest downloaded region where my downloads come from. So.
That's cool. Well,
UK listeners, appreciate you guys.
And I am sorry for what I did in the Princess Louise pub bathroom. I was not used to the mashed beans.
Well, do you want to plug your podcast one more time? Let everyone know where they can find you guys.
Oh, yeah, totally. So we are Underworld News Tonight. We are probably everywhere you get your podcast. Some people get their podcast from, weird fucking places. So we're not on, Bjorn or whatever the fuck. We're most normal places that you get your podcast. You can look us up, Underworld News Tonight. We are also on Facebook and Instagram as Underworld News Tonight. We just do a fun look at the weird, wacky, wild, supernatural news of the week. It's a ton of fun. Listen in. We would love to have you. And keep listening to Tinfoil Tales, too. It's a great fucking show with a great fucking host.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I think we can wrap this one up. Again, I want to say thanks. It's been fun. I like to have some change of pace. Like I said, most of the interviews I have is personal experiences or people who've been doing some studies and deep dive into things. So it's good to have some lighthearted ones. I have one recently that's a different tone, joke around, banter. So it's nice to lighten it up every now and then.
Well, that is me. I am just everyone I know will say all the time, you're a ray of sunshine in my day, you're so happy, you're so positive, you're so bright, consistently, all the time. The secret is, if I stop talking, there's a deep abyss inside of me that I just feel will swallow me entirely.
I think that's everybody. Well, I think we're good for this one, so we're going to roll on out. So again, thanks to Andrew, and thanks for listening.
Thanks, guys.
Remember, truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
Get year-round comfort
When your home is backed by industry-leading Lennox equipment and expert technicians at Great Lakes Heating and Air Conditioning, special savings opportunities and federal tax credits are available. So call 574-287-5046 or visit us online at greatlakesheating-ac.com/coupons to learn more.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU.
Unite in all new savory chili McDonald's sauce to make your 10-piece Wick Nuggets, fries, and Sprite ultra powerful. Unlock manga comics with every meal and sit down for a new anime short every week only at McDonald's. Go!
Participate in almost for limited time while supplies last.
Excellence is stopping.
Have you ever wanted to give back to your community to make a difference? Help the next generation. You can have all of this and make a great paycheck too. EduStaff is hiring substitute teachers and paraprofessionals in your local school districts. Apply to be an EduStaff substitute at edustaff.org.
Excellence is stopping.
And I just turned around and I hauled ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turned me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us. And one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red. I see an orb of light. It is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first ever 10 Will Tells live stream. I'm Brandon. Got a few people that are wanting to come on here tonight, talk about some topics. Looking forward to that. Glad you guys were able to log in here and join me tonight. It's been a last minute kind of thing here. I've got kicked off. It's not really anything that I planned. It's more or less something I just wanted to see how it goes. If it does well, then maybe I'll do some more next year. But, how you doing, Tom? Ontario, Canada. Anyone out there listening? You want to be on an episode of 10 Will Tells that isn't the live stream, you can always send an email to 10willtellspodcast@gmail.com, or you can go to 10willtell.com in the contact section, whichever it is, reach out to me, and we will get together for the future episodes. But for now, I do have someone in the waiting. He's from the Tell Me More Father's podcast. I was going to bring him on here so he can kind of be a guest co-host with me for the night, so I'm not just sitting here flying solo talking to myself while I'm waiting on other guests to hop on. So if you guys want to welcome him to the show, we'll bring him on here.
Yes, it's just important to know that this is happening and to be aware of it. And there's actually a website you can check out, vehicleprimacyreport.com. I'll put that in the
Hi, everybody.
Doing
well, man. This is a fun little thing you got going on here.
You can check.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a last minute thing, but like you guys were able to some of you guys here tonight were able to hop on here and talk with you.
Oh yeah, it's definitely. It should be fun. I know I'm looking forward to hearing from it, especially when I know you mentioned some possible guests that are showing up. Like you said something about it, Jim, who's maybe seen a UFO encounter or two, something like that. There's a couple different people here. I know I'm looking forward. We don't do a lot of interviews on our show. We mostly just do stories and BS amongst ourselves. Then occasionally we'll have some people on, so it's fun. I like the idea of having guests. It's pretty cool.
For anyone listening, I was a guest on their podcast several months ago, so we kind of got connected. Rich just recently did an episode with me. We'll come out here after a while about the community billboard. So you guys out there listening, look forward to that.
Yeah, and you can find us. So it's the I'm 1/3 of the founding lore fathers. We talk about cryptids. We'll talk about some interesting history, and we'll talk about some current topics and stuff like that. We're more humor than anything else. We at least try to be funny. That's a lot harder than it sounds. So we do our best, though. We've got you can find us on Amazon, Spotify, Apple. For anyone else who's on the non-major, the big three. Sorry. We're there somewhere.
Yeah. So that when we talked the last time, I mentioned that I hadn't been seeing anything pop up on Apple. I'm breaking most of my podcasts. So.
Oh man, I've had to stay on top of Apple. So Apple's one of those. So we don't have a hosting site. We do everything manually, and there's some glitch that's going on with Apple where I would schedule a publication, and what was happening is it was getting saved as a draft. So I don't know if I'm saying I'm blaming it on Apple, but it's probably user error. So, but hopefully I got it all fixed out. I know we just dropped our most recent episode where we talked about the Ethereum culture, which is like it's a subculture buried deep inside everyone. It's a thing where people feel like they're part animal, and we talked about that. We talked about some Cat Williams drama, and we talked about the homeless issue that's been going on, where like some churches have been like kicking people out, some have been opening their doors up, and it's a fun episode. I know I spent a little time homeless myself, so it's interesting. Also, I launched I shouldn't say launched. I announced my book, and hopefully it'll be out in a year. I will dive deep into American conspiracy culture, and I'm looking at it through the lens of conspiracies are folklore at this point.
Shout out to Rich, that's actually my brother. Hopped on here to show some support tonight. Tom said humor is important in the existence, especially for the canon.
Well, actually, I had a fun quote that I came across. I have to look it up. So I guess you're old enough. So Dr. Ruth, do you remember her by any chance?
I remember the name.
She's the kind old lady that taught us all about sex.
Oh yeah, I know.
She's that lady. So her quote was, maybe I said it wrong. I apologize.
Yeah,
but
Sue Johnson or something.
Her quote was, when a professor teaches with a sense of humor, people walk away remembering. Now, what they remember is debatable. But, yeah.
Well, we got a couple minutes here, and the first guest doesn't hop on. I've already got someone else waiting, so I can bring her on. I told him probably in the next couple minutes.
Oh, that's no problem.
Tom says River like 30 years ago. I think the show is still on sometimes. That seems like commercial when I had satellite. It's been a couple years.
Well, I know that we live in a world of computer and information age. For all of the awful things brought to us, it's also brought us, the Internet Archive, where you can find episodes of anything, anywhere, and most of the world's foundations. So If there is a will, there's a way. You'll learn some about lessons.
I feel like everything now is. We say YouTube, you can obviously find whatever, but there's a lot of stuff on YouTube that's pretty much shadow banned. I'm waiting for the podcast to come that way as well. Once I hit a few different topics, it's going to ruffle too many feathers, and I'm going to get another warning and an episode banned, and then I'm probably going to kick off YouTube. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, one can only hope, right? I think that adds to your credibility when you're in the space that you're in.
Well, once they start to hide your content, you must have hit the wrong nerves. You must be doing something correct.
So you had any fun episodes coming out, man? I know you're just went from two episodes a week to one episode. Have you gone through some of your backlog?
Yeah, I'm pretty much caught up now, but again, I had the interview tonight. The guy ended up having to cancel us the second time, and I've had to reschedule with him. And not to sound like a prick, but he's canceled on me a couple times. I'm not going to just continue to reschedule and then flake out again. So it's just like, sorry, dude, I'm not going to try and reschedule again for a third time.
Well, the effort drops. It does. I know we've had some. I guess anyone who does it had some issues with that. I know. I had a situation with one gentleman who he canceled last minute. Like I was supposed to go on his show, he canceled last minute, and then so there's a time difference between where he's at and where I'm at, and I read it as Eastern Standard Time. Come to find out, it was definitely not Eastern Standard Time, and I just felt such a jerk. Because then I have a whole thing about being late. So I guess it's my time in the military. It just drives me crazy when I'm late. I was spent 24 hours just like with anxiety about being late because I missed the show. So it's tough, man. It'll be able to take.
Yeah, it happens. I've had a lot of people. At least he's let me know each time. I've had people just not even show up, and I'm kind of just like. I always reach out to someone and remind them. If they don't ever acknowledge me, then I'm just like, all right, this isn't going to happen. That I don't actually prepare for it. Then I've had someone that's secretaries like scheduled everything with me, and then they didn't show up. So I emailed them like they never showed up. Schedule interview. Oh, they didn't. No, this person even exists because I haven't talked to them. I'm talking to their assistant or something. So it's just like.
So I had somebody reach out to us, and I'm pretty sure that person was pretending to be their secretary. Like they were like, "Hey, this is my secretary." That's the vibe that I got from them. There was an element of self-importance that was inside the email that really only comes from a certain type. And this is all, you know. It's a weird outfit, but I ended up searching the secretary's name, and she was a social media professional, I guess. I'm not sure what you call that. And she didn't have any social media platform. She wasn't on any social media platforms, and that's what made me think she was made up.
How are you a marketing manager if you don't have social media?
That's what I'm saying. Because I consider, hey, if she's doing this for me, maybe you could use her. You know what I mean? But couldn't find her.
Yeah.
That just seems like one of those.
I keep getting emails from, I won't say the name, they could be a real person, but I keep getting these emails from this marketing company, and I'm pretty sure they're trying to steal my accounts.
Yes.
But they're saying my videos aren't getting enough like streams or whatever in my podcast, and I was like, you know what, I don't need your help. Like, I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm just doing it on my own. I don't need to have someone come in there and take control of my channels for me. Just to market me as like I'm not getting access to my stuff. It's pretty stupid.
Pretty much. So I've worked in sales in the past, and I can probably tell you word for word almost what those emails say. Now, the real trick, when anybody listens to this who wants to, is in sales. The real trick of getting somebody to respond to your email is to put in like a picture of a goat screaming. That way they remember the email like, hey, in case just so you don't forget, here's a picture of the goat. That's worked for me so many times. So any marketing question out there, give it a shot.
I think this guy hasn't hopped on yet, so we go ahead and bring first guest on. Her name is Stephanie. She doesn't want to be on camera.
Okay.
Hi, Stephanie. Hello.
Hi. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you for being on tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for the invite, or did I invite myself? I'm not sure. But
I made a post that said anyone's welcome that wanted to come on here and share some experiences. So I appreciate you coming on here and talking about this tonight.
sure, absolutely.
I think you're from Indiana.
Yeah.
Did you have that Bigfoot meeting on Saturday? Is that something you're involved with?
I did, yeah. I started a Bigfoot group in Fort Wayne, Indiana. I just moved here about a year ago. And I moved from Prescott, Arizona, where I had a Bigfoot group. And so I started that about 2 years ago. And so when I moved, I handed it off to someone else in the group. But we had about, gosh, I want to say at the time, 200 people, maybe 300 people in our Prescott, Arizona Bigfoot group. And so when I came here, I started another one. And I think we have about 78 people right now. So yeah, it's just local folk who, may or may not believe in Bigfoot. So it's all good. We welcome everyone.
Yeah, I actually went up to the meeting on Saturday. I talked to a few people over there.
Oh, good. Oh, at the library.
Yeah, the library.
Yeah. I missed that because I wasn't feeling well. But yeah, I thought I'd come on and talk about. I had an encounter as a child with Bigfoot, so I thought maybe that might interest you or not. And that's why it kind of started me on my path, I guess, when I got older.
Love to hear about it. Go ahead.
I do have a question.
Sure.
Before we go. So how did you go about when did the decision to start the Bigfoot group come to play, and then the decision carried on after you moved?
Yeah, so prior to living in Arizona, I lived in Southern California, and there really isn't much of a Bigfoot type presence there. Definitely more UFOs because of Palm Springs and Palmdale. There's a lot of UFO sightings around there like that, but not so much Bigfoot. That's more Northern California or Central California. So since I'm from Missouri originally, and we moved to California when I was more like a teen. So my encounter happened in Missouri as a child. And so I actually didn't know what I saw. And not until I got older when I found out what a Bigfoot was. And I was like, oh, I think that's what I saw. So it kind of started me on kind of this exploration. And so in Prescott, there's definitely more of a, because it's surrounded by the, Prescott National Forest, and it's like Prescott's kind of more central north Arizona, so there's a lot of like forest around, and so you had more people, I guess more believers in that area. So it was kind of just something I started not thinking it would even grow. But yeah, it grew because there's a lot of forest around there. It's I think it's the largest continuous ponderous pine forest in the U.S. And
it looks absolutely beautiful. I'm looking at it right now.
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, so when I was growing up in Missouri, we lived in this area called Big Bend, Missouri. And so this is like, I'm sure it's all built up now, but back in the 70s, we lived in this old house, and we were in the woods and Midwest woods, not mountains or anything like that, but so it was kind of that woods where your neighbor's like a quarter mile away. You have to go through the woods. And so we were at our neighbor's house. I was probably about 8 years old. Excuse me. And I was there with my brother and my sisters, and we were playing with the neighbor's kids. And just to give you some context, our neighbors kept a mountain lion as a pet in a chain link cage. And so we were kind of, out there and more in a rural area. And so I remember getting upset about something with my siblings at the neighbor's house, and I was like, I'm gonna go tell, Mom, what you guys are doing. And it was after school, so I think it was more in the late afternoon, but the sun was up. I mean, it's still, daylight. And so I remember walking through the woods to get back to the house, and I just kind of stopped because I just had this feeling of being watched, but not prey, just being watched. And so I stopped. And, my parents have always warned us, hey, be careful, there are, coyotes in the woods or, but I didn't feel like prey though, I was going to get hurt. I just felt like I was being watched. And so I stood there and I started looking around, and I'm guessing because I'm looking, going back to childhood, I'm going to say 30 to 40 feet away, behind one of these, kind of thin trees. And so when it gets to be more towards the fall, a lot of the, obviously it gets to be more barren trees. And I saw a very, very tall, kind of lanky, lean, not stocky, very, very tall, kind of hairy creature, with like a leather face. It didn't have hair on its face. And later, when I had seen Star Wars, it reminded me of Chewbacca, but with a leather face. He was kind of tall, lanky, and it didn't have hair on its face. And I remember looking at it, and I remember thinking in my head, did my parents tell me about this and I'm not remembering? Like, did they tell me, hey, this lives in the woods, be careful? Like, I'm going through this Rolodex in my mind thinking, okay, what is this? And have they told me about this? It kind of was like I'm trying to figure out if I should be scared or not, but I didn't feel scared. And I remember just looking at it going, I don't know what this is. I don't think they've ever told me about this. And I had this going through my mind, this was, and I just, at that point, just kind of darted. I went home and I told my mom. She did not believe me. But when I got older, I never heard it. At that time, I'd never heard of Bigfoot. I didn't know what a Bigfoot was. When I got older and I, started hearing about Bigfoot and Sasquatch, I put two and two together, and I was like, oh, I think that's what I saw. And so later, when that show, Finding Bigfoot, came out, that's when I started getting my renewed interest in what I saw. And my mom started watching the show, and she said, wow, I think I believe you right now, because now as an adult, I can talk to her and be like, yeah, no, I saw that. She's like, no, I believe you, because she goes, I was watching that show Finding Bigfoot, and they talked about, tree knocking and howls, and she goes, we did hear those things around that house. I just didn't know what they were, I didn't know what it was. I just thought it was people in the woods, but she goes, no, and I do remember hearing that. And we did have I do remember one incident at that house. We had an outside door that went down to the basement, and then it would have, a door that goes up to the house. And I remember we had left one night, we went to my uncle's house and come back, and that outside basement door was broken into. And we had a puppy, we had just gotten a puppy, I guess a week or 2 weeks before, and that puppy was missing. But no one had gone into the house, no one had walked upstairs and, went into the house. So it doesn't mean that was Bigfoot, but it was interesting. The only thing that was taken was the puppy. And you're kind of middle of nowhere, it's not like somebody would just hear a puppy yelping or anything like that, because you're kind of off the main road and you're kind of set back and to the woods. So I don't know how would anybody hear a puppy yelping and decide to steal it. So again, I don't know if that was Bigfoot though, but so that was my experience.
I had some weird noises and stuff here and there happen, but I know, and this was probably almost 30 years ago, there was, my cousins had their rabbits. They were all like cages busted up, rabbits all been eaten, and they found a puppy underneath the vehicle. I have no idea where the puppy came from, but there was a random puppy and this dog grew up caged. The dog ended up being very mean. And I can't see the dog doing anything. The cage is rock on the ground, so we had something that would have to get it here through the metal cages.
Right.
Or through metal rabbit cages, killed the rabbit, and they found a random puppy hiding under the vehicle.
That's like a strange event.
It was here in Indiana.
Oh wow! Yeah, very interesting. But yeah, I've never had an experience after that. You know, we've got out to the woods and stuff, but I remember there, you know, people in Prescott that have sightings, you know, up by the lakes and stuff that were, you know, Goldwater Lake is one. Before it got really built up more, like back in the 80s, people would tell me that people would see, you know, Bigfoot. And Prescott had a lot of cattle ranches, so it has a really very long history of the Wild West, if you will. Like Wyatt Earp was, I think, the sheriff at one point. And so a lot of the cattle ranchers, the ranch hands, even today, would say, you know, would tell us, you know, about they would come, you know, Bigfoot coming down from the caves in Prescott and, you know, steal or something like that. You know, these ranches are, you know, thousands of acres and, you know, they're kind of in the middle of, you know, some of them are in the middle of Prescott National Forest or, you know, part of the ranch could be. And there was one ranch, I think it was Yavapai Ranch. The ranch hands would see, you know, I guess Sasquatch Bigfoot come and steal, you know, cows and stuff. And they said they lived up in the caves, and that's recent. So, yeah, so there's been a history of Bigfoot in the Prescott area for many years.
I've been up in that area a little bit, so it's definitely, I'll use the word squatchy, except to, but I can definitely see that there being something up there.
Yeah, they have one of the hot spots there called. Oh, sorry. I was going to say there's a hot spot there called Strawberry or Payson near Prescott. It's about an hour away. It is up in the mountains, and that definitely is a hot spot. They get a lot of Biafra reports out of Payson. And our group actually went up and did a tent camping. We do camp outs. And they have a lot of elk up there, and so they would see everyone in Payson, you know, kind of, I guess, knew about Bigfoot, and it was just part of the culture up there, and so it wasn't unusual to talk about Bigfoot. Bigfoot would follow the migration of the elk up there, and so we had went camping out there. We found a huge footprint. We jumped up. My younger son jumped the fence on the inside of this campground where the elk were, and they had to walk down there with someone else from our group, and they had found a big footprint down there. So we took photos. So we didn't have casting equipment, unfortunately, but
was it just one print, or is there a couple?
It was just one print, but it was kind of it had rained before, so it was kind of, you know, muddy a bit, and but it was only one print they found. It was kind of this muddy, rocky more area, but Yeah, so but it definitely was one print, and it was pretty big, and it was pretty defined. So, and it's on another side of the fence, and you're actually not supposed to go over, but they had jumped the fence and went over just to look. So,
I'm curious, how does that?
Someone's asked what state that was in.
that's
What state
Arizona.
was that?
Arizona, yeah.
So I'm curious, like, so you have this encounter when you were a kid, you come to a realization, however many years later, what you saw, but pop culture, how does that affect you? Like, obviously, you're still going out and looking, like, when you're out in the woods, doing some outdoorsy things, are you always looking over your shoulder?
No, honestly, I am more concerned about bears than I am about Bigfoot.
Oh, bears are terrible.
Yeah. Because, in California, we've got some big bears, and even in SoCal. And, we've been up camping in this area in SoCal called Big Bear Lake. And, they've had sightings up there and pretty common for years. Like people have told me of being in the Boy Scouts and up there, which is a pretty popular area, and having experiences and seeing things. And I mean, there's big bears up there. So when you're kind of going out there at night, and even in Prescott, there are bears up there too, black bears. But so I'm more concerned about bears, honestly, than I am about Bigfoot. So yeah, I don't have like any kind of PTSD from it or anything. I guess I didn't really have a scary encounter, so there's no like, I just remember dreaming about it for a long time after, and I think it's because I just didn't know what it was, and I think it was just maybe my mind trying to process it. But as I did, when I got older, and I'm probably going to say, gosh, it had to be, I don't think I heard about Bigfoot, probably till my late teens, maybe early 20s. And then I was kind of like, I guess that's what I saw, but it's not until actually Finding Bigfoot came on. And I was like, wow, this is really interesting, because it at first, watching it, it did kind of freak me out a little bit. I was like, wow, this is, but to hear other people's experiences, it was fascinating, honestly, because I didn't tell many people.
I like that show for listening to the people that they talk to, but when they're out actually searching for it, I think it's kind of dumb.
Yeah, I like the town hall, but yeah, searching, I could fast forward through it.
It's definitely made for TV.
Absolutely.
A lot of jump angles, weird cuts. So we have a Bigfoot festival out in California. I'm in North Carolina. It's a pretty big state. So it's the other side of the state, probably about 5-6 hours away from where I'm at. And it draws a pretty big crowd. And Bigfoot, it's one of those topics.
Yeah.
Where it's pretty uniquely American. It's not like it's a werewolf where the stories originated in France. It's been here. It's our thing. And it's always cool seeing the crowd that's just fascinated by it. Plus, I love the Bigfoot memorabilia. The stickers are fantastic. I'm a big fan of the stickers. The cool shirts, like the ones that say that I'm out there or something like that. It's big thumbs up for me there.
Yeah, I think what area fascinates me, and I've not been there yet, just because I've just moved back to the Midwest, is land between the lakes. I've heard a lot of interesting stories out there, so I really, we're planning to possibly in our Bigfoot group to take a trip down there and do some camping. But I've heard, I don't know if you guys have heard stories out of there, land between the lakes, but I heard it's very interesting.
We actually just did an episode on my, it was just a couple episodes back. That's actually we did a whole Kentucky thing, that Kentucky, Tennessee area. The Land Between the Lakes, there's a real freaky one about a kid who, excuse me, went on a camping trip with family friends, and they got eaten. None of that was fun. We try to make fun of this kind of stuff, but when you have people being eaten, there's only so many jokes you can make about that. So, that one,
not to interrupt, I've heard that that's been disproved. The guy that's the same guy I'm thinking of, there was never any reports on it, which that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Obviously, they cannot have reports. They don't want to let things come out there. That's my conspiracy person inside. But, I'd heard if it's the same guy, I can't think what his name is. Whole family would eat, but he somehow managed to survive. So much of this whole story was a bunch of crap.
Well, it's largely based on a Reddit post, if I'm not mistaken, and Reddit is the most reliable source on the internet. So,
Yeah.
So now, I'm sorry, your name is Susan, right?
Stephanie.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. I apologize. Your name's not on the screen for me here.
Close.
So now, of the people that you've talked to, obviously you've talked to more people up Bigfoot than I've ever thought about. Are there any really cool stories that you've heard from people?
Yeah, it's funny. I think that, when people, it's interesting when people join your group and they're very hesitant to share because a lot of times they probably had an experience and they don't want to talk about it because they've never talked about it. And like I had that in Arizona, is people come just to kind of check it out and make sure like these aren't a bunch of weirdos, because you just don't know what to expect, especially if you had an experience and you just don't know who to talk to. But I think once you kind of talk about your experience, like, hey, yeah, I did see this and I completely believe you. And I think people are definitely more apt to open up and talk about their experiences. And so I in Prescott, there's been, there's I'm going to forget the name but there's an old gold mining town. There's a lot of gold mining areas in Prescott, and there's one up on the mountain, and I'm forgetting the name now. But, I've had people tell me anywhere from ghosts to UFOs to Bigfoot, but a really cool story, that's good. That's interesting. Well, I will tell you one my son had. He was not a believer, and this was when he was solo camping in the Prescott National Forest, and he used to go out for like 2 or 3 days and solo camp. And Prescott has between July and September, they have a monsoon season, and so the rains come in and you can get flash floods, and it's pretty dangerous. And so he is not a believer. He went out solo camping, and he got caught. And I had told him not to go because I knew it was going to rain the next day because we were in monsoon season. Well, the rains ended up coming early in that night, and so he got caught in a monsoon rain. And he was probably, I had driven him out about 3 miles out to the forest as much as I could on this fire road. And then he walked another 2 miles in. And so the rains came, and he had a satellite radio, thankfully, phone. And he had it with him, and he had called me, and I was trying to see about going to pick him up. At that point, with monsoon rains, it gets muddy really quick. It would probably take an emergency crew to go get him, and I did try to go get him. But I had picked him up the next morning. He had just, went out to higher ground and, pitched his little tent and just waited out the rain because I couldn't get to him. But I knew he was okay because of the satellite radio. We've been communicating. And so we had picked a spot where we pick him back up the next morning. And when I picked him up, he was a little freaked. And he's not one to get shaken. He's kind of the kid who goes out and bushcrafts and the survival. He was 17 at the time. And, he could, go rucksacking, 20 miles and stuff. So, but he said that he was trying to cross this one road, and he got in this wash. He was trying to get up higher ground, and he said he was this flash flood rain was coming through, and it's really dangerous. And he just said he had this sense of dread come over him. And he goes, I wasn't scared about the water because I knew I just needed to get to higher ground. He goes, but I had this sense like I am in danger. And he said he had a flashlight, and he said, and I looked up, and he goes, and there were two huge eyes, like illuminating. It was pitch black, and so it just scared him completely. And he was trying to get his light on it, but with the trees and stuff, he couldn't quite get. And he knew it wasn't an owl. It was pretty high up, and maybe it could have been, but I don't think an owl would be out at that time with the rains and stuff. I could be wrong, but I think for him it was just the sense of dread. And he's not saying that he had an experience. He's just, he's not claiming that, but he was just saying this is what happened, and he felt like, whoa, like I am in danger. I need to get out of here. I don't know what these eyes are. But that's not normal to illuminate like that, especially when I'm not shining my light on them and it's very dark. So he had bent down to climb up to the wash, and he looked up again, and they were gone. So again, he's not saying that was a Bigfoot. He didn't know what it was, but he's not a believer still, but he just couldn't explain it. But so other stories, I'm trying to think. I'm sorry, my mind is absent.
No. That's fine. Owls are notorious jerks.
Yeah.
But I did want to say that's got to be a great I told you so moment as a mom.
Oh, I know. I tried, but he's still not like, I don't know what it was. He's like that. I don't know. I said, but you said you felt
it rained. You told him not to go.
Yes.
There's nothing like being dumb.
Yes.
It really makes you miss your mom sometimes.
Yes, it was a great appreciation for me. Yeah, no, that's true. That was a scary kind of night because I was worried. But
I imagine you were sick.
I was, but thankfully we had satellite radios and I could stay in contact with him. I knew he was in a safe place. He had gotten to a safe place, but because I was thinking, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to call 911 and they're gonna have to go out there and find him and stuff. But so that's just one experience. But honestly, with the gold mining and the town, again, the town escapes me, but there's so many. It's kind of known for being a ghost town, and so, but a lot of people have experience with UFOs out there, and people who are not believers. These are people that are like, I don't know, but this is what I saw, but I don't know what I saw, kind of thing.
Have you had any experiences since you've been in Indiana?
No, I haven't. Well, you know what? I stepped back. I actually did, but I don't know what I saw. It could have been. I don't know. But my younger son and I were driving across country from Arizona to Indiana, and we had hired beacons to transport all our housing and stuff. We were just driving our cars. So my younger son was following me, and we were coming up, I think it's 69, and I was like, I need to go by Home Depot or something. So I got off this, I think it was like around Muncie. I still don't know the area that well. And so he went to go get gas, and he said, okay, I'll meet you in like 20 minutes, and I was trying to find the Lowe's or Home Depot, and I finally did. And so I got what I needed, and I drove around, and again, I was just, I didn't know the area that well. And I made a wrong turn, and I had went down this neighborhood area, and I pulled over because I'm like, oh, I'm going the wrong way. So I pulled over, and I turned to my left because I wanted to see if any car was coming because I was going to make a U-turn off this residential area. And what I saw was like a really big bird, but it looked really big. It was probably like a mile away. I mean, I could not have been the only person who saw this. It looked very pterodactyl, to be honest, but I don't know what I saw. I didn't see it clear enough, but it was huge. And I will say in Prescott, we've got big hawks and eagles, and we've seen those. I've seen those. And this one was huge. It was much, much bigger. And it looked like a pterodactyl, but I don't know. I don't know if it was or not. And so I just looked at it like, wow, that's the size of a car. And it was just kind of, and again, other people had to see this because it was daylight. And so I just made a U-turn, and then I looked out again, and then I didn't see it. So that was it. So I don't know if that was.
I haven't heard anything about those birds. I did talk to someone last summer about one up north here. I think it was around Point area. This was back in, I think, the 90s. This big bird flew over the road. They said it took up over half the lane. Like, well, typical lane is 12 foot. So it took up half the road, half the lane. I was like, that's supposed to be either it's half the lane that's only 6 foot wide, and it's half the road that's 12 foot. So pretty big difference. So I wasn't real sure what they were talking about, like size-wise. So.
Well, someone mentioned Thunderbird. I don't know. I'm not really.
Yeah, it's not
I don't know much about
that.
Yeah, I don't know much about it, but I'm not sure.
So the big bird that I've been thinking about is actually we did in the Kentucky trilogy that we did was the Bell Witch. There is a story. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that story at all. But it's like a poltergeist thing going on that haunts a specific family. And one of the ominous signs that the devil was afoot was a giant bird that flew over a gentleman and blacked out the sun. And that was, yeah, birds are freaky.
What is a Bell Witch? I've never heard of that before.
So in Kentucky, the story goes that there was a land dispute between two families. And this is back. I mean, this is early 1800s America. And the lady put a curse on the gentleman who supposedly stole the land from them. And this witch haunted their house and really hated the daughter and the mom. It was cool with the mom, but this witch would my fault. This witch would
I was gonna say you almost said the
I did it. I caught myself. I'm thinking bell. I'm thinking witch. That the words just came together there. But yeah, so this witch was it would like have biblical arguments with some of the guests.
Wow.
It was making this girl throw up nails. And it is absolutely horrible. And it haunted them until the day. And it's actually a pretty fascinating story when you go through all the burns behind all of it. And it's obviously it's gone. You know, it's the family. There's descendants that still think about this, and then it's a small town in Kentucky. Of course, I'm thinking it's probably Tennessee for all I'm talking about it out loud. It's a horse thing. They see it, and of course it's got all the natural, it's an Indian barrel, all that kind of stuff. So that's a fun one. If you got some time, you want to spend 20 minutes on YouTube. Type in Bell Witch.
I'm a scaredy cat, so I don't go that direction.
Okay, that's probably a good idea.
I stay with Bigfoots and UFOs. I don't go the other way. Dogman is about the only thing that I'll like look at. Look into, I should say. But I've heard that the dogman officially in here too.
Don't trust dogmen.
Don't trust dogmen.
There's
That's right. I don't know.
Touche.
Little play on words there.
Now, actually, mystery junkie with the comment down here is Andrew Jackson ran the Bell Witch, which I find hilarious. So there was an incident where Andrew Jackson, one of America's most peculiar historical figures, allegedly came across the Bell Witch. He heard about the Bell Witch, went there, and so he brought like a witch. It's not an exorcist. It's a witch sayer or something like that. I don't remember the exact terminology. They're supposed to spook off witches, and they tried to intimidate the Bell Witch spirits and leave the house, and they ended up shooting at it with silver bullets. And it supposedly just messed with Andrew Jackson's buddy, and they ended up running away from the whole situation.
Wow, that's crazy.
When I say there's a lot of interesting things, there's a lot of interesting things there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, just being in Indiana now, we're just below Michigan, and I've heard a lot about the Michigan Dogman, which is, I guess, very popular in that area up in Michigan. I guess there's a lot of sightings.
They're not just in Michigan.
Yeah. Are they in Indiana too? I'm not sure if I've heard anything.
Back in 2007, I came face to face with an upright walking canine just a couple miles from where I live right now.
Really?
I live here in Indiana. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Details. I have not heard this.
Basically, I was leaving work and the guy in front of me swerved to miss something. And when I get up close, it's like this black, shadowy, I say shadow, but it was solid. It was a big, tall, black mass that was walking in the middle of the road, and it's moving very weird. I didn't see a hand, I didn't see arms. I had to swerve around him too, and it kept walking by, and it had to at least been over 7 feet tall just because I never saw the top of it walk by the window.
Oh, wow.
And I ended up taking off once I got behind the vehicle, and then I'm getting like a clip notes for trying not to take up too much time about it.
Yeah.
And I pulled it next to my coworker, he pulled it in the parking lot, and did you see that? I said, yeah, he didn't have a head. I said, let's go back. So he mentioned to follow me back. And when we got back to the area, there was a big black dog laying across the road in the same area. It wasn't there when we just drove by. The first thing I'm thinking of is all the passing people was in the middle of the road and not thinking that obviously size difference, whatever. Like, I'm a skeptic for a lot of this stuff. For me, I assume it's like this animal. And I get out, and this dog just head up and looks back. And its eyes are glowing yellow, and it glows. Like its eyes are glowing at me, and it growls. So I freeze, and the thing stands up, but not like a dog, but almost like a moose. It goes up on 2 legs. And it hunches back down, and it kind of goes off into the woods. And then that was the last I've ever seen it. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but that's just the more important parts of it. I've never seen a dog stand up like a human. Like, it didn't stand up like this. Like, it legs dropped to the sides like a person would, but it didn't have the stereotypical, like, dogman hands and dogman feet. It looked like just a very big, almost like a wolf, like a German Shepherd type of a dog. It was all black or something. But, no, that's kind of why I do the podcast, because I never talked about it, and I want to talk to other people about stuff they see, and to kind of make myself not feel so crazy for seeing some weird shit.
Yeah, absolutely. You almost have to talk about it with other people because you almost can't reconcile. You know what I mean? It's so unusual. And knowing that other people have had experience or seen things, I think it brings you like, okay, I am normal. This did happen, so I think it helps mentally.
Yeah, I've said before, it's like I'm not an avid believer when you see things change your perspective, so it makes me a little bit more open-minded to certain things. So
yeah.
I don't think that every time someone sees something that they're seeing some strange cryptid, they obviously could mistake something for this and that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I also don't think that everyone just makes stuff up just for attention either. Pretty dumb to assume that, so I try to keep it open-minded.
Yeah, what I tell people is, when they ask me about it, because I'm pretty open about Bigfoot now, it's become part of my, I guess, I don't know, who I am, and it's just like, 95% of the people, you get rid of 95% of the sightings for Bigfoot or dogman, whoever, and it's, bear, it's someone's lying, it's someone's mistaken. What about the 5% who are really seeing something? You know what I'm saying? It's like, get rid of 95% of everything else that could be something else or it didn't happen. What about the 5%, that really did see something and weren't believers or had an experience in childhood or, that cop or whoever,
Yeah. I never knew what a dogman was until after that I went home and I drew a picture and I got online and someone says a Michigan dogman. I was like, well, what is a Michigan dogman? And I started looking up stuff about it and I was like, oh, it did look like that. I'm 6'3", and when it stood up, we were the same eye to eye level. When everyone was walking in the road first, it was so much bigger than whatever this dog was. So I don't know if they were two separate things, the same thing. Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah. I've heard of, so I work, I don't want to give out where I work, but I work in international aid and development. And so I was in the Middle East and Lebanon, and we would hear stories, or people would tell us about in Afghanistan stuff about like this black hound or the hound that people would see. I mean, really interesting stuff. I mean, we were, well, even in Syria, I was working at that time with Syrian refugees. That's right after the Syrian civil war, and people were kind of flooding out of the country into Jordan and Lebanon, and, trying to get into Western Europe. And, some of their stories of, I guess, like shape-shifting, or they would see this dark hound, or I'm trying to remember the name of it, but it's probably, I guess, more in like, I've heard even like military, with U.S. soldiers who are stationed over there would have experience in seeing it. But it's called like a black hound or the dark hound or something. I know I'm totally butchering this.
Hellhound?
Hellhound, yes, that's probably it. Yes. And it's pretty common over in the Middle East, in different countries, they would see hellhounds. So that's pretty interesting. I don't think it's a dog man. I think it's something else. But
No,
it's
the
very
hellhound
large.
is supposed to be, I think, different.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard people say they've seen big black dogs too that are running on all fours. They're like a normal dog running, but they look. I actually interviewed a lady. She said it almost looked like a zombie dog. She always said like a Resident Evil dog, like one of the government picture, but kind of rotted looking. I was like, I don't. Said the hellhounds I've heard are always like big, Great Danish looking monstrosity dogs.
Yeah. Well, Chihuahuas scare me because they're more vicious than they are big dogs.
We used to joke as a kid. We go out to this old area. It's supposed to be a haunted area, Pinoki, and we never had any experiences out there or anything like that, as far as paranormal that I'm aware of. But on the way out there was always a big black dog that would chase you right before you got there. And we'd always see it laying in this yard, so we knew it was someone's dog, but we always referred to it as the hellhound.
Yeah, that was a real hellhound. Like, actually, it was actually chasing me.
Yeah, it was just someone's big pet. It was a big old black dog, and every time the car would drive by, it always running right next to me, chasing after it.
That's called the annoying hound. Yes. That's a hellhound. That's an annoying hound.
So I'm curious about the hellhounds of all. So my mind immediately went to the Sherlock Holmes novel.
Oh yeah.
Hounds of Sparksville.
Oh, Baskerville. Yeah.
I don't know why I had Sparks.
That helps you.
Yeah. Now I'd be interested to know like how far back that dates, because obviously that story, as great of an author as Sir Conan Doyle was, that was based on some ancient, not ancient, but story that's passed down.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a Mastiff, right? It was a Mastiff named Carlo. That's what it ended up being. But yeah, it was definitely based on, a story, probably a hellhound, really. I remember reading the books, or reading that book many years ago, but I remember it being a Mastiff and it was named Carlo. I don't know why I didn't end up random facts right there.
It's the only Sherlock Holmes novel I've ever read. So,
this decision, it's a big
do you guys talk about other like conspiracy theories, or is it just paranormal things, or things like that?
The whole show is pretty much one big conspiracy theory.
Is it? I'll reverse it.
No, basically, I started the show off originally. It was going to be more like into conspiracies and stuff like UFOs and all sorts of things like that. And then it just turned more into basically interviewing people with experiences. So I've got stuff coming out. The next episode tomorrow is actually called the Phantom Time Conspiracy. So That's supposed to be about how back in the Middle Ages, we're actually in a different year. They changed the calendars to whatever. And I don't know. But that one's coming out tomorrow. But we talk about all sorts of things.
Nice. I'll tell you one conspiracy theory tonight. This is something when I was in Lebanon. We worked out in this place called the Makal Valley. It's just right next to the Syrian border. And we had a lot of people tell us that a lot of the locals there that lived in Makal Valley, it's probably about an hour and a half outside of Beirut. And they had told us, and in fact, the person who was my work colleague at the NGO I was working with at that time, and he was actually from Lebanon, and he confirmed it. They said that, and I don't know if this is true, but pretty much these are all locals. I believe local people, Do you remember when they said, like, weapons of mass destruction? They said Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and come to find out he didn't.
Yeah.
Well, they had said that he had moved the weapons of mass destruction into the Makal Valley in Lebanon when they came looking for them. And that's where they went. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I was told by the locals there. So I thought that's an interesting conspiracy, or what to them is true. It's not a conspiracy. They said that actually did happen. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting, though.
I would lean heavily on that. That was a bit of a myth or a misunderstanding. Just because it's, just who we had as a Bush changed. They needed their new weapons.
Right.
They had to have it. You know what I mean? It's not like it's not like it went from Bush and then immediately went over to somebody else. That's my thoughts on that matter.
Yeah. Well, what they were saying is that they were saying that, they were telling Bush and Cheney that there was weapons of mass destruction, but when they went to go look for them, they weren't there or something on it, and then people in the Makal Valley were like, no, when they moved them here, that's where they went. That's why they couldn't find them. They moved them out of the country into Lebanon.
Yeah, that whole situation is such a. I'm a veteran. I've spent a tremendous amount of time looking into that. And,
have you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the way that the whole weapons of mass destruction thing went down, and it's so easy to look at how awful we were at getting intelligence and think there was a conspiracy. But the reality is they lied to us. They took shady information, and then they gave that shady information to somebody else. It was the exact same piece of paper or whatever document. So now they had two confirmed pieces of information. It was actually the same document that.
Wow.
We really did screw over thousands and thousands of people and generations of our country.
Absolutely. Well, I've never
that was a profiteer thing. So.
I don't believe the government. So as soon as they say something, I don't believe it. It's like, oh, that's okay. UFOs, but now there's, UFOs are coming out more, with David Garage, his testimony. But, it's just, it's hard to believe the government for anything, really. Any government, I'll be honest with you, in a lot of countries, when you have to work with a government or a ministry, especially if it's like a post-communist country or if it's a developing country, it's extremely difficult. It's just, I can't even tell you, but yeah, even our own government.
I'm actually listening to that right now, actually.
I'm sure they're listening to us, so.
They are. They might not be hearing it, but they're listening.
Yeah.
They're always listening, especially in this show. That's why they got pissed off enough.
Oh, I'm sure. They got Brandon's number.
When I talked about specific topics, I started having internet issues.
Really?
Yeah.
I believe it.
I've heard noises in my headset, which sounded like clicking voices. No one else heard them, but I could hear it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's definitely something else.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, thank you guys so much for having me on your show. I appreciate it. It's been really nice to talk with both of you.
I appreciate you coming on with me.
Good to meet you there. Thank you for listening to us.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, well, you have a good night.
You too. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Gonna bring Rye on here. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing great. You have to tell me if my mic is okay. I had to make some. I was doing an interview on Skype and had to do a lot of adjustments to it, so I don't know if it's good for a stream. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, coming in live, clear online too.
Perfect.
Hi, Rich, by the way.
Hey, Rich. I'm Ryan, host of the new podcast of the new show, Codega's Codex of Curiosities. A mouthful.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then, place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Excellence in staffing. EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org. Excellence in staffing.
Have you found the keys to unlock your best trip? On a Trafalgar tour, you unlock more than just the world. We give you the keys to discover real connections and one-of-a-kind experiences. It all starts with expert itineraries where everything is taken care of. With Trafalgar, your money goes further, and so do you. Unlock your best self. Discover more at Trafalgar.com/unlock. That's TRAFALGAR.com/unlock.
By the way, I was curious, like the episode came out, like our interview with each other, like the SWAT cast came out last week, and the same week you guys and Nelson weren't doing the podcast, where I was like, well, should I release this episode? Like, of course, we're still pumping them, we're still promoting them, we're just, hey Tom. Oh, I should actually turn that on so I can actually see the comments. There we go. Yeah, we just both have different ideas, and nothing. It wasn't like a bad break or anything like that. We just, we're going to finish up the Lost Ring because we have a couple more episodes still there, and then just branching off of the same tree. I think it's easier for me to work by myself than have to work with somebody else, just because I can schedule how I need to schedule. I don't have to work with someone else's time.
I totally agree.
Solo.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and Tom was great actually. It was my schedule that was always kind of fluctuating and changing, and so he adapted to that. So it was good that way, but I do realize though there's a lot more freedom in scheduling when it's just you as well. So, which is good. And there's, and the amount of effort you put in and time is, you don't have to wait. Oh, I put in this, you did that, or you did this kind of thing. It's just, it's all on me now. So that's good.
That's a good adventure. My two co-hosts are brothers, and they live together.
Oh,
and nice. They can't even get on the same page. It's a lot of fun to juggle that. It works for us. You know, that's we've known each other for so long that if it didn't work, we have to be rude to each other. So
fantastic. That is fantastic.
So
yeah. Go ask for it. Ask it. Yeah.
So when is that? Is that your solo project? You mentioned the Lost Frequency. I'm not familiar, so I apologize.
No worries. Yeah.
Is that the running name for the new show?
Yeah, the one. Hang on. I'm trying to. The one right here. That's my new show. The Lost Frequency podcast is the one that's going to come to an end here right away. It pretty much is. It's just running its course till about. I think the last episode is going to drop on YouTube on February 18th. And sorry about the dogs in the background. That's one thing is. I record on my rooftop here in Mexico, so every now and then we get some street dogs barking. And now it's Codega's Codex of Curiosities. So Codex, of course, is a old book full of curiosities, but Codega is the key. Codega, and I'll give a little brief explanation. Codega was a occupation in Venice. And what this person did is they carried a lantern around and they guided people from point A to point B, protecting them from thieves, demons, ghosts, other entities, and along the way they would tell them stories. And so I just going to be continuing that tradition on YouTube here.
That's a fun origin story. I like that one. I enjoy words. I hate overly complex words, and I love fun words. So that's got a good story to it.
Yeah, that's it. And you know, like it is. I'm going to leave the Codega in there, but for the most part, I'm going to shorten it just to the Codex of Curiosities. Mystery Junkie. It definitely is a tongue twister. So that's why I'm like, I'll just shorten it to the Codex of Curiosities, and you know, the Codega is the one who's going to be is the guide along there, and it is a tongue twister.
I had to look up what Codega meant the other day.
I do have a video in my on my Facebook group where I kind of I put a little bit into that, and I kind of delve into it and say what the Codega is. And then on my intros to all my podcasts now, it's going to be saying what it is. So whenever that first one drops, which I think will be on Tuesday, the first Tuesday after the 18th, which is 18th, so on the Sunday, so 19th, 20th. So February 20th will be my first episode dropping, and it's going to see the great intro.
2 days before my birthday.
Oh, there we go. 2 days. So your birthday's on the 22nd.
Yeah.
My sister's is too. Yeah. So 40. Welcome to the 40s. I'm almost on my way out soon.
It's creeping up on me. I don't feel like I'm 40, but sometimes it's like I'm freaking 80.
I hear you. There's days where I'm like, damn, you know, I slept funny and I hurt my back. Like seriously, like, you know, when I was younger, I was playing rugby and I could go through so much crap, and then now it's just I slept funny. Like that's terrible. A terrible statement.
The last time we talked, you guys were wearing t-shirts. I was a little bit jealous because we were in like 20 degrees. And you guys were, that was like 86. What's it down
So of course I'm in Celsius. So it's 21 degrees Celsius, which is probably the same temperature. Let's see. Does anybody can do a conversion really fast?
I have no idea. I'm American. I don't know Celsius.
I know. So 21 Celsius in Fahrenheit.
It's a made up measurement.
70. So it's 70 degrees. Right now it's 70 degrees. Yeah,
I think multiply by 9 or something. I don't know.
It's so ridiculous. And then you have to add. Then you have to add like 32 or something ridiculous. It's like times it by 1.6 and add 32.
I'm not sure how we ended up. I don't know who measures their temperature or what. I don't know if that's just a metric across the board Celsius, but like how we ended up on Fahrenheit is I don't know how we did that. Like I understand our feet versus meters. Like I know what a foot looks like. I don't know what a meter is. You know what I mean?
3.3 feet. So unfortunately, Canada is stuck in the middle. because the U.S. is such a big neighbor of ours and a big trade partner, we kind of, even though we're Celsius Fahrenheit, we're meters, we're feet. It's ridiculous. So, and I was just discussing. Sorry about that. I was just discussing this with someone recently, and it's like if you ask me my height, I'm going to tell you in feet and inches. I have no idea what it is in centimeters. If you ask me my weight, it's going to be in pounds. I don't know what I weigh in kilos. Now, if you ask me the distance to go, to drive to another city, I'm going to tell you in kilometers. Now, if you're asking temperature, outside temperature, always Celsius. Inside the house temperature, it can be Celsius or Fahrenheit. Now, I used to work in construction, so hot water heating. I did a lot of hot water heating with boilers and whatnot. All Fahrenheit. We don't deal in Celsius. Swimming pool temperatures or hot tub temperatures, Fahrenheit. I don't know what they're supposed to be in Celsius. It's crazy. We're just this mixed match kind of a country full of measurements.
You said you're in Canada?
Well, I was. I'm originally from Canada. Yeah, 2 years now here in Mexico.
Oh, well, that's a little drive.
It's a long drive, yeah. And I will tell you how long it is in kilometers, not miles. Yeah, it's crazy like that. And actually, sitting right here on this rooftop, I'm not sure if I mentioned this to you, Brandon. It was probably like 4 months ago. I was on the phone talking with a friend. And it's kind of strange because every now and then you get a feeling, and I'm like, I need to keep my eyes to the sky. So I was sitting on this rooftop, all the lights off, talking with a friend, and I'm looking out. The ocean is 2 miles. I'm gonna guess, no, not even. I'll say it's like 1 mile away. I don't know. I'll say it's like it's a kilometer. So the ocean's about a kilometer away. And coming in over there was this light. Nothing too drastic, And I was like, oh, it could be a plane. Could be something else. And it started getting brighter and brighter. And it could be a plane. But then I'm gonna do this little thing. It split off, and it split off like this, and it came back in. It kind of was in an almond shape, kind of like this, and it came back together. So it split off. If I was judging, I would say probably 300 feet. It flew away about 300 feet. It was just symmetrical, perfect, in unison, came back together. And after it did that, after a couple seconds, it just disappeared. And there was nothing there anymore. And of course, I'm talking, this is the second time I've been on the phone when I've had a UFO sighting, and I'm talking with my friend, telling him everything I'm seeing, and I'm like, it's gone now. And about 30 seconds later, in that exact spot where it disappeared, was a shooting star. Was it a shooting star? I don't know, but it was like instant like this. And that is all I saw. It was pretty cool actually seeing that here. And it just had this feeling to keep my eyes to the sky, specifically in that one direction. Very strange.
It is weird because the night that I interviewed with Eric from Uncomfortable, I saw that thing in the back there that we talked about, something like a flare. And then the night that we interviewed for our Swapcast with Lost Frequencies, I mentioned that in my front yard I saw that thing that I thought was Skynet, or not Skynet, but Starlink. Yeah. But it wasn't Starlink, like my whole family saw it with me, and I was trying to record it. Like, you can see it on my video, but when I send it to someone else, you can't see it on the video. It's pretty weird that you can see it online, but when you send it, you don't see it.
That is strange. That is
I don't know,
very, very strange.
I don't know if that's the quality being so downgraded. It's still hard to see, even when I record it on my phone, but you can still see it. But like, even with me trying to brighten it up, when I send it to someone, it still just looks black. It's weird.
Like, I do know, like, if you are sending via, I'm not going to say WhatsApp, but if you're sending via Facebook, it always reduces the quality, and that might be an issue there. I know when I was in Chihuahua, northern Mexico, when I saw that UFO during the day, I tried recording with my phone. I only had a Samsung Galaxy S3 at that time, and there was, I couldn't. There was nothing. It was just, no, we're not. Nothing is coming up on the phone at all. And so what do? I call my wife to tell her exactly what I'm seeing as I'm seeing it. Because, hey, and it was strange. I'm in the middle of a parking lot watching these UFOs, and there was 3. and no one else, and everyone else is just going about their day. And it was really crazy, really crazy.
I think I've seen enough reptilians. They're just all masked.
I would say it's insectoid.
I don't know. I don't.
Is it now? Men in Black isn't a bug. It's the whole premise of the movie. I'm not arguing that. I'm going gray.
Yeah,
I think I've always thought praying mantises look like typical gray alien heads. So when someone says insectoids and I see praying mantises, I've always been creeped out by them. They're like the one bug that I will not mess with. Like if they're on the side of my house, like you're good, dude. I ain't messing with you. This is your house now because I don't want your insects coming down here doing something to me in my sleep.
I would definitely say, yeah, and that's specifically the one that I would want to see would be a praying mantis type of alien because it's so gray is so typical. Everyone's seen it. Reptilian, well, maybe a little scary, but yeah, maybe they're just all here where they're just wearing masks. And insectoid, though, I find that fascinating.
Here's the thing about reptiles. I'm a big mammal supporter, and I occasionally throw rocks at lizards just to remind them of their place. So I don't want any of that karma coming back.
Don't piss off the universe. Don't tell them that.
Yeah, I threw rocks at your underlings.
Passing my penis. Just, get that
Don't talk
out there all day.
So here's
when
the
you talk
real kicker.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Are they actually aliens or are they from here?
Are they both? Are they both?
Have they always been here?
Well, I'm always a words kind of guy, play on words. In the English language, what do we actually call them? We call them ETs, which is extraterrestrial. And what does terrestrial mean? It means of the Earth. It doesn't mean of another planet. It doesn't mean of Mars or anything. It means of the Earth. So extra. They're extras on this Earth. Yeah. So I find that fascinating play on words, Camera keeps I keep like.
You got a little blur there. It's fine, man.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
It's the government fall on the Mexican, whatever college that presented the aliens to the.
They look like a bunch of paper mache kind of thing. They look too fake, which could mean that they're real because they look so fake. And again, what are we judging it on? It's like I'm judging it on Hollywood. Could these be legit? I don't know. It could be. Any FEs.
We can't say that word.
Yeah, I would say I'm not a globe. But I'm not fully on board with FE. I'm somewhere in between. I think the globe that is being presented is not. It's not legit. I think there's more. There's more land. I think there's definitely more land. Could it be a much larger globe? I'm more on that one, or maybe Hollow Earth. That's always a possibility. But flat Earth. This is what pisses me off so much is when people argue and they're like, "Oh, flat Earth is so stupid." They always show this is the square. They show a square map. And, oh yeah, look, you're gonna fall off. No, that is not it. It's it could be on the back of a giant turtle. It's the circular, it has the wall. There could be lands on the other side of it. What it actually is, I don't know. I do know though that NASA's full of shit and they're lying to us.
I've said that.
Yeah. Not another. What is it? Not another. That acronym stands for something else. It was kind of funny. We just actually had. The Lost Frequency had Sean Hibbler on. I don't know if you guys know who Sean Hibbler is. He's made. Yeah, he's made some amazing documentaries, on the level or next level. I think it's what it's called. He makes a great point. So I'll just leave it for that, because I don't know. I truly don't know. That's about it. I just don't know.
I'm pretty I won't even entertain the idea of that. That's not even going to my head right there. I am a spherical supporter, and I'm upset that we have to talk about that. But I will say, if we are going to do an alternative theory, Mr. Junkie chimed in the chat, I am cool with giant turtle theory.
Giant turtle theory. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I love the idea of a good derpy animal being in charge of everything.
I had David Wise on one of my first interviews, and I used to think flat Earth was a joke. And then you start going down the rabbit hole, and some of the things that they present, it does make you question. And I've always had my own curiosity about why Antarctica is so off-limits. It's like, we can't agree on anything in the fucking world. But for some reason, every country signs off on not letting anyone go to Antarctica. Why is that? I don't know. I don't know if it's because there's a supposed big ice wall. It's like, why can't you just fly over the damn ice wall? I don't know. Whatever it could be. But I want to know what's in Antarctica. I don't think it's just ice and penguins or whatever the hell's down there. Like, I think there's something else with Antarctica. And everyone's one flat earth says, oh, it's the extra land, the land beyond the ice wall.
I think we can all. Sorry, Rich. Go ahead.
Here's the thing about what you said. There are people who make those points. If you don't want to believe the Earth is flat, don't go down the PG rabbit hole. There are some very convincing people out there, and they will make you question everything. But when it comes to the Antarctica thing, the reason I think most of the superpowers can agree, just it's for science only, is because there's nothing that we can gain from it financially. If it's, disputed island or something like that, where there's some value to it, yes, that's a little bit different than just the giant ice block. That's my thoughts on those matters.
Yes, I think we can all agree, whether you're flat Earth or globe or whatever, that Antarctica is sus. It's suspicious as to why they're just not letting us go down there, and it's to the point that it's military intervention if you try going down there, which is really crazy. It's like, that means then we are prisoners. If you're not allowed to go someplace, it doesn't matter. This is a much larger prison, but we should never be restricted to go there. Like, they should definitely assign a waiver if it is what they say. If it's just this, if it's all just total ice, and if you're gonna die, because of it, they're like, yeah, we're not gonna rescue you. You should sign something, say, yeah, I give away my, I don't expect any rescues, and see you later. And if you come back, they come back.
They don't do that though for like the northern hemisphere. They don't do it for like Greenland. They don't do it for like the North Pole. For whatever reason, they only do it for the continent of Antarctica. Why is that? Like, Greenland is supposed to be all ice too, but for some reason, I'm pretty sure you can go to Greenland. They don't have it like patrol ring can't get there.
Yeah, and everybody, like all the major powers, agree on this one treaty. There's no issues. It's like,
just like I said, they can't get along with everything, but they all come to agreement that we don't want anyone going to Antarctica.
But there have been some disputes down there. I know that there's a story that we're working on about the only murder that's ever happened down there, and that had to go through quite a few hurdles, because it's like, so it was like a Scottish citizen, but it happened on an American base. But then it was technically on like a Russian side of things where it happened. The doctor, I don't remember the exact thing behind it. One of my co-hosts is developing the story, but that whole thing was it's a fun story. I think maybe the podcast Red Web, I think we might have touched on it on an episode. I have to go back and find my notes. But the only thing that makes me less worried about Antarctica is I can go get a job, and I'm a jackass. So I had the opportunity to go out there and work as a firefighter 10-ish years ago. Penny was shit. Penny was absolute garbage compared to other federal contracts that are out there. 4 months, 5 months, 6 months at a time. Yeah, Penny was garbage, and they wouldn't let me do it. That's the only thing there. Yeah. I can understand why.
You would have expected the pay to be pretty good, so like isolation pay and hazard pay as well.
We'll say for a short-ish term contract, it's okay.
Okay.
But when you compare it to like guys who are going to like Iraq or Afghanistan, it was a change. So.
Yeah, I've always wondered the Nazi base. I knew that Hitler had stuff down there and stuff, but I didn't. I'm going to do an episode at some point. I have to find someone that's very well researched on Antarctica, and I want to have them on here and talk about it. Just because I've been asked by multiple people to do an episode about Antarctica, the whole Admiral Byrd thing. Everything, and there's so many different things. Like obviously, there's different theories of what's out there. It's like I have no idea what it is, but it's always been something that's made me question stuff. Just like the other thing I've always wanted to talk about was the big moon landing. I still to this day, even as a kid, I didn't believe I ever went to the moon. I don't know why. I never have.
I totally believed we went to the moon. But more and more, I'm like, yeah, no. Like, we didn't go with the shower curtain kind of thing hanging off. Like that. Where is the crater? That is the biggest thing. Is where is the crater of the propulsion engine when they landed? It should have created a crater and blew away, but it didn't. There was no crater.
Like a phone call. It was like a FaceTime phone call.
and how did they get the pictures? This is another thing: is how did they get the pictures so fast to publish them in the newspaper before they actually came back? I didn't think they had digital cameras and sent them wirelessly. That's a little sus. Like, and then they lost the technology. Like, why are we trying? Yeah, I
read somewhere that they destroyed the technology on purpose. They didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands.
So actually, I've got to jump off here in a couple minutes. So the moon landing, the timing of all that it's very curious. So we have JFK, right? We also have Nixon in the background, and this is when we really start seeing the emergence of mass media as a communications, as a medium of communication, right? So we have
several months ago. That the murders.
Are you familiar with President Taft? By any chance, okay. President Taft.
I'm Canadian.
No, that's cool. So he was a 300. And this is nothing against large people. He was a 300-pound tall asshole. And if you put him up against JFK, there's no way he's ever getting close to it. Because think about how the way people nitpicked the way Nixon looked during that election. So. Made for TV is a real thing right here. So having them shoot, some scenes here or there in the desert, underwater, whatever it is, makes a lot of sense to me. Now, did we make it to the moon? I like to think we did because I'm a big Buzz Aldrin fan. But did we also lie about the pictures? Probably. So
I feel like they had to get to the moon, quote unquote, before the Soviets did. And if I remember correctly, didn't Kennedy say by the end of the decade or whatever we're going to go to the moon and some shit? And then immediately in the summer of 1969, I think it was, we went to the moon. Yeah, we only had like a few more months to get there before whatever he said didn't happen. So it was awful for me. We went to the moon. We've only went there a few different more times, and for some reason we just completely stopped going and destroyed all the technology.
There's definitely some convenient things that have happened with it. I will 100%.
So even as a kid, I said that why were there no stars in the background? How did we get to the moon, and how long did it take them? And how did they launch off of the moon? Like there's less gravity, so they didn't have to have that much propulsion to leave. It was but they weren't floating. Like the dust on the ground wasn't moving when they stepped. There's no gravity when the dust kind of just floated a little bit. There's just so many questions that you can look at when they're out there. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like if they had to have a rocket to get off Earth, but they didn't have to have a rocket to get back into space to escape the moon's gravity.
That's a huge game.
It is. There's a lot to that. Like I don't think we actually went to the moon. We may have went to the moon now, but I don't think we went in the 60s.
I believe we went to the moon almost another time. I don't believe that it was broadcasted. I believe that we possibly have gone to the moon, but
The magic of
So before I hop off here, Brandon, thanks again for having me. Ryan, we'll have to get in contact.
for sure, Rich.
We'll connect there. If you want to learn about a different JFK conspiracy, look at how he and Ron RFK worked behind the scenes to make the missile crisis as big as it was. So if you haven't done that, there is some great information there about political movement. So, but anyways, thank you so much for having me. Boys, enjoy your night.
yeah, it was great meeting you. Great reading you, Rich. Take care.
Let everyone know where they can find you guys.
Yeah, so we are the founding Lore Fathers. We have very limited social media. You can find us on Facebook. You can find my link here somewhere in the chat. I made a couple comments on these notes before I go. But yeah, we're on Apple, Spotify, and on Amazon Music. Just type in Founding Lore Fathers and you'll see us. We talk about cryptids, we do some interviews, we talk about some conspiracies, we talk about history, we talk about some modern things. It's a fun show. I enjoy it. I do it with two of my best friends. And it comes out every Monday or Tuesday, depending on when we get around it. You go and see them. So, again, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yep, thanks for being on here.
Awesome.
Yeah, the moon and a couple other people that were coming on, but they never showed up.
Okay, and you're gonna laugh at this, Brandon. The interview didn't even happen. The interview that I was supposed to have, it didn't happen. And I got the blur on, and I keep blurring myself, and I'm like, I'm just gonna switch that. It kind of looks good because I don't like the wall, the power lines running in the background, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I was supposed to do that interview, and it's going to happen tomorrow because his mic wasn't working. And he likes to talk. He's a very talkative person, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm like, I gotta go. Half hour later, I'm like, I'm going.
I've had issues with people from time to time. Like, I had one straight up ghost me, and he just wanted to talk about scripted encounters. He sent me a whole bunch of information, sent me photos and everything. I was like, oh, okay. And then sometimes the day of the interview, I just sent a message. Didn't respond. Never read my messages. Until this day, he's never actually linked. You go to Facebook, you can see what someone looks at. It'll show yep. He's never opened it. So I was like, but I've seen him on groups posting, so I was like, he didn't die.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. Okay, Bigfoot stole him. Kidnapped by.
The day that he was supposed to be talking to me, during the time of the interview, I see him commenting on certain posts. I almost comment on there so you can be on here, but you can't talk to me. The one that reached out to me first.
Yeah.
But I didn't bother. It's not worth it.
Yeah, it's happened a couple times with us where we had a couple of issues where they just don't show up, and I started. I send out a PDF kind of thing to all my upcoming guests, and I tell them listen, if you can't make it, okay, I understand, but please give me a little bit of a heads up. Thanks, Rich. Thanks again, guys. Here's one of our show links. Perfect. Sorry, just reading the comments. But yeah, so I say that, and then also say there as well to my future guests, I said, would you, let me know if you are okay to be called on short notice in case someone pulls a no-show. Just in case that I could, bump them up. And some of them have said okay to that. So I think that's decent.
Tomorrow I have an interview. I've been wanting to go down this rabbit hole for a while. And anyone out there listening, if you follow the podcast, it's out in a couple months on my back black books, but diving into the Rothschilds. So If I come up missing,
Exactly. There's just a bunch of scheduled podcasts, and there's no more lives, no more talking or anything, and Brendan's gone. And
podcast will still go on for a couple once I've got all these stuff already uploaded, so you might have like a couple more months of content, but once that one gets dropped, it's like no.
Yeah, it's like, where did he go?
Disappear. You guys know what happens.
Speaking of Bigfoot, I actually have a theory that came to me a couple of weeks ago when I was listening to a couple of other podcasts like PRT and just a couple other podcasts. One of the things that always seems to happen with Bigfoot is if Bigfoot follows or is Bigfoot near someone's property, what happens is the slapping of houses. Okay, so this seems to be something that is very common. If Bigfoot's on your property, he's slapping your house. And I had my next guest, Ernie, he on the Lost Frequency still, he talks about being face-to-face with a Bigfoot, which was communicating with him, like almost sign language. And he says it was kind of like very Native American-ish kind of communication, like pointing, you, me, equal. Which that kind of tied in with my theory that perhaps this house slapping is, and I don't know if you've heard of counting coup, or counting coup. Have you heard of that before?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it means.
Okay, so what it is a native brave from one tribe would go count coup on another tribe, like one that they're warring with. But what it was, you're not going there to kill or hurt anybody. You're going to show them that you're the better warrior, that you can sneak into their camp, do something, and get out without being caught or even noticed. So, maybe they'll leave something there to show that they were there, or take something of theirs. And that is to show that to your enemy that you have one up them. You are better than them. You are, you're the better warrior, and you just beat them. That is what I believe this house slapping is actually. It's kind of like this house slap, and whenever people go out to go look, there's nothing in sight. There's nothing. So it's them kind of showing you that I'm the better warrior. I'm the stealthier warrior. I'm in and I'm out, and you can't catch me. And it's kind of like of course, like a warning, but it's showing you that I'm the better one. And it just kind of fits into the narrative, in my opinion.
I can see that. I've heard people on other podcasts too. They've said stuff like Bigfoot, it's almost silent, like it tries to communicate with them. And even primates, even gorillas, they have ways of communicating now. Like I think whatever her name is, the one that they teach her sign language.
Yeah. Yes.
I think whatever. So if they can teach a primate a great ape how to communicate, if these things are of that nature, wouldn't they be able to communicate? So it makes sense.
Of course, especially if they. And I'm kind of at no camp. We're going to say I'm at no camp because I know there's two camps. There's the woo camp and then there's the flesh and blood. I would say I don't know because I truly don't know. I leaning more to the woo side because I've heard so many stories of stuff that's happened, but I don't know. But if they've been interacting with native tribes for years prior, and now they're a little more scared of man, with all our technological advancements, whether it be guns and whatnot. But would they have not had to have a way to communicate? Sign language, pointing. Pointing is probably one of the oldest forms of communication. It's like, me hungry, I can't hear you. If I do that, I don't care what language I'm doing that in, to someone who doesn't speak English, or someone, maybe they speak Cantonese or something. If I'm like, if I do that, it means I can't hear you, I'm hungry, We have these hand signals and they're universal. So perhaps, they had a way of communicating with the native tribes, and it's just been passed down from generation to generation.
When it comes to cryptids, I'm kind of like you. I don't know what to believe. Yeah, a lot of them I'm skeptical about just because I don't know if there's something like this can exist. Like even my own system. I don't think how is it scientifically possible for dogmen? How is it scientifically possible for a Mothman, which a lot of Mothman's not a cryptid? Okay, well, what is it?
Yeah, I have no idea what Mothman is. I think it's some sort of alien, actually, to be honest, but I don't know.
There's so many different. I don't want to sound like a prick, but there's so many different opinions from so-called experts in this field that they all want to spout off all this stuff. I was like, you guys haven't even actually seen anything, have any concrete proof. You're just spitting out opinions. Yeah, and basing it on fact. And then they want to argue, especially Reddit. If you get on Reddit, that's just a that's a cesspool.
Yeah, but
Reddit is nothing but arguing constantly about what's a cryptid, what's not a cryptid. Like, you guys are arguing about stuff that you don't even know exists because you've never seen it.
It's true. It totally is true. You know, like the experts are using eyewitness accounts to try to, and they formulate their opinion on that, but still they end up coming up to their own opinion as well. And some of them exclude opinions because it doesn't fit their narrative or their conscious bias. Confirmation bias. Oh my gosh, there we go. Confirmation bias. And it's crazy. It's crazy. You know, in reality, I don't think any of us can be experts. You know, we can be well versed and perhaps even a witness, but until your best friend is Harry and the Hendersons, we don't know. We don't know.
No, that's how I feel about it too. Like the most recent one, they were arguing about wendigos. Wendigos are not cryptids; they're spirit. So it's like, are we really going to start splitting hairs? Like,
it's true. It is true. I do believe the Wendigo has some sort of spiritual aspect to it, like definitely. But what else? I still think we dump it into the cryptids category, and it's kind of funny because I have like a selection of thumbnails that I use for shows and whatnot, and I have a Wendigo picture which I have in my file of like cryptids. So I guess I kind of dumped it a cryptid myself.
And then the depiction anymore of a Wendigo, like. There's talking about hell crawlers here. If you go back to the original depictions of what the Native American tribes first said about Wendigos, they were more like humanoid. They weren't the deer-headed, rotting corpse-looking thing. They were more like they ate their lips off. They were more like almost, I don't want to call them zombies, but they were almost really skinny, insatiable hunger, had longer hair, like lanky. So when people are talking about seeing rakes and seeing hell crawlers and everything, I've often wondered, I was like, maybe they're not any different from what the original Wendigos were. Maybe the things that the Wendigos are based off of the same things that people are seeing now. Because even in modern times, you had the Dover demon. I think it was in the 1960s. It almost looked like an alien, but it was a linky little, like long arm, crawly looking thing on the ground on the side of the road highway, and it was crawling. I'm pretty sure they said it called it the Dover demon. It had like this pale skin, bulbous head. Like, to me, it's almost the same descriptions.
So do you believe that they're actually coming from Wendigos, the meth head of the world? That's awesome.
But Rich had planned, they did an episode on the Hopkins Goblins, so we didn't get into that because I had a couple other people, or the ladies that came on here to talk. But, so maybe the next time I have them come on, we'll talk about the Hopkins Goblins. But the whole Kentucky Goblin thing, I've often wondered, they're also not similar to the crawlers, and they all run from the cave system. So it seems like a lot of activity for these crawlers and other sightings, they seem to be in the woods where there's usually some sort of cave system. So I wonder if they're not some sort of inner cave working.
And that makes sense. That makes sense because they do. And I think someone said that earlier too. Bryce was saying that they're possibly from Earth. Yeah, I think so because that's definitely something that they look like. It definitely looks like Gollum from Lord of the Rings, kind of thing, where they just lack of sunlight. And
my third interview, I interviewed somebody named Brandon, and he was from Southern Indiana, and he said, well, he lives right by the Kentucky border, and he was talking about hunting Bigfoot, like he's out searching for Bigfoot. Why he was talking about that, he said that his family run a walk through a cemetery. They see some sort of golem type looking creature. Instead of golem, that sounded like a Kentucky gobble. He didn't know what that was. And I was more interested in hearing about that, not so much about the Bigfoot stuff, because you don't really hear very many Kentucky goblin encounters. They said it was just in the cemetery, just kind of his whole family just kind of crawling around and just went off. I don't remember he said there was one.
That's crazy. We did have an interview again with Lost Frequency where they talked about these little green aliens actually, so it could be kind of like a goblin kind of thing with metal teeth. Have you heard of that? Like anything with metal teeth, little green kind of alien or creatures?
No, I haven't heard anything about metal teeth. I know it's the Flatwoods monster or something, where it was almost like alien, but it was in like a floating. It had like this mechanical armor on. It had like this big, not a helmet, but more like something around the head.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was called the Flatwoods monster. I'm not 100% sure, but
that almost sounds like the creatures down in Peru, where they're saying that are flying around and the face peelers. Yeah, something like that.
I haven't heard a lot of things about the face peeler, but then I read something the other day. So it's actually just the about the cult cabal, but not the cabal. Can't think of the term.
The mafia, the narcos,
yeah, those things, whatever. I can't think of what they're called. I have a brain fart. But yeah, basically the crime lords smuggling in cocaine and everything.
I'd say narcos. The narcos. It could be. So they're just kind of, but some of the things that are happening are pretty supernatural sounding, almost in a way. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. What else? What else is new and exciting?
Yeah, he said.
Yeah, cartel.
I had a complete blank brain fart. I was like, I'm trying to think of something. I don't know what it is.
And I should have known that. Being here in Mexico, this cartel. I'm pretty good where I live. It's kind of away from all that, but that's a big thing here.
Yeah. No, but there's just a lot of weird things, especially even the puck wedgies. They're little humanoid-looking things.
How big are the puck wedgies? Are they like duendes, or are they like? How tall are the puck wedgies? I've heard of this term before, but I don't know.
I don't know the exact height. I don't know if anyone out there listening does, but I think they're like less than 2 feet.
Okay, this sounds similar then to possibly Aleutians here in Mexico, and it's kind of funny because there's so many similarities between these things. Like let's say like a leprechaun and an Aleush. An Aleush is about 2 feet. They're usually naked looking little cherub kind of thing, like they're a kid but like punchy and whatnot, and they are said to be elementals but also could be homunculuses where they're created by 9 nights of bloodletting onto them, like with using blood and corn to create these things out of clay. And then you put your intentions on them, and then after 9 nights, they come to life, and they're to protect your land and your family. That's kind of like the goal of these things here in Mexico. And let me tell you, everybody, I don't want to say everybody, but we'll say a lot of people have stories of Aleutians. Like even my brother-in-law tells me stories about Aleutians. My father-in-law, he has some land, and the guy that works on it, he's the one who told me that he's seen them. It's crazy.
I know. Like I said before, there's an episode coming out here about them. I've got a couple different episodes coming out. But where I live, there's Mound State Park about an hour away. And there's been a lot of sightings apparently there of these little humanoid creature puck wedgie things in this park. Okay, so I'm curious to go there. So I've been there before, but I didn't know the history up until recently. So I'm curious to go back to see if there's anything strange. And then,
I think that would be fantastic. I think that'd be super interesting.
there's a place, it's the old battlefield where they do the reenactment out there. When I was in high school, we always called it Hobbit Land. Well, the reason it was called Hobbit Land, someone swore they saw little humans running around out there. I was like, now that I'm thinking about it, I was like, we call them hobbits in high school. I was like, I wonder if it wasn't actually public stuff.
Really interesting. Yeah, exactly. They call them hobbits because that's what you know. So you're making this, you're making a characterization by something that you kind of know, even though it's on a movie.
Interesting, yeah, because that was right around Lord of the Rings time when I graduated school. So that would have been 20 plus years ago. Now that was
really. Is it that? Oh wow!
I graduated in 2002, so it's been going on 22 years. It's craziness.
That is crazy. I can't believe Lord of the Rings was over 20 years ago. I was actually living in New Zealand. I almost lived there for a year, and yeah, I forget which one was coming out, but at that time, it's interesting.
I'll chase a puck, would you? If I catch one, I'm all punted. We'll see what happens if you punt.
It's good.
Yes. I've been wanting to go and do a lot of different things. I've actually thought about going out filming stuff and making little, not so much documentaries, but making little videos and stuff just to include. That takes more time and effort. I'm already struggling to find the time to do podcasting and still work a full job and be full-time dad. So.
Right. I'm in the same boat. I'm totally in the same boat.
For anyone out there that's still watching and listening, it's not an easy gig. They're going, you just turn on the camera and you start talking. No, you have to. This was completely unplanned. This was spur of the moment. So anyone watching this, I appreciate it because this was not anything I had planned out. Hopefully, if I start doing this more often, I'll have them on a schedule so more people can know, not last minute.
I can totally relate. I had 2 weeks to set up this whole new podcast and then start scheduling and everything. It was a lot of work. It is a lot of work. And I've got everything where I want it to be. So now I got to work on the scheduling and yeah, it is. You're scheduling, trying to work around your own schedule, work around their schedule, and then how much more content can you do? I want to do this as well. I want to do this, and it's a lot of work. It is, and then we have to edit, and but hey, it's the name of the game. It is what it is.
Yeah. Again, next time I'm going to try and be a little bit more correct. I posted it in a bunch of different groups. I don't think anyone ever posted groups pays attention half the time.
Facebook, yeah, a lot of things get lost in Facebook now. It's just gone, and it's.
I put it on Instagram. I put it on X. I even put it on whatever the Instagram thing's called. I can't remember.
I have no idea. I barely use Instagram.
I was gonna call it Reels, but it's not Reels. It's something else. But
yeah, what is Reels? Is Reels Facebook? So I would assume Instagram is Reels as well, but wouldn't it just kind of carry over because they're the same?
Threads. No, there's Threads. It's a different Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
There's I post things there's nothing. It just gets lost in the void.
And then, when you do on Facebook and you do when you at everyone, you piss them all off. And anybody who's ever added me, that at everyone, I always unfollow that group. I'm I never want to be done that again. And then there's me just doing it recently for the Lost Frequency Podcast group, Facebook group. I've been adding everyone. So I'm I'm ending this anyhow. We're ending this Facebook group anyhow, so I'll piss people off. But hey, everybody, come check out my YouTube channel.
I don't do a whole lot of promoting as it is. Everything's just kind of grassroots. And I think my Facebook group that I made in the summer got 50 people. But I don't try to add people. I don't market it. I don't do anything with it.
Yeah, Facebook. The Facebook group, I really don't think does much. It's just kind of interaction. That's all it is with the existing people who are there. That's it.
The YouTube's been growing on its own, the listener base and everything. I see all the statistics from that. It's grown quite a bit. For some reason, on Saturday, I don't know what happened, but I had almost like 600 downloads in one day, which is
Nice. That is awesome.
it's a decent amount for one day, more than normal. Like if I release a new episode, it usually about 400. I didn't release anything that had like 600, almost 600 downloads in one day. I'm like, what the hell went on Saturday? But something happened on Saturday when I started looking at the podcast, and then like the next day it was just dropped back down to about normal. I was like, oh, okay.
It's so strange why it does that. We had done one with Daryl Denton when he was telling us about his some Bigfoot encounters, and then also seeing a dog man come through a portal. And the live itself was good, but it was like a week later, all of a sudden on the weekend, it just took off. Where it was like, how did this happen? And then it died off, and then the next weekend. And again, it did the same thing. So maybe watch next weekend. You might actually get like another like splurge of downloads again. It was really strange.
Yeah. So the YouTube views on certain videos, I get a lot on Dogman stuff. So I think a lot of the listeners enjoy the Dogman stuff.
Yes.
It's hard to find people that actually want to come on and talk about Dogman encounters.
I agreed. I'm trying to get Martin Groves. I want to get Martin Groves on to talk about his encounters. That one was Dogman, Bigfoot, kind of a little bit of everything. It's crazy.
I want to talk to Martin. I've said it before, and it's not that I don't believe his story, but I do have questions about it. And I would love just to pick his brain because I've seen something that someone says the Martin's full of crap because there was no police reports. Like, well, again, that goes back to the LDL thing earlier that we talked about, like the original guy that came out with the LDL said he survived the whole family being massacred. There was no reports about that either. But if they don't want information out, there's not going to be able to access reports. Like, there's a way of making information out.
Well, also is kind of. Are you going to fill out a police report? Are you going to be thought of like as this crazy? Like the one guy that I had interviewed coming up on the Lost Frequency there, he was he wasn't police, but he was campus police, and they were like, yeah, we should. They actually said, okay, we're going to write this up, and they were laughed at and told, don't do that. And that's the kind of attitude. Whereas I think now things are becoming more and more accepted. But yeah, I don't bat an eye if they're like, if there's like, oh, there's no police report. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. I can totally understand that. Maybe now there's a better chance of there being actually a police report because this is becoming more and more mainstream. I don't want to say mainstream. I hate that, but it's becoming more and more commonplace.
No, I think what they were talking about with Martin's story, though, is the guy said the fireman or whatever was the guy that killed. They said there was never any reports of anyone being killed.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Okay.
Second, 2018.
My book.
Awesome.
I learned a valuable lesson too. I'm not a great author, so they get
some feedback.
They get some very low ratings on Amazon lately.
Oh shit! I'm actually in the process of writing semi-fiction, non-fiction book. So, mini ebooks actually is what I'm trying to bring out, a series of mini ebooks that are based on. I have the craziest of craziest dreams, and I swear to God that they're real, just happening in another life, another dimension, past life, something in the future, something in the past, all the above, and. So it's kind of like loosely based on my life, and there's like the dream aspect, which I say is real in the book kind of thing. So I started it, and I put it it's catching, picking up a lot of dust because the podcast kind of stole all my time, but I want to get back to that as well.
I mean, I won't call them the Karen, but they bought it, so I got like a little bit of that percentage. So.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Fair enough. They don't have to like it, but I got your 2 cents.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's another rabbit hole in itself of how much money you don't actually make on stuff.
I have done in the past some Kindle direct publishing. Yeah, you don't really make much money at all.
No. As someone, I got called a grifter not long ago because they're like, oh, you're making all this money on the podcast. Like, do you realize that I've spent more money than I've ever made on this podcast? Like, I didn't even monetize until 2 months ago, and I'm barely breaking even. So for over a year, I was basically spending $70 a month just to do a podcast.
It's expensive. I am trying to make a podcast as cheap as possible, but it's without making it look cheap. If that's the way to do it, it's kind of you got to put money in. You have to. I just bought a new webcam because mine was terrible. And I'm like, you know what? If I want to try to put out at least a half decent product, I got to have at least a half decent webcam as well. So.
That's what I've done. I actually just went Saturday and upgraded cables. I didn't realize that I was going to spend $100 on 2 cables. Wow. For a 2-foot and a 6-foot. But the ones I bought were cheaper, and I kept hearing it clicking in my headset. I was like, all right, so I looked up the best ones that they have for recording, like audio or whatever, and Mokani brand or Mokami brand.
Okay, I've not heard of that.
And they're gold plated, so.
Okay.
So far, it's supposed to be the best signal enhancing cables that they have according to the reviews. We'll see.
Got the Cadillac cables.
Yeah. Being a band person, I knew you want higher end stuff, but I didn't really think much about the cables in general. But I was like, I'm tired of hearing this almost like a hi-hat constantly. When I talk with you guys, I kept hearing it, I just ignored it because I couldn't figure out what it was. It's not doing it now, so I think I fixed the problem.
Well, that was a good investment then.
Well, I planned on kind of wrap this up about this time, so.
Perfect, yeah, because I was just about to say, I'm beat. I got to get up early, and I'm good to go. Do you mind if I post my link to my channel in the chat?
Go ahead, let everyone know where they can find you.
Yeah, hopefully it comes through, so Codex of Curiosities. It's my new channel. I don't have any of this new content yet. It's being made as we speak. I'm still, Tom and I are both kind of we split, but we're both still releasing the exact same content of the Lost Frequency on each of our own channels. Yeah. So, you'll see a couple more shows from there coming up. But I should be releasing, like I said, it'll probably be on the 20th. Yeah, I said the 20th. I'll be dropping my first audio episode, but the video will be coming out on the Thursday, which will be the 25th. I think that'll be not the 25th. I'm horrible. 22nd. It'll be on your birthday. Yeah, I'll be dropping it on your birthday. Yeah, so February 22nd, I'll be dropping the video. Audio is going to be coming out on Tuesdays, and that will be. And if you like Dogman, of course, I'm having Matt Emch on. He's done the circuit a lot, but I'm not going to be actually going much into his Dogman because he's done that with so many other people. So I've decided to go a different route with him and stay posted for that.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Brandon.
Yep. Have a good night. Thanks for coming on here and talking with me.
You too. Thanks, man. There we go.
Well, everyone, if you're still watching, appreciate you guys for sticking around. I might do this more often. If everyone else would like to reach out, I might try to pick a specific day, maybe a Tuesday or something, Tuesday or Thursday, and designated a live stream. Won't be anytime soon, probably in the next couple of weeks. You guys can let me know. Enjoyed it. If anyone wants to be on an episode of Tinfoil Tales, you can reach out to me. Send an email to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com or go to tinfoiltales.com. You can hit the contact button, whatever works. Again, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for watching. And again, leave some feedback. If you'd like more live stream episodes, if anyone wants to come on the live stream, just give me a holler. We'll get something figured out. But I want to say thanks again to everyone for sticking around and watching tonight. Good night, everyone. Remember, truth lies in the stories we share, the connections we make. Stay curious, stay open-minded. Thank you all for joining us on this journey, and until next time, keep questioning, keep seeking, and keep exploring the unknown. Good night, everyone.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offers. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Interest of excellence in staffing.
EduStaff is America's #1 choice for substitute staffing, and we're hiring substitute teachers, support staff, and more in your local school districts. Make a difference in your community while earning great pay. Apply today at edustaff.org. That's edustaff.org.
Interest of excellence in staffing.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for sports fans in Indiana. Turn $5 into $150 instantly when you place your first wager at BetMGM. Simply download the BetMGM app and sign up using code WIN150. Then place a $5 wager on any sport. You'll receive $150 in bonus bets, regardless of your wager's outcome. And if you think the fun stops there, the king of sportsbooks has plenty of surprises in store. Check out daily promotions, same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. No matter your team or your sport, BetMGM is for you. Download the app in Indiana today and get $150 in bonus bets instantly from your first wager. Only at BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Indiana only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Indiana Wesleyan University provides accessible education for every chapter of life. Traditional students learn, live, and lead the way through rich community on IWU's beautiful 350-acre campus in Marion, Indiana. Adult learners choose the flexibility of 100% online classes in over 150 programs with support from professors who are experts in their field of study and deeply care for student success in academics and spiritual formation. Discover the way ahead at IWU. Visit discovertheway.com to learn how.
And I just turned around and I hauled ass out of there. I was done. I wasn't dealing with that.
The hypocrisy of the cult is one of the things that turns me away the quickest.
When I turned my headlights on, it turned and looked at us, and one of the things I remember the most were the eyes were glowing red.
I see an orb of light
it is just circling these steps like it is waiting for me. And he begins to tell them that he saw a UFO. They're basically like, what are you talking about? That's 7 foot up on a tree, peeking around it, and that's where I saw the top of the muzzle, nose, and the eyes. As soon as I made eye contact with this thing, it felt like death.
Welcome back to Tinfoil Tales. I'm your host, Brandon Wright. On tonight's episode, we're going to be joined by my guest, Floyd. Floyd has researched a lot about the red-haired giants and even some of the little people that's been talked about throughout history. Some of the biblical terms like the Nephilim and how it all kind of ties together with these creatures throughout history. Floyd has done a lot of extensive research into that, so he's going to come on here tonight and talk about the book he's wrote and everything he's kind of come across in his studies for these giant creatures. Before we bring Floyd on, if you've ever had an encounter or experience you want to share, reach out to tinfoiltalespodcast@gmail.com and we'll get you scheduled for a future episode. If you'd like to help the podcast, continue to share it around, leave a 5-star review everywhere that you listen to podcasts at. It helps with the exposure. More exposure means new listeners. New listeners means new encounters, new stories, means new episodes for everyone else to listen to. Make sure to follow us on social media, whichever one you prefer. I'm sure I'm on there. Give me a follow. Talk to me on there if you want to. I do have a website out now, so make sure to check out tinfoiltales.com. Get all the episodes on there as well. We're going to go ahead now and bring Floyd on. If you guys enjoy the episode, sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. I'd like to take this time tonight to welcome my guest onto the show, Floyd. Thanks for coming out here talking with me.
Hey, Brandon, thank you very much for having me on, and thanks to your audience for tuning in. I think we're going to have maybe a fun and intriguing conversation in the area of giants, and if you want to go down some other rabbit holes, perhaps we can do that.
Definitely always good to explore some rabbit holes, at least on this show.
Right.
But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to talking with you. The giant topic is something that I've been wanting to dive into since I started the podcast, so here we are almost a year and a half later, but ready to finally tackle one.
Yeah, it's a fascinating topic. It's one of those topics that is cross-cultural, and it's talked about in most cultures throughout the world. Talked about in the Bible, the ancient Sumerian civilization, going back 5,000 years, talked about giants. The Egyptians talked about giants. In South America, there have been tales and legends of giants, so we should have plenty to talk about.
Sounds very, very interesting. Before we get started, I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
What made you want to look at the giants of all the things out there? Like, what piqued your interest?
That's a great question. I heard a presentation by another researcher named Jim Vieira. This was probably about 7 or 8 years ago, and he's done a lot of research into the area of giant skeleton discoveries in North America. And I watched a presentation of his, and I was really intrigued because he kept referencing these old newspaper articles here in America that went back from mid-1800s all the way into the 1970s that talked about these discoveries of giant skeletons, some of them 7 feet tall, 8 feet, 9 feet, even some articles that referenced giants 15, 16 feet tall. And I thought, this is wild. Like, is this real? And he kept showing these different newspaper articles, and in some of those articles, institutions such as the Smithsonian was referenced. And there was always mention that, the Smithsonian or some other organization would come in and examine the bones, and then they just disappeared. So it was that presentation that really piqued my interest. And I thought, if Jim's finding all these newspaper articles on these weird discoveries, I should be able to just do a little research, and I could come up with some of these, and I can look into this. So that's what I did. I put together a folder and subscribed to a bunch of old newspaper databases. It didn't take me long to accumulate quite a number of these anomalous articles on these discoveries.
Yeah, I've seen, I don't remember if it was the same guy, but there was a show out there where he was searching for these giants.
Yes, it was Jim Vieira, and he has a brother as well. And they're both stonemasons, and they did a show on the History Channel. And I don't quite remember the name, if it was In Search of the Giants or something along that line.
Yeah, I remember it was something like that. It was the last couple of years. I think they had at least maybe one or two seasons.
Yeah, very interesting. I wish they would have been able to produce some more seasons of that. But that was, yes, very interesting show.
The giant lore I've heard from, obviously, you can go back, you've already mentioned it, but like, it's not just an American thing, that's a worldwide thing. Like, there's always been the stories and stuff of giants, so.
Yes, in most of your culture, then, many of us are familiar with the stories told in the Bible, particularly of David and Goliath. And Goliath was a descendant of the Nephilim. And the Nephilim is a Proto-Hebrew word meaning fallen ones. And Goliath, and he also had brothers too. So in fact, when David killed him with the sling stone, later on, David and his mighty men fought some of Goliath's brothers, and they were giants. And in fact, the Bible references one of those giants as having a double row of teeth and 6 fingers on each hand and 6 toes on each foot. So there are a number of references in the Bible, in the canonized version of the Bible, but there's also a tremendous amount of information in some of the books of the Bible that are not canonized that were left out, particularly the Book of Enoch.
The Book of Enoch has a lot of information in there that I feel like I don't know why that was kept out of the Bible unless it was deemed talk about too much weird stuff for them, I guess, to fit into the Bible, because I don't know who decided what books were in the Bible, what books weren't in the Bible.
Yeah, that's a really good really good question that you posed, Brandon. And what's interesting is the more I started digging into the giants in the Bible, I found out that many of the early church fathers actually subscribed to the Book of Enoch. In the canonized Bible, in Genesis, the book of Enoch is referenced in there. And Enoch was the great-grandfather of Noah. And so for the context of the Book of Enoch, if you look in Genesis, Genesis 6:4, it says, and I'm just paraphrasing this, it says there were giants in the earth in those days and thereafter. When the sons of God came into the daughters of men, they bore them children, and they became mighty men of renown. And so this weird passage of the sons of God coming into the daughters of men. And so you have to ask yourself, well, who were the sons of God? And if you really look into the Bible and you look at references of sons of God in the Old Testament, it goes back, if you go to Job, it talks about how the sons of God showed themselves, they went before the throne of the Lord, and Satan was with the sons of God. And so you look at that passage and you go, well, those aren't humans that are going before the throne of the Lord, right, with Satan. Those have to be angelic beings. And also in Job, it talks about the laying of the foundation of the earth, and how the sons of God shouted for joy when God did that. Well, humankind hadn't been created then. So who were the sons of God? The sons of God were the angels. And the Book of Enoch goes very extensively into the whole backstory of that Genesis 6, and talking about who were the sons of God. And the Book of Enoch says they were a group known as the Watchers. There were a group of 200 of them. They were angels, and their job was to watch over humankind and to protect us. But this particular group of angels, they became infatuated with the women of the earth and attracted to the women of the earth, and they swore an oath to have sexual union with the women of the earth. And in fact, the Book of Enoch even gets specific and names some of the leaders of this group of 200, Azazel being one of the leaders of this group. and they came to a place. They came down to a place called Mount Hermon, which is in Syria, and Mount Hermon means Mount of Desolation. And these angelic beings, they came down and they took them wives, as it says in Genesis 6, and they had sexual union with human women. And this produced the Nephilim, the giants. Nephilim means fallen ones. The book of Enoch talks about not only did these fallen angels intermix their seed with the humankind, but they also taught them the forbidden arts, the forbidden sciences that God did not feel we were ready to have. And those are known as the sacred sciences, or the 7 sacred sciences. And they're talked a lot about in secret societies, such as the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians and other secret societies that claim to have knowledge that goes all the way back to this particular time when these extraterrestrial beings, if you want to call them that, they weren't from the earth, came and intermixed with our seed. And then the book of Enoch says that obviously God was not happy with that, and he brought the great deluge, the great flood, to wipe out the earth, to wipe out the race of giants that were intermixing with humankind and destroying the earth. The book of Enoch talks about how they were fighting amongst themselves, they were killing humans, they were drinking blood. Some people believe that's where the origins of the first vampires came from, was from references to the Nephilim, because they would drink blood. And also it appears they were doing some genetic experimentation on the earth. In the book of Enoch, it talks about how they were corrupting plant and animal life. And so God brought the flood to wipe them out, but it didn't kill all the giants. It killed most of them, but not all. And that's why I think it said in Genesis 6, it said, there were giants in the earth in those days and thereafter. And I believe when it said and thereafter, it means that there were some that were left that survived the flood. And of course, those bloodlines became diluted, as the years went by. And that's why, we have references of stories like Goliath in the Bible. He was a descendant of the giants. And even though he was huge, he was probably 9 or 10 feet tall, he was one of the smaller ones. And then we have like King Og of Bashan, another giant mentioned in the Bible. He had a 13-foot long bed that was framed in iron. And Moses and his armies killed off King Og. But there's a number of references in the Bible if you know where to look. But I believe the book of Enoch is the whole backstory for Genesis 6. And also, too, there are other books, non-canonized books, the books of Jasher and a number of other books that also talk about the fallen angels, the angels that came down to the earth and they intermixed their seed.
Just not to go off on a completely different topic, but what do you think the reasoning would be for why they don't want to include those stories in the Bible? You think there's some sort of reasoning behind it, like are they pick and choose why they didn't want that in there? Of all the things that's in there, it seems strange that they wouldn't mention that. They wouldn't want that considered part of the actual canonized version of the Bible.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, and it's interesting, Brandon, because I did discover that even though it was left out of the canonized versions of the Bible, that many early church fathers believed in that whole story of Genesis 6 is when, that these fallen angels came down and they interbred. And in fact, in the Ethiopian church, the book of Enoch is considered canon, and they kept it in their Bibles. And also, too, the book of Enoch, copies of those were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm sure you've probably heard of those before, some of the most ancient biblical texts. The book of Enoch was included in there, but I think even prior to the discovery of the book of Enoch in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was in the 40s, way earlier than that, there was a British adventurer who went, I believe, to Ethiopia, and he did find some copies of the book of Enoch and brought them to England. I think this goes back in the 1800s, I believe.
I haven't really read the Bible, or I've I've watched them and listened to stuff, things about it. But for years, it always seemed like the Book of Enoch is always referenced when it comes to all sorts of different things. Because even with, you mentioned like space aliens, people interpret that as they were in the Bible, because they're in the Book of Enoch. People say the Nephilim, things like Sasquatch, and these other weird cryptid type things were Nephilim.
Yes.
Reference the Book of Enoch. There's so many different things that continues to go back to the Book of Enoch.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, there's a lot of really strange and interesting things in that book.
That seems to be the one thing that I should probably actually sit down and read would be that one, just because it seems to reference so many different things that we kind of dive into on this show. So,
yeah, I would really encourage you. Yes, definitely check out the Book of Enoch. And there's a number of other really interesting books too. I think the Book of Jasher is another really good one that talks about the fallen angels. Well, and going back, I mean, so we have these biblical accounts that many people are familiar with, but also too, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, I mean, it's cross-cultural. All these different cultures have mention of giants, and I mean, we're even going back to ancient Sumerian texts, the clay tablets. Have you heard of the Anunnaki?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, and so the ancient Sumerians, they believed that the Anunnaki, they said they came from the heavens, and they depicted the Anunnaki in their clay tablets as giants, and you'll see depictions of these beings sitting on thrones as kings, and they will have a servant standing before their throne, and the king, the Anunnaki, sitting on the throne is just as tall as the person that's standing up before their throne. So if that individual that was sitting down, if they stood straight up, they would be twice the size of their servant. So some people say, oh, well, that's just symbolic. They just wanted to depict the royalty, as bigger because they were, more important. However, I mean, could it also be possible that they depicted them how they saw them, and that they were giants?
Yeah, that's a good point. Now, didn't some of the depictions also look like they had like wings to them in the background?
I think something else. Well, I think there are probably
What's going on, Paul? How you living, baby?
That have that. There are depictions of the Anunnaki that look like they're.
I'm doing well, thank God.
Some type of
I'm just going to try to experiment by streaming in here on one of these devices. I know it's dark. Apologies for that. I can't do anything about that because this device isn't very good. But it hopefully will spur a little bit of debate and allow people to know that we're in here streaming, and to let them know that additionally, do you follow basketball? I understand. Well, Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is doing a March Madness bracket. Do you know what a March Madness bracket is? It's free. So basically, yeah, it's free. It's through ESPN. I'll send you a link. You'll be able to fill it out in 3 hours. And what it is yeah, so basically the teams aren't set. They'll be set in about 3 hours. They still have a couple more games to play before the overall bracket is set up, so that there are 68 teams. You can either choose all the games, or there's just a button that says choose for me. And you just do choose for me, and then you'll be all set. But you'll be entered, and then you get bragging rights if you win. I'm going to send you the invite right now. Yeah, so we've got a bunch of people who are who I know from either Twitter or Telegram. Oh, that's sweet. Absolutely, I'll do that. Absolutely. Is it okay if it's like a little, if it says Harry Potter Obama side of 10 Inu, or do I have to remove that? Sure, I just was asking. Absolutely. Though you said you were thinking about that someday, right? Making it a token or making a token? Right, okay. Absolutely. All right, I pinned it. So you've got the links now. There's a men's link and a women's link. So if you're familiar with basketball, both men and women play. And so in about 3 hours, you'll see there's like a countdown for it. In fact, I'll show you right now with my phone what it looks like. Okay, you should be seeing my screen in a second. So it's the ESPN app, and all you do, there's a men's tournament challenge and a women's tournament. Oh, absolutely. You're right, they won't know what it is. But it is a big thing that people do in the United States quite often. So yeah, I'll explain it a little bit. Oh, my pleasure. Thanks. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yes. Yep. But I wanted to do it in yours as well. It's not too bad. It's been raining. Right, you said you were coming back in May? Very cool. Where are you now? Oh, hell yeah. Like Cleveland? So like Erie? In New York. So you're near Erie? Can you see it? Yeah.
College hoops fans, it's time. The excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action. One of America's top
Nice. How's Cleveland?
customers bet on any college basketball national tournament and turn $5 to $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most important time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app
Right.
and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. 68 hours after
Yeah, I gotcha.
The electric companies have been raising prices while they make record profits. The answer used to be solar, but now the electric companies take the excess power you generate during the day and sell it back to you at night for top dollar. The final insult is they can blackout your power anytime.
What? What is that? Absolutely. I love the gift that you put out of Kramer with the thumbs up. That's hilarious. Which one? I think you're right. Oh yeah, it's a good show. Must see TV. I've heard he's good. Yes, sir.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details.
Absolutely, you'll be back soon enough. Word, you're making money while the sun shines. Making hay while the sun shines, as they say. Do you own Harry Potter? It hit all-time highs last week. It's worth like 14 cents. I don't know about that.
If you love sports and CNN, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan. Current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez car chase, to historic shockers and the biggest Little League cheat. Playing Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from the details of all of its acts.
134 million.
Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dog, I'm telling you, now's the time to buy if you can. We just hit an APH and are leveling off. No. We just hit an all-time high at like 26 cents, but now we have to 13 cents. We have basically, we went up to 26 cents, and now we're half that at 13 cents. Correct.
Detectives were inside the house searching for clues and evidence. I know what
I understand.
One of the neighbors approached me and asked
Right.
what was going on.
Right. It is. It's an ROI, return on investment. Dude, I understand. You got some of it. Dude, you got some. That's good. It's okay. That's life in the high flying world of crypto. It's all about return on investment. It's all about multiples. X's. How many times did you turn your money over?
It is, and from my experience, usually when there's some kind of reward or when the victim or witnesses in these cases feel like
I've been gifted some. It's a little. I'm not worried about it. They know that I'm a leader in the coin, and that if it blows up, I'll be taken care of. He's doing well. He just got back from East Denver, and I'm doing Trivia Tuesdays for the community, and I'll be, so every Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, I'll be doing trivia on Twitter Spaces. So people are excited about that. And so he's going to co-host with me. So it'll be like Tuesday, I'll know more. Basically, I'll be able to talk to him directly. Well, to be honest with you, I put that in your wheelhouse, meaning I'm the one who put you guys together and said it was on you guys. I mean, Apollo. Yeah, he messaged you back, I believe. At all? Okay. So he's a busy person. Why don't you message him again? You mean you only message one person one time and then that's it? Well, and that potentially may be why he didn't want to do an interview, because he lost. But you got to strike while the iron's hot. I mean, like a week after. Did you message him after the fight? Yep. All right, cool. Sounds good, man.
unsolved. But we thought you'd like to go through the process of seeing how just the smallest tips and leads keyword unsolved. Tragic case from San Bernardino County involving a newborn. But first, this is KFI AM 640, time for a news update. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman has been arrested following a car chase. The woman led CHP officers through Marina Del Rey Saturday night, but then somehow drove her BMW straight into the water along the shoreline. From there, the woman left the vehicle and dove into the water. Authorities rescued her a short time later. The CHP say the woman was wanted for alleged speeding. The family of a 15-year-old autistic boy who was shot and killed by deputies in Apple Valley have lawyered up against the sheriff's department. The family has also started a GoFundMe to cover funeral costs. The GoFundMe has surpassed its goal of $40,000. Last week, San Bernardino County Sheriff Guinness released a statement that said the social safety net for those experiencing mental illness needs to be strengthened. The National Institute of Mental Health refers to autism not as a mental illness, but as a developmental disorder. The Motor Valley Hospital says it's ready for the annual spike in drunk driving deaths over St. Patrick's Day. It goes up 30 to 32% during St. Patrick's Day.
The Motor Valley Hospital Trauma Medical College Hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help you conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. The all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, interfillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block acute source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in a relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
We're gonna journey through the most absurd moments of the human story with Ridiculous History, the podcast that explores the bizarre corners of human existence, like the evolution of the toilet, the story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr's like, one day, my life is going to be part of the musical. However, they probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Regrow your own natural hair with the same simple one-day treatment that I received from Advanced Hair Restoration. Get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts by calling 844-333-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
I'm attorney Darren Cavanoki, founder of 1-800-NO-CUFFS, reminding you to exercise your right to shut the up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-CUFFS, because no one looks good in handcuffs, unless you're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUFFS.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us. More dishes, more flushes, and more shower time concerts. After 50 years of Encores, Mr. Rooter Plumbing Service professionals are equipped to handle anything. We're your neighbor you can call anytime, and we'll be there, because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com.
John Kono taking out the political trash, one hack at a time. Hacking a duster. Friday afternoon at 3:30 on KFI.
KFI AM 640 heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. This is the death of baby Jane Doe, number 45. San Bernardino County Sheriff's Homicide Case number 1914-07365. The Henry number is 2014-27. Detective Eric Bogaz is spearheading the case. I sat with him at the department's homicide unit in the city of San Bernardino. Hush, this case is graphic. Detective, thanks for your time.
Thank you. So let's start. Baby Jane Doe, that's gotta be one of the most disturbing things you can do. Baby Jane Doe, that's, anything dealing with children, missing children, abused children. In this particular case, Baby Jane Doe ended up being found deceased. That's correct. Well, basically on October 1st of 2014, the workers at the Advanced Disposal, which is a junkyard, a high
companies separate the recyclables from the regular trash. While the workers were sorting through the trash on the conveyor belt, they came across a newborn child. Wow. Have you spoken to anybody from that company, or is that company still around? That company is still around, and everyone there has already been spoken with. Is this? I've heard about this in other cases. I remember a case in Orange County where prostitutes being disposed of this way. This seems to be could this be a nefarious act, do you think, or this was a situation where a mother had an unwanted pregnancy? What's your experience telling you this? That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what we need to find out. Regardless of what the situation was, we need to find out why the child was deceased on a conveyor belt in the dump. Why someone placed their child into a trash can. As far as the reasons or how and why, that's something that will come to a conclusion based upon our investigation. So, were you able to pinpoint the route that this particular baby may have been a part of? Yes. Based upon where the trash was dumped at the facility, they were able to connect it with the actual truck that dumped in that area, and then the route of that truck was to the Hesperia area. Okay, so then if you focus on the Hesperia area, then when did you get these cases? I know sometimes you get these cases and they've already been looked at by other detectives. So how long have you had this case? I got this case approximately 6 months ago. 6 months ago. Okay, so tell us a little bit about some of the progress you've made as far as you say Hesperia is where the route originated. Was it a residential route or industrial route? It was a residential route. And then how do you focus in on that? Well, basically going through the report, the investigators at the time went out and did door-to-door contact, referenced the area, the residences in which that trash truck into the trash, hoping to identify or locating people that look like they just had a child, or someone that said, hey, we had a neighbor, we know she was pregnant, and now she's not pregnant, we've never seen the child. Anything that would stir up a lead. Was the, and I don't know if this is a little too in the weeds, but can you tell whether or not it was a baby that was placed in one of those residential the bins with the wheels on it, or was it in another thing? Did they pick up only those bins, or was there a larger dumpster? Do you know any of that kind of detail? No, that's hard to tell. I mean, like I said, all the trash was dumped in one pile, and it goes up the conveyor belt. And as you can imagine, the child's in the back of the trash truck. It's constantly getting compacted, and trash getting mixed in and around the child. We're talking with Detective Eric Bogas with the St. Bernardino County Sheriff's Department about a baby Jane Doe. So, what else can you tell us about the young child? Ethnicity, what was the condition of the body? It was an Hispanic female child, and the condition of the body, she was mutilated, obviously, by it appears to be from the trash compacted, not from another person. At this time, I believe that injuries were from the trash. So the compaction of that gene, compaction names for that's fine. So any idea of the time, how long had the baby been deceased? That is something that there's an autopsy that's been conducted by the St. County Coroner's Office, and they came to the conclusion of an approximate time. And that's something I can do myself right now. Sure, talk to you in the future. Understandable. The thought that you're an homicide, you've done cases before. What type of a person doesn't do this? Not a psychiatrist. Yeah, but you know what? Homicide detectives, they have an innate sense. They can they size people up. Who size people up for a living? So, what kind of person is this? Well, there's different circumstances that this can happen. It can be a real facetious person, just a cruel, just not wanting to have a child, discards a child in the trash can. It could be a stillborn, trying to hide either from parents or a loved one that they were pregnant.
trash. There's different reasons why people do things that I don't understand, but nevertheless they do. To learn more about this case and others, go to KFIAM640.com, keyword unsolved. And if you have a tip or story idea, grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say the keyword unsolved. More with Detective Ogas from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. But first, this is KFI AM 640. Time for a news update. I'm Andrew Caravella, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Costco is cracking down on non-members accessing members-only services. The retail giant is limiting access to its food courts to Costco cardholders. I guess that's so hard to say. Food courts to Costco cardholders only. Yuck. A food truck owner in Long Beach has been stabbed by a person who allegedly attacked and robbed a woman. The food truck owner ended up in the hospital with a collapsed lung and internal bleeding. And police say 2 adults have been found dead this weekend in a home in Port Hueneme. Police were originally responding to the call, to a shots fired call to the home. We're going to take a look at the 405 next.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.draftkings.com/paintball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Lake Forest on the 5, southbound Lake Forest Drive. 2 vehicles head off the right shoulder, stop and go from the 405. KO5 in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Your electric bill is rigged. The electric companies have been raising prices while they make record profits. The answer used to be solar, but now the electric companies take the excess power you generate during the day and sell it back to you at night for top dollar. The final insult is they can black out your power anytime. But only cheap code. It's Semper Solaris. They're local and veteran-owned. Beat the electric company at their own game by using solar panels and an Enphase IQ Battery 5P. Your panels charge the battery during the day, and you use your own electricity in the evening. Right now, you can switch to solar for no money out of pocket, and Semper Solaris will pay your electric bill for up to 3 months. Call Semper Solaris at 877-211-5591. That's 877-211-5591. Eliminate blackouts. Escape corporate greed. Go solar now.
See website for details. Expires 3/31/2024. CSW number 978-152.
This is Leon Smith, founder of Source Channels, Plumbing, Heating, and AC. Another good deed for free. Our technician Miguel was at an elderly couple's home during a tune-up last year and asked if there was anything he could do to help out around the house. They perked up and said yes. Would you mind having some lemons on the tree in the front yard? You see, they love fresh squeezed lemon. They couldn't reach the right lemons. Miguel grabbed the lemon off his truck, and in 10 minutes, he presented them 4 pounds of freshly picked lemons, which was quickly made into a pitcher of fresh lemonade that they all shared together. Thanks to Miguel, turning actual lemons into lemonade. Good deeds don't have to be big. Be sweet. Service champions, plumbing, heating, AC, and good deeds for free. Service champions, plumbing, heating, AC, and good deeds for free.
Bad breath is no fun. Let me introduce you to Zelman's Midtown. It's a tiny little capsule you swallow, mint on the outside, parsley seed oil on the inside, and clinically tested against the toughest offenders that don't go into windows. And it's not just a mint. Pop 2 or 3 in your mouth, you suck the mint coating, and then you swallow the capsule for fresh, clean breath that lasts for hours. Biting into also works. And it doesn't just cover up your gut, right? It cleans your breath in a way other mints can't. It
fights bad breath in your mouth and goes down to your gut and really goes to work. Cinnamon is a guarantee I know you never use. There's free shipping if you order 3 packs or more. Trust me, you're gonna want more. And I've known the folks behind Zelman's for 30 years. I'm proud to stand behind this product. Go to Zelmans.com, ZELMINS.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, ZELMINS.com, 15% off when you use the code KFI, Zelmans, ZELMINS.com. Sometimes you don't realize something was bothering you
Until it's gone.
That's how you're going to feel
After we work our magic in your house.
we make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Since the pandemic, California home values have skyrocketed. Do you have lots of equity in your home but have been turned down for a home equity line of credit? Try giving the Loan Exchange a call. At the Loan Exchange, we can't guarantee we'll fund you, but we will try our hardest to find a solution for you. Whether your issue is related to your credit score or qualifying your income, our experienced loan technicians will turn over every rock to get you the funds you need to pay off credit card debt, make an investment, or just have a source of cash in case of future emergencies. So if you want a loan company to fight for you, go to theloanexchange.com or call 1-855-752-9944 now. NMLS 1637539. Loan subject to credit approval. See website for licensing information, loan terms and conditions, equal housing lender. That's 1-855-752-9944 or theloanexchange.com.
This report is sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you can save money. Good to know. Visit Allstate.com or call for a quote today.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Plain Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Plain Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details, always packs a punch. Never miss a third game. Listen to Plain Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. This is Unsolved. I'm Steve Gregory. October 1st, 2014, workers at a trash sorting facility in Victorville come across the most gruesome discovery possible: a newborn on a conveyor belt. Detective Eric Lopez with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Homicide Unit says the baby was dumped, abandoned, without a trace. Detective, given the anonymity and the condition of the baby, I suppose it's like finding the proverbial needle in the haystack. So where does one start when investigating this? And do you have any leads?
Well, at the time, the child was on the conveyor belt. Once the child was located by the workers, they immediately stopped the conveyor belt and evacuated by the supervisor. Deputies responded and basically froze that crime scene, so nothing moved or was touched around that child. Investigators went out there and went through the trash that was near that child and looked for envelopes, addresses, your mail that, your bills that come to your house. They had several addresses, which also confirmed the route that truck took during that period of time. And then they made contact at those addresses looking for leads.
Then, when you look back at that,
You know, I think there's always an assumption that's probably a young woman, maybe a high school student. Yes. And do you go to nearby high schools? Do you do that as well?
They did. Investigators back then went back to the Hesperia Unified School District and interviewed numerous teenage females, also checked for their attendance records to see if anyone was absent for an extended period of time during that time frame. And for obvious reasons, I mean, if you're talking to all the females, the students there, you're hoping to get leads, you're hoping that someone's going to say, yes, my friend was pregnant, and, you know, this is what I think she did, or she's not pregnant anymore. And someone will know something. Or you can obviously sit down and actually talk with that student, and just based upon interviewing them, you can tell by talking to them that they are scared or upset, and that they were pregnant by talking with them, getting them to admit to that.
Yeah, the sad thing about that is obviously nothing panned out. It sounds like nothing panned out from that approach. But, you know, it could also have been an older woman. It could have been a different age woman who did an unwanted pregnancy, or it could have been a relative or a friend if someone came over. So yeah, that's what I mean. It's just so what happens next? Where do you go from here?
Basically, from here, we have some things that we're trying to do, technologies, I guess you would say, in homicide. Things that we can.
What up, Bass Lunch?
Obviously, I can't say at this time. But you're right.
You see things you talk about forensics.
Hold on a second, I can't hear you. Gotta turn you up.
Forensics, absolutely. Where does this take? Hopefully, it's going to lead us to.
Oh, dog, it's.
The child is mother has been in prison before, incarcerated for.
Go ahead, can you hear me?
Hopefully, we could match that down to that person. As we know, you're arrested for a felony now in California. We've the DNA swab that's held, and hopefully we're getting the DNA from the baby, have it submitted, put it to what's called our quota system, and hopefully it comes back to a match.
You said earlier you didn't want to talk about how long you thought the baby was deceased. Can you tell us about how old the baby might have been?
I will say this:
it was a newborn. So define newborn.
A newborn still attached.
Okay, that's gosh, it's a tough one to swallow. You know, it's a tough one to really digest. And I can't imagine those workers on conveyor belt.
Yes.
And I mean, they must have been a little bit in shock. I remember the conveyor belt workers. It was a recycling plant. I believe it was Anaheim a few years ago, and they all had to go through therapy because they didn't realize they're used to seeing so much trash and stuff, and then you see a human body. You don't just your brain doesn't process it.
No, absolutely, especially when all deaths are tragedies, especially when it's a child. I mean, not only for the workers there, but even the deputy sheriffs that responded, investigators that handle that case. Whenever you see a child that's pretty mutilated, it makes your heart sink, and it's hard to see. It's difficult to take in.
So, what do you want people to do? What do you need from people?
Well, during that time frame of October 1st, 2014, in the high desert area, I say high desert, Victorville, Hesperia, Rapid Valley. If you're aware of anyone at that time that was pregnant towards basically full term, and then was no longer pregnant, and they had no excuse to what happened to that child, contact us. Any leads that you guys can give us, we would greatly appreciate. It's a goal of mine. She's identified to us as being Jane Doe 45. And it's a goal of mine to put a name to her. As of now, she's laid to rest with the name of Baby Doe 45. I'd like to put a name to her.
I know this is a goal of yours. Can you talk about new technology? Are you hopeful you'll be able to solve this case?
I am hopeful. I'm going to continue to work it. I'm not going to stop working at different angles until both I can make that conclusion, get her identified, and find out why. Like I said, there's several different reasons why. Not that you know, if you have a
What
child,
up, Kim? How are you?
you can drop the child off. You should drop the child off. You bring the child to the local hospital.
What's new?
And they'll take the child with no questions asked. Fire departments too. Police departments, sheriff department, absolutely. Law enforcement, our first responder agencies, absolutely. The key is no questions asked. That is it's a better alternative. Absolutely. Detective, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. You're welcome. Thank you. Good luck.
That's going to do it. For more on this and other cases, go to our website at kfiam640.com. Keyword Unsolved. Unsolved with Steve Gregory is a production of the KFI News Department from iHeartMedia Los Angeles. Robin Bertolucci, Program Director, Chris Lowe, News Director. The program is produced by Steve Gregory and Jacob Gonzalez. Division producers, Andra Malkin.
What do you want, Kim?
KFI AM640. News Update.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. What do you want?
Stimulating talk.
Dude, I can't hear you. What do you want? I can hear you better. Yeah, what's going on? What do you need? There you go. That's a lot better. What's up?
Say something, bro.
Say something? What do you want me to say? I'm doing something. I'm about to share my. I'm about to share. Yo, dog. I'm about to share my screen in here.
She said the facility is in dire need of immediate change. She did not name someone to be the special master, but wrote that the court would appoint one quickly. This is the first time the Federal Bureau of Prisons has been subject to such oversight. Heather Brooker, KFI News.
A deputy with the LA County Sheriff's Department has shot and killed a man in East LA. Deputies responded to a call about a man with a gun causing a disturbance at a business at around 9:30 last night. The Sheriff's Department says the man produced a handgun when deputies got to the business on Pomeroy Street. Deputies then opened fire and killed the man. Researchers say nearly 20% of new cancer diagnoses at City of Hope, Orange County, are in people younger than 50.
I was in shock because we didn't have family history of breast cancer.
Orange County Health Officer Dr. Regina Tencio Kwong says she was diagnosed in 2022 at just 43 years old.
I was really into more of that healthy lifestyle, reducing all my risk in all kinds of different ways. Eating healthy, if you ask my family, they know that about me. And here I was, faced with that diagnosis.
But she says because of early routine screening,
I was able to take care of it and be cancer-free almost immediately.
However, Brandon Armini was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer at just 40 years old.
It was devastating, and it really surprised me. I didn't smoke, I didn't drink, I have no family history of cancer.
City of Humboldt Physician-in-Chief Dr. David Kim says cancer in people younger than 50 is projected to increase 31% by 2030.
It's not just an older smoker person who comes in. These are younger professionals who don't understand why they're being diagnosed with late-stage cancer despite living healthy lifestyles.
It says Orange County leads Southern California with more than 2,000 cancer diagnoses each year. At City of Hope OC, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The man who allegedly shot and killed 3 people in Falls Township, Pennsylvania, has been arrested. Officials say 26-year-old Andre Gordon shot and killed his stepmom, 13-year-old sister, and the mother of 2 of his children yesterday, before barricading himself in a home in New Jersey. The standoff lasted for several hours. Hostages were in the home at first, but police were able to get them out. Police say Gordon used an AR-15 style assault weapon during the attacks. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says it's up to Israeli people to decide if they'll have new elections and leadership.
He is the Prime Minister of Israel. We respect the sovereignty of the Israeli people.
Kirby was referring to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu following Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's speech calling for new elections in Israel.
Schumer also criticized Netanyahu's approach to the war in Gaza. Kirby said President Biden recognizes Schumer was speaking for many Americans concerned about how the war is going. He says President Biden and Netanyahu have known each other for 40 years, and while they don't always agree, they do talk. And it appears Vladimir Putin has been re-elected as president of Russia. Early returns from Russia show Putin has nearly 88% of the votes. Putin is up against three candidates from parties who have not criticized his role nor his invasion of Ukraine. In 2021, parties signed into law a change to Russia's constitution, allowing him to run for 2 more 6-year terms. That means Putin can be president until 2036. Putin has already run the country for more than 2 decades. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is asking, how much more do Americans have to see before they reject Donald Trump for president?
Praising Hitler, praising the Russians, honestly, condemning our soldiers for losing or dying in the war. You wouldn't even allow them in your house, much less in the White House.
Pelosi's comments come after Trump, during a rally in Ohio, said it would be a bloodbath for U.S. auto industry and the country if he's not elected president in November. Right now, taking a look at KFI traffic, people are scratching their heads on the 5 in Laguna Hills.
Extra trouble there, southbound 5, Lake Forest, where there's a crash in that construction zone. We've already got the slowing because of that. Now, a crash from the mix there is really slow from the 405 going to southbound 5. In downtown Los Angeles, westbound 10, right before the 110, this crash has all lanes closed. A serious crash with an overturned vehicle. Things are backed up through downtown Los Angeles and sending traffic onto the Hoover Collector to get through. You can't transition southbound 110 to eastbound 10. That's southbound 110, very heavy from the 5 freeway. The Signal Hill to 405 northbound Fort Cherry, and a crash in the right lane backing up from Palo Verde. Southbound 405 to Cherry off-ramp crash with the 4 right lanes taking up their pushing wreckage over the right shoulder. That's got traffic messed up from Atlanta. KFI, the Sky Hub's getting there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and privacy, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G included, all while saving big. For the big speed, big reliability, and big savings you want, get Spectrum One. Just $49.99 a month for 12 months. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers. Only service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Southland weather from KFI, lows tonight in the 40s and 50s. Tomorrow we're going to see highs. They're going to be in the mid to upper 70s at the beaches. Also inland for Metro LAOC. Upper 70s to around 80 for those working in the valleys. 70s for those commuting in the IE. Only 50s and 60s though for the high deserts. The rest of the work week will have 70s in most regions. Some 80-degree spots though throughout the Southland. Right now, Irvine is 66, Santa Ana 67, West Covina 68, Palmdale 67 degrees. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Pleasure to be with you. Watching the NCAA bracket come out. Such a due day today, right? You got the St. Patrick's Day. It's a macho holiday. I was thinking it was a macho holiday. Maybe it's because of all kinds of beer involved. Beer's so macho. Never been a beer fan. Not a very macho guy. But then the basketball brackets are coming out. It's the Andrew Caravella. Very interesting, those are you. But I have an aunt who lives for March Madness. Is that right? Yeah. She's like in her 60s, and every year this is her Super Bowl. Normally it's in my wheelhouse, but I'm a big Kansas fan, and the end of the season was really rough on Kansas. So not a great seating for them. I've kind of written off the tournament. I shouldn't be. And I've always thought they need to take Thursday and Friday off. Every year this tournament comes around. Every year I said, why didn't I take Thursday and Friday off? Why didn't I take Thursday and Friday off? And then I found myself unemployed for a few years. And then I had all the time in the world to watch March Madness. And then the pandemic hit, and then I couldn't. So it's like the universe hates my guts. It's pretty much where I fall on that. Just to say, they're out United States. So I guess not Irish, I suppose, is the big one. But I also think it's kind of cool to say I'm Irish, isn't it? Irish, that's cool. Certain nationalities just seem more fun than others. Nobody's like, oh, I'm English. Oh, you are? Well, tip top of the day to you. No.
Which is ironic because Americans just relish in anything that has to do with British royalty.
That's a weird one, too. Although Kate Middleton is smoking hot, so I think that has a lot to do with it. I think that if Kate Middleton were unattractive, or Princess Di, if she were unattractive, we wouldn't care. For instance, who cares about Camilla Parker Bowles? When was the last time you heard today about her and you were like, oh, what's going on with Camilla? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. The king, King Charles, he's got cancer or whatever. Like, look at that guy. Diana gets the king for like a year, and now the University of Sam like they hate her around the bracket magnets. Yeah. But I think it's because in large part Kate Middleton is very attractive. And we don't know what happened. She had abdominal surgery. What does that mean? And she's been out of the public eye. And then when she comes, quote unquote, back to the public eye, it's only a photograph that's been doctored. And the only way that we know it's doctored is because there was a press release from Kensington Palace, which claims to be from her, but it's not like anybody saw her sign her name to it. It's just a press release they picked up. They could have been written by anybody. We don't even know if he was alive or dead. I'm holding out hope. But I can't wait for the palace intrigue to develop on that. I did, as St. Patrick's Day goes on, it's one of my favorites. I told you I'm a big Kansas fan. That's because I lived in Lawrence for 7 years. And Lawrence, Kansas is a fun community in that they have, obviously March is a big time because it's a strong basketball college town. But the St. Patrick's Day parade is probably their biggest city festivity of the year. It's one of those cities that really pours everything into that. Every city, some cities have different, some is Halloween, most of it's Christmas is their big gathering or whatever, but for Lawrence it was the St. Patrick's Day parade. Christmas was a close second. And so we always got into it. It was always a big day. And so I always get really excited about that. And then I was trying to figure out what are some of the SoCal times that we have. And I saw the story come up from Channel 7, right? So ABC runs a story. I told you it was kind of a fun drinking holiday. And that's how Southern California has married Irish drinking with Mexican drinking. But I love it. Here we go.
Tequila, synonymous with Mexico. Absolutely nothing to do with Ireland.
Yes and no.
For the backstory, Colin O'Fallon shares the
Stop what? Hey, Colin, that's an Irish name, but what's the last name?
For the backstory, Colin O'Fallon.
Colin? O'Fallon?
For the backstory, Colin O'Fallon.
O'Fallon? Have you ever heard it pronounced that way? Because from now on, that's how I'm going to talk about the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon.
O'Fallon.
Not O'Fallon. O'Fallon.
Shares in history. It all came to him while drinking with his fellow Irish buddies during the pandemic in Burbank.
Yep, you know why he's doing that? Basketball coach. Wait a minute. The pandemic goes on. We got a pandemic. Everybody's on lockdown. He's in Burbank and he says, I just want to get up at the pub. Hey. No, I let him out. If I'm going to die, let me die doing what I do.
There was a legendary Irish battalion, and they helped save the Mexican army in 1847. And one of those soldiers, his name was Francis O'Connor. He was walking.
That's O'Connor.
He was walking wounded, and as he lay dying, he asked the Mexican priest to anoint him with sacred water that he had taken from his village in Ireland.
So the guy's Irish, he's dying. Tells the Mexican priest to anoint him with sacred water. The guy carried water with him everywhere he went. Doesn't that seem strange to you?
Not really, they do that.
They do?
Oh yeah.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Really? Is that like a Catholic thing? I grew up Catholic. Is that?
Oh yeah.
You distill the baptismal water, you throw it in a Fiji.
There is no stealing.
You share the holy water.
I do not share the holy water.
You borrow the holy water.
I use the holy water. I've seen my grandma do it though, I swear. So.
Can't you just have a priest bless your Fiji water?
Well, you know what? I'm actually an ordained minister, so I guess I could just bless any water.
Why don't you do it? You should do those online things so you can marry a friend or something.
Yeah, my cousin actually, she needed somebody, so I did it for her.
Right. That's excellent. But, so, just every time you walk past the vending machine in the break room, will you just give a blessing to the Dasani in there?
Yeah, and then just send like an all staff notice, it's blessed.
Love it.
You need to get something.
Love it. If you're in during the week and you see John Coble out there, just walk by him and bless his water and see what he does. Just record it.
Good to know.
That's right. Raul, you said that your grandma carries water with her though? For real?
I mean, she did, yeah. Well, I remember her going to Mexico, we went to some big church. She's excited to be there. Got a little thing, like a bottle, filled it up with water, and packed it. She took it up.
But did she carry it with her?
Yeah, it was in her purse.
Okay.
So when my grandma met Pope John Paul II, because she had a nephew that became a priest, she had to go to Italy.
Was that like her connection?
Yeah.
The nephew gave her street cred?
The nephew got her access to meet the Pope, which was like the thing for my grandmother. She bought
wait a minute. Pause. How does a priest get backstage passes with the Pope? Not every priest gets to do that, do they?
I don't know. I was like 2 years old, but all I know is that she bought a cribload of stuff in bags and had them on her arms as she was being blessed by the Pope. So every gift that she had, like the next 3 years, was like, this was blessed by the Pope. This is really I loved her. God bless her.
All right. I've learned something very good. Okay, you're in.
And so, with a wild idea, Carl set off to find that sacred water from that single well.
Oh, he found I don't know why that well was sacred, but it was sacred. He found the water. At least that's what we're hoping. And what did that turn into? You will get the rest. I feel like I just gave you the spoiler. That's next. And then we'll talk LA Law. It's next. Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. Your iHeartRadio app. And Caramella. Giving blessings from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Officials say the LA Marathon this year is the second largest field in its history. This weekend, the marathon has reached its capacity of 26,000 people. Officials in South Korea say North Korea has fired a ballistic missile toward the northeast coast toward the Sea of Japan. U.S. Secretary of State Antony
What up, Jack? How you doing, baby?
What up, Jack? How you doing, baby? Democracy Summit. And Target says most of its retail stores is rolling out limitations for shoppers starting this weekend.
Jack, how are you?
Target says shoppers using the self-checkout will now be limited to 10 items or less. We'll take a look at what's happening on the 10 next.
You'll never know until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're in Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Visit Disneyland.com for more details. Issue reservation 5 required.
Sweeten your business purchases with American Express Blue Business Cash, the card that makes everyday expenses extra rewarding. You'll earn 2% cash back on your first $50K in purchases per year, and then 1% after that, so you can treat your bottom line and give your business a helpful boost. Swipe after swipe. Terms apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/bluebusinesscash. Amex Blue Business Cash. Built for business by American Express.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game.
Take a look at the restaurant sit right next to Kobe Bryant shooting a three. What is bad in the world?
Celebrate college basketball's most fancy time of year. DraftKings is giving you a shot to buy up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app
and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, get your fill from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
After 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation promised to make sure we never forget. Since then, it's been supporting America's heroes and their families. Heroes like U.S. Army Specialist Michael Hook, who was killed in Iraq. Hook left behind a pregnant fiancée who gave birth to a son he would never meet. Tunnel to Towers paid off the mortgage on their home. America's heroes need your help now more than ever. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
Looking for practical biblical principles for everyday living? Want to gain a better understanding of the Bible? Listen to In Touch Radio Network on iHeartRadio, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley. Dr. Stanley's timeless messages will provide you with biblical insights to help you grow in your relationship with Jesus Christ. Listen anytime during your day, wherever you are. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine. We're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18+ terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Attention parents. Is your child struggling with reading? Watch their confidence soar as they jump a whole grade level in just 3 days with Hooked on Phonics. It's simple and fun for kids. Engaging lessons with catchy songs and games keep them hooked. It's easy for you. No teaching experience needed, just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed results. See at least 1 grade level improvement or your money back. Get your first month for just $1 and free access to Hooked on Math and Hooked on Spelling apps. Visit hookedonphonics.com now. That's hookedonphonics.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Bainbridge offers the Purity Flex annuity, designed for women's unique retirement goals. With flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. Bainbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Visit Gainbridge.io/parent for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
The story of Comic Sans, or the exploits of the notorious Aaron Burr.
Aaron Burr is like, one day, my life is going to be part of a musical.
However, they probably didn't necessarily at this point think that he was going to be the villain.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Ken. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers and the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt, people. Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Chris Merrill, KFI 640 more, stimulating thought. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Big fan. One of my favorites. You got plans tonight? Man, I wish I did, but here's the truth. Andrew, my wife, put me on a diet. She said I'm too fat for the master bedroom, so I have to go on a diet. So no corned beef or cabbage? No, I mean, I could have cabbage. Okay. Yeah, boiled cabbage for dinner. Doesn't that sound delightful? No. Put some spice in it. Oh, no. It's the worst. So, probably not. It's been one of those. You know what stinks about dieting? Everything. Except, on the scale, I had to lie to my wife. I had to lie to my wife about the diet. So she says, we're going on a diet. If you've ever been in a situation, frankly, listen, I need it. Okay? So I was getting it. And my wife says, we're going on a diet. Okay, sweetheart, we can go on a diet. Which means she wants to go on a diet, and I'm going on it. But that's fine, because I have been thinking. And so she buys this scale. And been on the diet now since a week and 2 days, since Friday last week has been really good. So this is start time. So 2 weekends now with her. And it's a very restrictive diet. And so she gets the scale. And she says, well, if this scale is right, the scale she got a good one for $5. But so far so good. So she gets the scale. She says, if this scale is right, I'm down 7 pounds. Now, that's great. And I got on the scale. She says, here, make sure it's working. And I got on the scale. How much do you think I lost in the first week? 5 pounds. 17 pounds. Oh, wow. What are you not eating? Everything. You're just starving. Basically, what? She goes, is it working? Yeah. She goes, how much are you down? I go, 8. I didn't patron saint of Ireland. March 17th is the day St. Patrick is believed to have died around 490 AD. For most Americans, St. Patrick is famous for driving the snakes out of Ireland. Boston held its first St. Patrick's Day parade in 1737, followed by New York City in 1762. Chicago marks the holiday by dyeing the river green. Officials of the LAPD say they disagree with recent stories about the use of less lethal force.
LA Police Commission Vice President Russia Kirkus asked Chief Choi if he agreed with the characterization by the LA Times that less lethal weapons lead to deadly shootings.
I absolutely disagree. I think our less lethal munitions, is a de-escalation tool.
A report looked at how effective less lethal weapons are in subduing people. The police commissioner requested the report after the fatal shooting of a man last month who was holding a plastic fork. The officers were told he had a deadly weapon. Kirkus told Chief Choi she too disagreed with the way the Times reported the story. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
This report is brought to you by Semper Solaris. The White House is urging the Senate to pass a bill that would force the sale of TikTok. The measure has passed in the House with support from lawmakers of both parties.
It took 3 days to pass a sale, and then if not banned on TikTok, and we haven't passed data privacy, we haven't passed laws to ban foreign interference. The act where there actually was foreign interference in my district or near my district was Facebook.
Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna voted against the TikTok bill because he says it does little to actually address Americans' concerns. TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company called ByteDance, and supporters of the bill say it would protect the data of TikTok's more than 150 million users in the U.S. from Chinese Communist Party influence. The 40-hour work week has been standard in the United States for more than 8 decades, but now some members of Congress want to give hourly workers an extra day off. Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has introduced a bill that would shorten the work week to 32 hours. That would be very nice. Totally for it. Right now, taking a look at KFI traffic, we got more trouble. It's in downtown on the 101.
A small broke down vehicle, and there was a complaint of danger, so they had the emergency crews come out to deal with that in the 2 right lanes. Things are out of the roadway there now, but back things up on northbound 101. It was backed up from Route 10, and then it stays heavy to Vermont to the northbound 101. The westbound 10, right before the 110, that crash had all lanes closed. It still does. Might be quite some time there. Things are backed up through downtown Los Angeles. Southbound 110, very heavy from the 5-2 because of it. Had trouble in Signal Hill, the 405 northbound Fort Cherry, a crash in the right lane. That now has things backed up from Woodruff. The 405 both ways, very heavy between Ladera Heights and West LA. Southbound 405 out of the valley, all the way to Westwood. Very tough drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
I'm decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century's rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and looking nice.
Free one-day delivery at Home Decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day.
Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. The all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable sweat-resistant sport formula to kits SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
KFI AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
There it is. AM 640, more stimulating talk, Chris Bailey Rose. All right, I gotta get to this. There's this dude, Colum O'Fallon. O'Fallon, not Colum O'Fallon. Colum O'Fallon. Or this, I don't know how it's, let's see if I'm reading this correctly. It was actually ABC 7 that, no. Oh, it is O'Fallon. O'Fallain. O'Fallon. Okay. So this dude decides, I want to make an Irish tequila. The problem is, like, champagne has to come from the Champagne region of France, otherwise it's just, what do they call it? Bubbly. Sparkling wine or something, bubbling wine. Tequila has to come from Mexico. So he wants an Irish tequila. How do you pull that off? You import the water.
And so, with a wild idea, Colin set off to find that sacred water from that single well.
So the water from the sacred well that he's talking about was on an Irish soldier who died in fighting in Mexico. And as he's dying, he asks for last rite from the priest and says, bless me with this holy water, and I happen to be carrying it with me, which I found out during the program tonight was, I guess, common. I didn't realize carrying vials of holy water was common, but I'm fascinated by this. So he says, yeah, I'll bless you. So now, we've got some source of holy water with a connection to Mexico. And this guy's like, I see it open.
It took me 1 year to find that well, because there's over 3,000 bloody wells in Ireland. We found the well, and we hand source that water. We take it 5,202 miles all the way down to Mexico to make the first and only tequila in the world that unites Ireland and Mexico.
All right, that's fun. The other thing I want to point out is when he says well, he doesn't mean just somebody's well out there in their house. He means like a spring. But you couldn't say Irish Spring because that was already taken.
He's called it Orlando's, released just weeks ago.
Orlando's. Raul, translate.
Hernandez. People come to James and I say, hey guys, let's try something new here. The bottle shop in Sierra Madre, the first retailer to carry it. And that is enticing because my wife is half Irish. And you know, so
They found me to do with a Mexican last name. And then he said, why you like this? He says, my wife is half Irish. And then he paused and he stared at him. And the reporter gave no response.
So, she needs a feeling.
My wife is half Irish. So, here you go.
Bella Pasadena is among the first restaurants to add Orlando's to their...
Wait, where is it? What is it?
Bella Pasadena is among the first restaurants to add Orlando's to their tequila lineup. And there's nothing like it out there. Bartender Duke McCaffrey offering specialty cocktails he considers St. Patty's approved. But this all begs the question, what's water got to do with it? Does it even matter?
The water is the most important part. If you're looking at anything that's 80 proof, you're looking at it being 40% alcohol, which means it's 60% water. So the higher quality of water, the higher quality of product. In Ireland, there's going to be a lot more iron, there's going to be a lot more limestone, and so it's going to be a lot more softer on the palate than the water quality in Mexico. Not saying that one's better than the other, they're just different, so the flavor profile is going to be different.
So you telling me that all this stuff came over from, like, they keep bringing, they're not bringing all the water from land. No, I'm calling baloney. They're bringing, like,
turned tequila entrepreneur? It's a dream come true.
We actually have in the bottle, as good as the story is, we actually have one of the best tequilas in the world. And we get liquid to lips, and it's over. So I'm really, really proud of that, and we're so honored to be a part of that.
Cool. Love that. Yeah. Well, he said, on other websites, it says take sacred Irish well water. I still think it's just a mixture of water. Hold on. I'll give it a shot. Yes, I would. The Irish tequila, it would me too.
Hey, I think it makes sense, because let me tell you, my sister is part Irish. Her name is Sinead. Like, Sinead.
Sinead Cortez?
No, she's a Campbell.
Oh, okay. Love to be in your house.
Yeah, she's a Campbell, so
guys fight over breakfast.
It makes sense.
One of you wants like the breakfast burrito, the other one wants Lucky Charms. How does that
Believe it or not, she's a lot more Mexican than I am.
Is that right? Oh, that's great.
I'm like, I want McDonald's. She'll be like, let's make some beans. You know, chicken.
McDonald's is Irish.
Yeah, there you go. See, it all ties together, man.
Yeah. So wait a minute. Your sister is half Irish?
Part Irish. We don't know the exact plan, but her dad is Campbell. My half sister.
All right, we'll call her short hair.
She's kind of like dark hair. She definitely has Irish features.
What does that mean? Freckles or something?
Yeah, I mean, she, but don't tell her that, because she doesn't like that.
She a bit of an albino? Is that?
No. She's like, she's light skinned. She's like dark Mexican like me.
I got you. I'm with you. Very good. So you give it a shot, right? I mean, who's gonna say no to trying?
That's what I'm telling you, man. Let's do it.
I'm totally. All right, let's do it. All right, the rules, the rule makers, and the rule breakers of Southern California, LA law. And we'll start with the story that Andrew's been covering all along today. That is the pike fight. The pike fight. So it's the Pike Outlets, Long Beach, turns into absolute mayhem. This is from ABC 7.
Two females lunging at each other.
Starting off on it. That's great. Nothing like telling a story saying two females. Two women, two girls. Two females. I'm reading from the police report. Females.
Two females lunging at each other, throwing punches while this massive crowd surrounds them.
Yeah, they were. Oh, God.
Cops force their way in, arresting the two females, one of them visibly bleeding. Police say one is an adult, the other a child.
No. Say, hold on. Two females fighting, one an adult, the other a child. All right, so we got what, a 40-year-old beating up on a 7-year-old?
Maybe, I saw the video, maybe 16, 17.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And the adult is probably like late teens, early 20s.
Yeah, I mean, from a distance, they looked kind of young, the two of them. I honestly thought they were both in high school.
Right. But it did not, when you say one adult, one child, doesn't that always, it always makes me feel like, okay, you got a 40-year-old beating up on a 7-year-old.
An 18 and a 17.
Right, how about one adult, one minor or something, right? Yeah. Okay,
Mario capturing the melee on his phone. Trying to have a weekend outing with his daughter.
Everybody ran, and then within the next couple, like maybe 10 minutes, another fight went down. We were a couple feet away from that.
Witnesses tell me they knew something was going to go down this evening based on posts from social media.
Yo, what up, Captain? How you living? What's new, Captain Entertainment? Yo, dog, do you know what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu is? Captain. You're good. Do you know what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Emu is? It's a cryptocurrency. Are you on iOS or Android device? So you can see me right now?
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, do you know what cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, I know what crypto is. I don't really trust it, to be honest.
I understand. You like communities, though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Excellent. Well, we've got a video telegram going on right now. You want to join it? Excellent. You don't have to be on camera. I'll send you the link. Just 1 moment. What's your name? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Hey, I just followed you with one of my accounts. Can you hear me? Hey, I just followed you with one of my accounts. Can you hear me?
You mean on Twitter?
Yeah, on Twitter. I just followed you with an account. It's backupxvideo005. Can you follow that person and I'll send you the link?
Yeah, sure. But hold on, can you send the link again?
I will, but you need to follow me back. Your tweets are protected. So I just followed you with my account, backupxvideo005.
So, I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you know anyone who can voice act?
Sure, I know a bunch of people.
Okay. So what I'm thinking of making an animated series, right?
Okay.
It's basically my version of Sonic the Hedgehog, but I don't really talk about it too much more to people. Really.
That's okay. I want to hear about it. But what you got to do, I just followed you with one of my accounts. The account name is backupxvideo005. Can you go to your backup X? Do you see it? Follow me back so I can send you the link.
Can you hear? And there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. Maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no.
What was the name again? Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good. It's backup X video X video 005.
Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Guinness.
All right. I got it.
Excellent. Follow me back. My follow is pending for you. Okay, cool. I can send you a message now. Here we go. If you go to this, do you know what Telegram is? Do you know what Telegram is?
No, I actually don't.
That's okay. It's a communication app like WhatsApp or one of those. So I just sent you the link. All you do is click it. You install the app, and it's a video sharing app. So right now we're watching sports, and I've got a bunch of people in a video chat. And you can come here and you don't have to show your face if you don't want to, but you can come and speak, and there are a bunch of people here who could be voice actors for you. Now, talk to me about that, Captain Entertainment.
Okay. So there's this it's guy on my profile picture. His name is Karen the Hedgehog.
Oh, cool. So you like hedgehogs?
No, not really.
Okay.
He's just my main guy.
Okay. So is he brown?
Yeah, he's brown.
Okay. So he's this guy, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
And his friends, this sounds weird, right? That's why I don't like talking about it. It sounds not creative and just some lazy and just not standable for people.
It made sense to me.
Yeah, it might to you, but but people might look at it as well, this doesn't look like that.
Wish you'd take better care of that diabetes. I know.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, internet always good.
So here's what you want to do. Do you see that I sent you a link?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
So you click that and it should download.
Yeah, I'm trying, but
Does that really work?
Crap.
Is your set rocket senor, but his nose set, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring gain scent into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent maracas smell amazing." You could call them scent maracas, but most noses call them gain scent beads. Try gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com.
What up, Spring is Dead? How are you?
That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop. You're safe.
Spring is Dead. How are you? Can you hear me? Ooh, wow. I'm having trouble hearing you. Can you say that again? Okay, I'm glad you can hear me. I can barely hear you. It's my device. Let me try to pull everything up. Very cool. Do you know what Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is? Just a moment. I'm going to come to this one with a better device. Just one moment. I want to talk to you. Spring is dead. Oh, we got Ass Munch in here too. We've got Spring is here and Ass Munch. Spring is here and Ass Munch. Spring is here and Ass Munch. Spring is dead, I should say, and Ass Munch. Now I can hear you. Sorry about that. Hi. What up? How are you guys? Excellent. Good to hear. Living the dream, baby. No, I'm not cruising for a bruising. I haven't done anything wrong. Do you know what March Madness is? Oh, hell yeah. Do you know what March Madness is? Yeah. All right. Spring is dead. How about you? What about women's sports? What about women's sports? You're no fun. Hell yeah, they're amazing. Are you? I was gonna say, I was gonna really feel sad for you. Oh, no. Okay, I found my invite. If you wanna join, you're right. Sorry about that. If you wanna join, I'm gonna send the link. It's an ESPN link. I know, and I get it. You don't like sports. There is an option though. I mean, this is just for bragging rights, but there's an option for it to auto pick for you, so you don't have to do anything. You just press auto pick, and it'll pick the best teams for you. You get bragging rights. We're gonna post you in our Telegram for a week. Absolutely. You don't have to tell anyone how you won. You can say that because we don't know. You could just tell everyone that it happened naturally. You just had a hunch. You can win $20,000. Federal Reserve notes, dog. Fiat. Both. You're doing both. Oh, you can win both. You'd have to have a really good bracket to win the $20,000, but you can. Yeah, you have to win the whole tournament, though. You should still do it. Well, the easiest way to do it is to register for this, and you can win it. I put the link in the Telegram. It's very easy. All you have to do is click it, and then either choose your own teams or allow it to choose the best teams for you. Same with you, Spring is Dead. There's a men's bracket and a women's bracket. I want to see how you do. I want to know what kind of picking fortune that you have. Spring is Dead. Don't get too excited. What do I get? I don't get anything. I just want people to join. Oh, I don't get anything. I'm just doing it because we did fantasy football in the fall. It's a good thing to do for our community, and we wanted to do more community events within part of Elmwood kind of email. So we're doing Tuesday trivia. We're doing March Madness, which is this. We did fantasy football. We did a Super Bowl party. We watched UFC 299. We did an Oscars party, and we're gonna do hold on, some other things too. I forget what. But basically, we're doing more events. So one of the things that we're doing is this, not football, basketball tournament. We've seen a lot of really good results from our coin. We had all-time highs last week, so we want to continue that momentum and the way to do that is consistent Twitter spaces and fun events. So that's why we're doing it. But if you're like, do I get a kickback from this or a referral code or anything like that? No, there's nothing like that. All right, that sounds good. That's half of 0 is 0. But I'm down for that. No, you don't have to. You can just put your email address. Yep, there's a men's one and a women's one. The men's one you can pick. No, you're supposed to do both. And I get what you're saying. It's not only men can do the men one and only women can do the women one. It's a men's tournament and a women's tournament, meaning the people playing in the tournament are men and the people playing in the tournament are women. But men and women are both picking winners of that tournament.
That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some.
Dude, you're amazing. You're both amazing. You're going to really have fun, and here's why. There are 64 basketball games that take place over the course of the next 2 weeks or so, and they happen all the time, 24/7 basically. So you're able to go into a Telegram whenever you want and watch these games and see if your picks were accurate. And maybe they are, maybe they're not. I can tell you, a lot of times the people who win are the people who have no idea about sports. They either pick mascots, or they pick what school they like more, or they just pick randomly, and they do really well. And the people who are experts in the sport are like the ones who make the wrong picks. Perfect. That's a great choice. Perfect. You know what's up then, and then you're good. You're locked in. Now you can't do the women's one yet for another like 2 hours or something. And you're like, why can you do the men's one and not the women's one? They do the selection show. There's a television show where they do all the choices of all the teams, and the men's one is on at like in the evening, and the women's one is on at night. So you have to wait till the women's one is official. So it's in a couple hours or so. So in a couple hours, and I can remind you as well, you're going to want to do the same thing that you just did for the men, for the women, and it's a big deal. And then what you're able to do is go to the Telegram. Like for instance, I go to whatever Telegram has the most amount of people in it in a given. I don't want to say in a given, like at a given moment. So right now, this one has more than any of the others. So what I can do is, let me see if I can look it up. Is the name of this Telegram Bitcoin Ass Vision? Cool. Okay. So then I'm going to share my screen in it. So what would happen is if there was a game going on, which we'll watch the selection show. Bitcoin Ass Vision. I'm typing it in. I'm not getting the result. That's why. Media chat. Yeah, right. I can do it. It's /invite, right? That's how you did it the other day. Oh, cool. Thank you, Spinner's good. Okay, so then I'm copying it, and I'm going to send it to my other account, and it's going to be baller. Absolutely baller. Do you guys ever have people who share their screens in the Telegram CC? Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go. I do it. Excellent. I think it is a very cool feature that Telegram offers, and in my opinion, more apps should offer the same type because it's almost seamless. It's a very nice system. All right, I sent myself a message. And let's get this. So are you guys siblings? That's tight. You guys have a really great relationship. Well, I didn't know it was like that, but frankly, I wouldn't put it past people these days. You literally, is that true? Is that something that you really do? All right. Like, unprotected? Y'all are crazy. Are you serious about this? Well, there you go. All right. Well, the bracket has only been made available for the last 30 minutes. So there are 7 other people who have created accounts and a bunch of people more who will, but you haven't been able to create a bracket until just like 30 minutes ago. I don't think so. Yeah, you have to wait a little bit of time. Hey, that's okay. Honestly, I get it. Okay, so then, you probably would get this, what I'm doing. So I'm an advocate for women, I feel, in quite a few different ways. One in particular is the areola. No. Well, one in particular is the areola. I don't think that a woman should lose her social media account if she accidentally has a nip slip because a man doesn't. I feel it is de facto discrimination when a woman. There you go, man. I appreciate it. Word Mockingbird. That's tight. Good for you. What caused this desire to be such a feminist? All right. Okay, I am gonna get this. Just a moment. I have to leave. I'll be right back. Give me 30 seconds. Oh, I forgot. I'm still here. So I'm not even gone. Just one moment.
Representative Nick Langworthy, Republican of New York, said that TikTok is essentially operating communist Chinese malware. TikTok denies that the Chinese Communist Party owns any portion of ByteDance. 60% of ByteDance, TikTok says, is owned by international investors, including Americans. Now, when I say TikTok says, I don't mean a bunch of TikTokers. I don't mean a bunch of people dancing to whatever the soul pop music is of the day. What I mean is the company TikTok. So the same way that Meta is the company that is above Facebook. Facebook is a subsidiary.
There you go. I'm back, babies. All right. I'm back, and I'm not just back, but I'm back with a vengeance. I'm glad I'm back as well. There might even be more in the future. You never know. I'm crazy like that. Hell yeah, baby. Alright.
So TikTok offices, ByteDance is a Chinese company owned by China. China has a very strange capitalist communist hybrid mind. Sounds like those two things can't go together. Basically what it says is, operate as a capitalist and we'll run interference as a communist country if we need to. In exchange, you're going to give us what we want. So there's the conspiracy.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. I could have been anywhere in the world, but I'm here with you. Tight. I know what it is. Hell yeah, I can dig that. That's my deal. You know what's up. I'm not afraid of it either. I embrace it. I lean into that life. That's my thing, dog. Dude, she was the cover model of Sports Illustrated last year. Can't beat that. Martha Stewart. But this lady could do it too. Oh yeah, she did it. How old is Roller Girl? Wait. What do you say? No way. Where's JoJo? Damn, where's this girl? Where is this girl? Yeah. Oh, alright. How do you know Roller Girl? Roller Girl. Yeah. How do you know her? What happened? What did she do? I know her though. That doesn't seem like her character. Are you serious? I was gonna say she's like the one. She's like the one Canadian. Why don't you like her skin is better? Dang, didn't know that. Spring's got some what? There you go. He's verbally abusive to her. I feel sorry for her.
So, he wants to do the same thing to Facebook. I don't know what that is. But Facebook also has a lot of Chinese.
Apologies, it should be better now. Her boyfriend is verbally abusive to her, and that's not cool.
3.2 million Facebook users are achieved.
That's a lot of people. 3.2 million.
I haven't known her that long. She was supposed to interview me. Oh, good, you tried. Hold on. Spring is dead. Okay, first off, ass munch. That's some amazing bait work. Secondly, spring is dead. You make me feel so much better to know that you've talked to her about it. Oh, it's ridiculous. So she was supposed to interview me on a podcast, and we had arrangements. And the podcast was supposed to be on, it was supposed to be like on Wednesday. And she gave me the ability to stream in her podcast Telegram. And so I was streaming in the podcast Telegram, and that's when, is his name Jared? Okay, he comes in. Okay, well, he comes in and he's like, he literally is like, I'm just trying to be nice to him, but he just seems really put off. And then she comes in, and for an hour, he just berates her. And I was waiting for her to do this podcast. Like, we were supposed to do it at like 7 p.m. And so I was there at 6 p.m. streaming, like she knew I was going to be doing. And oh my word, it just was like, he was just so mean to her. And at the end, I mean, it was just obvious. She's just kind of like a bad woman. And at the end, she's like, she tells another person, a mutual contact here, I'm sure you know who he is, Apollo, and tells him that she can't do the interview tonight because there's something wrong with their child. When it was obvious, I was just there for an hour hearing you get verbally abused. And it was an awkward position because it was like, I don't want to just hop into their relationship. I don't know these people, but I do know that people shouldn't be treating other people that way. And also, this person's supposed to be interviewing me. I don't want to start that off really awkwardly by saying, hey, this is how you need to run your relationship either. But now knowing what I know, it's really unfortunate. And she's head over heels for a guy she has never met. That's the craziest thing. And she can't see it. Oh, totally. You're absolutely right. And it's she's made it into her own fantasy where she has created, I mean, look, she made a thing that I think is really cool, that, okay, maybe you could find love on the internet and meet the person and live with them and see if it works. Okay, that's cool if you want to start your life that way. But it doesn't seem like they both have the same interests. It's all on her. She made this huge video and of what they're going to do and how they're going to live their life. And it's like, then she talks to him and he's like, you're such a bitch. I'm like, oh my God. Like, why would you just tell him that? Like, literally, those are his welcoming words. And I was just like, okay. And I just wondered, what did he do to hook her so badly? They'd never met. That's what I heard. And she gave it away. Oh. Yeah, I've known some. Oh my god, she could do so much better. Like, yeah, no, I understand. But yeah, it's just an unfortunate set of events that has taken place there. And honestly, I will say this about her. She said something to me, I think, that was very wise. And it still sticks with me. So I'm very glad that I had a friendship with her for the very short period that we did. And I've tried since then. After the podcast debacle, I said, hey, is everything okay? Because they booted me from the VC. And, well, Jared did, because he's an admin. She was all about it. She thought my project was really, really interesting. And from what Apollo said, Jared got jealous that, because she said to me, I wish I could get Jared to do this, which was just like stream his life. And I think at least what Apollo said, that Jared was jealous and then didn't want me around. Anyways, what she told me though was very wise and very helpful to me. She said to me, you know, Rabbi, you are like, I mean, in not so many words, she's like, you are a modern day diarist. If you know what a diarist is, it's someone who writes a diary or who would write a diary every single day in the past. And she was like, you know, I read about this guy who basically wrote a diary and a journal entry every 5 minutes or something for 20 years of his life. When he had to go to the bathroom, when he had to stretch, all of that stuff. And she's like, you know, you do the same thing, but you're doing it on camera. And that was very, I just thought, brilliant of her. And so I was really excited to have this person as a friend because like, oh, wow, if that's the kind of insight I can get from this person, she's absolutely right. That was brilliant. But, you know, Jared never wanted us to talk again, so that was it. But I'll never forget that. That was a brilliant insight that she had.
Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
I mean, honestly, I've known a lot of people to be in relationships, and at least recently, I've never known anybody so blind and who is such a giver in a relationship with such a taker. Oh, definitely. All day, every day. So we'd be live streaming it. It'd be like two bros making billions. Well, Apollo did, so that was cool. But it wasn't the same. Meaning, I had just met with Apollo. Apollo and I met in real life. I don't know if you guys know that. He came and visited me at my house in Irvine. We had pizza in the park. It was amazing, and we live streamed the whole thing. And essentially, so he asked me all his questions then. And so for him to then do a podcast, he already knew the answers. And usually with a podcast, you want the guests to surprise you with their answers, or a lot of times. But so basically, I told Apollo what happened. I said, look, I was in this podcast VC, and Jared got in there and started saying all kinds of mean stuff, and just to the world, like not even to me, just to everyone. He's like, stupid bitch, why the fuck would you want to do something like this? Blah 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 blah. She's such a slut. She's so dumb. Just all these negative things. Then she comes in, and then he says them all to her. He boots me out of their VC. I go to Apollo and say, hey, are we doing a podcast? And Apollo's like, let me check and see what happened. And basically, he said, apparently, Jared got jealous of you, and instead of Roller Girl doing the podcast, I'm going to do it. So we did it, which is fine. Yeah, dude. Apollo's one of the nicest people I've ever met in Web3. Hey, do you wanna know something that I've done that I think is really helpful to the world? What? Do you want to know something that I've created that I think is really helpful to the world? I created a calendar. I just posted it in the Telegram. I created a calendar that removes the need for leap years and leap days. Additionally, every week is 10 days long, and additionally, every month is 40 days, and there are 10 months except for the last month, which is a 5 1/4 day holiday period, like Festivus from Seinfeld. Excellent, and so does the world. So basically, every week you would get a 3-day weekend. And so here's how your day goes. You work 3 days, you're off 1 day. You work 3 days, and then you're off 3 days. That's your work week. Excellent. And here's the beautiful thing. You no longer have to worry whether January has 31 days and February has 28 or 29 days. You know, when you're budgeting, that causes a lot of issues, especially for like companies, but also individuals. Like, all right, well, we have to budget 28 days worth of supplies versus 31 days of supplies. That extra 3 days is a major challenge sometimes. Yo, do you know what Bohemian Grove is? Yeah, you're from Northern California. You should know all about this shit. Have you? In June? Okay. There you go, Asman. Have you seen this video of Bohemian Grove that was released this year? There was a video that was released. Somebody snuck in there this year and took all kinds of photographs and video of like broke into the cabin, and so you get to see. Wow. Well, we're watching it right now. It is spooky. Keep keys on the altar. I did see some kind of kebab. I don't know if I could identify you from the angle. The lighting was a little off, but I did see some kind of kebab, and it looked like the Secretary of Commerce. Something like, maybe it was of transportation. Was it Buttigieg? There you go. Have you been to Bohemian Grove? Is it all men? Yeah, I heard that. Well, not that I heard that they have those kind of people. How did they pay? No, come on. You didn't work there. Oh man, I was gonna have a million questions for you. You were gonna be here all night answering questions. I was gonna ask you about your pay stub. I was gonna ask you about the diameter of the kebab. I was gonna ask you what politicians it was, all kinds of stuff. But you're from Northern California, right? So people, go here from up there. Spring is dead. Do you know what Bohemian Grove is? Bohemian Grove? Oh, okay. So it's this all-male club in Northern California that has a retreat every June where all of the world's executives go and politicians. And basically, they choose presidents there, and it's only men who go. It's not bad, but there are rumors of that. Dude, ask lunch. Do people ever tell you you're like one of the funniest people that they've ever met? Okay, well that's what I mean. That you say weird stuff more than most people. Your sister doesn't do that. Is she really your sister? Spring is dead. You guys are really siblings? You guys are really siblings? So you're from Northern California too? Okay. I mean, did you spend any time in Northern California? Oh, okay. So then you're familiar with this. You can see this video, right? Oh, okay. But Ask Munch does? Yeah, Ask Munch. You should tell her. I mean, that's like an important thing. Wow. So how did that happen? Just one day you're like, hey, you wanna do it? And you weren't drunk or anything? Alright, dog, to each their own. Oh, it happened when you guys were kids? How old? Do your parents know? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Your parents aren't siblings. Yeah, but like, yeah, so your parents are siblings? Wow, so you guys keep it really close.
It's tournament time. The excitement of March Mania is here. You can get in on the
Damn.
action with
All right. Well, it's good for y'all.
America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Our customers Bet on every college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most crazy time of the year.
No, I don't have any siblings.
New customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code iHeart. New customers
That's
can
correct.
bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook.
No, that's not my thing.
Promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms and sportsbook.DraftKings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Yeah, that's right.
Rebates now available. Beat the rush. And get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep celebration. Lease 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-body detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart, car buying, a truly simple. 36 months, 1995 double C's to inside, no security deposit required, 10,000 miles per year, includes all incentives, operates through 3124. We post it, you see it. It's like radio, but without the need for all that imagination. Follow us now on all the socials.
I don't know if I can tell that story right now. We'll have to talk about that another time. I gotta bounce for a few moments. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. Let me see if I can do it. I gotta find a place where I can do that. Just one moment.
Poses grave national security risks to the United States, including the ability to meddle in elections. The bill, which is supported by President Biden, is meant to force ByteDance, that's the parent company, to sell TikTok, that's the parent, that's the underling, in the same way that Meta is over Facebook or Instagram. Look with that. They want ByteDance to sell TikTok to non-Chinese owners within 6 months. The president will sign off on the deal if it resolved national security concerns. Otherwise, the app would be banned. So, if TikTok says, okay, well, we found a suitor, we found a buyer, then the president would have to sign off on it. He says, okay, looks good to me. Otherwise, nope, it would be banned. TikTok, however, with headquarters in Los Angeles and Singapore, say repeatedly that Beijing's officials have no say in how the app operates, nor does the Chinese government have access to American user data, which is for the United States. The company set out for the vote that it was hopeful that the Senate will consider the facts, listen to their constituents, and realize the impact on the economy and TikTok's 170 million U.S. users, meaning it's on nearly half the phones in the country. All right.
I can't hear you guys right now, so apologies. I'm working on my speaker on this device.
They spent less than $300,000 in 2019 on lobbying efforts, but more than $20 million in the years since, according to a review by federal lobbying disclosure firms. The company's lobbying nearly doubled from 2022 to 2023 when discussion around legislation to potentially ban TikTok or sever its ties gained momentum on Capitol Hill. In other words, they were making informative donations to politicians. And all of a sudden, they stepped up their game when there was talk about there being a ban. And so the politicians seem to be benefiting from this as well. You don't say. Biden would still have to sign it. And you would think that such a bipartisan deal, right, that had well over 300, almost split equally between Republicans and Democrats in the House, would find the votes in the Senate to pass. Biden said he would try it. This should be a quick process, right? No. Rand Paul says, slow it down. Whoa, wait on. I got a lot of donations coming in on this stuff. Chuck Schumer says, wait a minute now. We got to put this into a committee. I got a lot of donations coming in on this stuff. House Democrats, by the way, voted against the measure, including California Representatives Robert Garcia and Sydney. Help me out with the name here. Andrew, is it Cameron or Dove? Did I say that right?
He's close as he's going to get, yes.
Kim Lager, Garcia argued before the vote that TikTok should not be treated differently from other social media platforms because misinformation was rampant on all such platforms. Saying some of us just don't want the president picking which apps we can put on our phones or which websites that we can visit. Imagine, who says this about a Democratic president? But it would set precedent for a president. Suppose you had something come forth in the future, like suppose you had a president who claimed that there was a lot of Chinese influence over another. Suppose that were to happen, regardless of party affiliation, and suppose that president then wanted to ban that out. Would we be giving authority to the president to choose which app we could use? Suppose that happened. Like, I don't know.
James, I never spoke to him about that. I really like to see is that we're going to do it to TikTok, do it to Facebook.
You don't say. You might have a president that wants to do that to different apps.
And what you can do is let them sell TikTok, let them sell it in the market. Maybe get a good price, maybe not get a good price. I don't know. Take it away from China control. But I think China controls Facebook also because they have tremendous power in that company. There's no question about that. They want to be in China. They want to go to China. They want to,
Governor Dove said before the vote that banning TikTok was a band-aid solution. So there's some of your California representatives. Couldn't even be done by the time the election was around. Facing issues, talking with Mike Gallagher about that today, Republican Wisconsin. And here's what he had to say about could it be done in time? If this passes the Senate, signed off by the president, they have 6 months to do it.
It absolutely could. It would be in the financial interest of ByteDance's investors to effectuate a forced sale. I think the user experience on the app would improve, and you wouldn't have this concern over being propagandized, the opaque algorithm influencing what information you see. That would go away. So I imagine.
Yeah, that's definitely a concern by the user. Yeah. Listen. When I see a bunch of scantily clad 20-somethings dancing like cats to Korean pop music, I definitely think they're concerned about being propagandized. So thank goodness we're able to put that one aside. Speaking of could we sell it off, no way could you put together a sale of a $50 billion property in 6 months or less. Would you? Probably have to have your buyers lined up. Oh, look, there's already a line for me to the right. I'll tell you who's in line next. And
from non-members accessing members-only services, the retail giant is limiting access to its food courts to Costco cardholders only. A food truck owner in Long Beach has been stabbed by a person who allegedly attacked and robbed a woman. The food truck owner ended up in the hospital with a collapsed lung and internal bleeding. And police say 2 adults have been found dead this weekend in a home in Port Wahine. Police were originally responding to the house for a shots fired call. We'll take a look at trouble on the 210 next.
For decorating, it's a new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract art. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. Get this top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto Show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Once with Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Once with Auto Mart, car buying a truly simple. 36 months after 95 months, fees to inside, plus security deposit required, 10,000 miles per year, includes all incentives on roads 330 or 24.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that's not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. The all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Higher control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or hold for a long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, features the home sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Provided for your family
finance each other's monthly expenses and offering peace of mind as you prioritize what's most important. Enroll now at chn.org. No cost to any repair center. Study-related care and compensation up to $2,000 for time and travel. To see if you qualify, call 714-462-1695 or apply online at cenexl.com/radio-001. That number again is 714-462-1695.
Join us for the first bobblehead giveaway of the season. Be here Saturday, March 30th at 6:10 p.m. versus the Cardinals. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive a Freddie Freeman bobblehead presented by Bank of America. For tickets and information, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attractivate, incubate, expellimate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and believe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the Anchor Radio app.
Is it another TikTok song?
Yes, another one.
So.
It is, and that's what it's funny because I don't want to call them one-hit wonders, but I don't know any other songs, but I don't follow them, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I actually had to look up some TikTok slang this week in order to stay cool, and here's what I found out. My dreams have come true. Now, our producer Kayla is not here, but I've been communicating with her. She is, the last week's birthday. Kayla's one of these people that's like, it's my birthday month. We're going to have to talk to her about that. So anyway, she is, Kayla is a millennial, right? And she's in Vegas, and let's see. Yeah, here it is. I sent her a message. I said, Gen Z says you're being chooky. You know what that means?
What?
You're being chooky.
Never.
Yeah, chooky is when millennials are trying too hard. It's kind of like basic. It's like millennials being basic. Basic means you're just trying to emulate everyone else. So chooky is C-H-E-U-G-Y. It's a TikTok term. And it means something that is off-trend, mostly aimed at millennial styles and trends, this is according to PopBuzz.com. It's similar to calling someone basic, things that make someone chooky, according to the Chug Life Instagram, would include anything that says girl boss, undoubtedly, Harry Potter merchandise, Ugg slippers, going to Disney as an adult. Well, either who hates crowds and misanthropy is safe from that one. Posing in front of a wall mural for an Instagram picture. Those lip balms, that sort of thing. So basically all the stuff that was, oh, I'm so trendy as a millennial is now chooky. It's cringe. Yes. So I told Keela she was being chooky with her Vegas trip. So I've talked about this before, all these different terms on TikTok that drive me crazy. I'm the youngest generation, and I'm discovering things, and you're so lucky I found these things, because without me, you'd never know it existed. Like quiet quitting. Thank goodness I discovered quiet quitting, and I can bring to your attention what's happening. Quiet quitting is when you, kind of stop doing stuff at work, you don't even work anymore, you're not even trying, but you're still going to work to collect a paycheck. Sweetie, let's call it mailing it in. We've been doing that for centuries.
It's that girl voice every time. I forget the name we gave it.
You guys give me a girl voice behind the scenes?
No, we gave it to you on air. I just gave it. It was like Kristen or something.
Oh, I love that. Here's another one. It's a TikTok trend. TikTok. It's the Hurgle-Durgle. I'm just gonna Hurgle-Durgle today. Hurgle-Durgle.
What?
26 that someone who is a millennial but on the cusp of Gen Z or a Gen Zer who's like on the cusp of millennial? Like my daughter was born in 97. She would be a Zennial.
Right.
But I'm an Xennial because I was born in 78. So I'm an X on the cusp of millennial. That's you too.
Yep.
You're an Xennial.
I am.
So one of the things about TikTok, will they be able to sell this in 6 months? The answer is, even if they can find somebody to do it, it might be tough. They say that it's worth about $50 billion. So who's going to buy this? Google could. Microsoft could. But if they did it, would they run into issues with antitrust? Could Meta pull together $50 billion? But if Meta bought it, then Meta would own Facebook, Instagram, Threads, and TikTok. Google would obviously have all of their other influence, plus they would own YouTube and TikTok. Microsoft would own, well, no other successful social media, but they would, so maybe. But you know what's funny is to see that former Treasury Secretary under President Donald Trump, Steve Mnuchin, is already getting together a group to buy TikTok. They would. Now our own people who have government ties and spying, they feel much better now. One of the things that strikes me as is the idea that the Chinese Communist Party controls ByteDance, but that we can simply pass legislation telling ByteDance you have to sell, and ByteDance somehow then has the autonomy to sell, even though ByteDance is being controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. So either the Chinese Communist Party controls ByteDance and everything that goes on, and they can't do anything, ByteDance can't do anything without China's permission, or China doesn't have control over what ByteDance does and can sell without China's permission. We need to make up our minds over who's in charge of what. Alright, forget TikTok. We're done talking about TikTok today. The drama this week was interstate, and it was on X. We are exporting SoCal crazy to our neighboring states. Help me understand Stan. We have to have more of the language tutoring. Stans with Annie Kelly this week. That's next. The story that they put me in witness protection is ahead. Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
Nothing gets past us. We are on it. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
De-escalating weapons. I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials with the LAPD say they disagree with recent stories about the use of less lethal force.
LA Police Commission Vice President Marcia Gerges asked Chief Troy if he agreed with the characterization by the LA Times that less lethal weapons lead to deadly shootings.
I absolutely disagree. I think
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Please. Injured Palestinians say nowhere in Gaza is safe. Let's take a look at your drive this afternoon. Right now, we've got a crash in the 10 in downtown LA.
along working problem on the 10 westbound right before on the 10. The crash has closed all lanes. Have been closed for some time. Things are immediately backed up from Central and the southbound 110. We drive from Dr. Stadium to get through downtown. And that's the the 210 westbound in Fair Oaks, crashing the right lane and backed up from Santa Anita because of that. The 5 is real slow both ways between Royal Heights and Santa Fe Springs, and the westbound 105 off and on heavy from the 605 to Alameda. KFI the Skyhub's getting there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
Dental implants. That's what you need when your teeth fallout. Hurt. When your teeth embarrass you, hinder your ability to eat, talk, socialize, kiss, get a promotion, or make you feel sick. Thousands of people like you are choosing dental implants from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Dental Implants GPS Full Mouth Dental Implants, trusted by over 350 local dentists who refer their patients to the elite specialist team at DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-849-6700 when researching the right provider. Doctors' expertise is critical. Price, time of treatment, location are secondary to trusting the right team to provide a lifelong smile, getting you off the expensive hamster wheel of dental fixes. GPS offers the highest level of specialists, several locations, and competitive pricing. Right now, radio listeners take advantage of special pricing from DentalImplantsGPS.com. Call 800-849-6700. That's 800-849-6700.
Southland weather from Camp 5, partly cloudy tonight with temperatures in the low 50s in Metro LA and OC, highs in the mid 60s on Sunday. Cloudy and cool with lows in the upper 40s at the beaches, with lows in the upper 30s in Riverside, the IE, and the Antelope Valley. Right now it's 66 in Costa Mesa, 68 in Anaheim, 66 in Compton, 71 in Sherman Oaks. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640. Now the program, Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640, where we like to talk about what's happening in the world of entertainment. There's no business like show business.
That is okay, period. I would be thrilled if you choose to do so, period. It will be really fun, I think, period.
Heather, are you one of those birthday month type people where everyone needs to come out for your birthday?
Yes. Well, I'm a Scorpio and I'm an only child.
That means nothing.
It means everything. I'm also an only child, so...
Well, did you hear her just scream, I'm a white girl?
I totally did. But I'm also an only child, so when I was growing up, my birthday was celebrated all month. Like my mom, my family, everybody. We just supported
Heather!
And I also realized I'm not a child anymore.
She probably... Neither is Kayla, though. She's like center of the millennial generation. She just can't wait to tell everybody that it's her birthday. Everyone needs to buy me shots. So I was talking about TikTok, but TikTok didn't bring the drama like X did this week. So I don't know what is the stand? Is this like from the Eminem song, the hyperfan stand?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
That's exactly what it is.
It's not like somebody who's from Kazakhstan or whatever, so it's not stan. Okay, right. So I was trying to, because people were like, oh, they're standing about this. It's standing. And I got it because it's all about Nicki Minaj. So there's a super fan, Nicki Minaj super fan. And we see this like a Swiftie. Does Minaj fans have a name?
Like their fan club?
Yeah.
I think they do, yeah.
I don't know what they are.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it.
Story Eliminate doesn't have it. Anyway. So there's this argument kicks off on X. What is it?
Arbs.
Arbs?
BARBC.
How do they?
The Barbs.
Like Barbie?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, I don't see the immediate connection either.
No.
Okay.
She's connected herself to it before. Okay. Good for her. So, I like Nicki Minaj. Let me clarify this now. I like Nicki Minaj. So, it starts online, March 2nd. What is that? A little over 2 weeks ago, right? Disagreements on one of Minaj's most recent albums. And a couple of Twitter users, a 17-year-old in Arizona was going at it with an 18-year-old from Southern California. And, yeah, in LA. So, they started going said that they would be flying then to Arizona and coming to his house, and that was followed by days of more updates and travel confirmations. I have that video. You want to hear it? It sounds unhinged. I love it when our show business is all about unhinged. Okay, here we go. 18-year-old from LA showing their driver's license. However, not their address. So here it is. No. Real ID, bitch. And with this. Real ID. And are you listening to this? Real ID. I'm into it. Okay, so what does that mean for you? I can catch a flight. Oh, so they got real ID means you can get on an airplane. Okay, all right, good. Listen, youngin, I remember the old days of just walking into the airport and giving them your name when you were on the flight. Oh, to Arizona. So Kenzo, I get paid. Kenzo is the Scottsdale. The what? The Scottsdaler that is fighting with the Angelina. Okay, here we go. So Kenzo, yeah, I get paid on Wednesday. Next Wednesday. And I promise you. By the way, this individual also identifies as male and is calling the individual in Scottsdale the F word pejorative for gay. So, cool.
What up, Bitcoin Obama, you little pimp? Yo, it's Rabbi Rothschild here. Why don't you come into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new Telegram? When? Dog, just come into the Telegram right now. Well, okay, can I ask you a question? Do you know what college basketball is? Do you know what college basketball is? Okay, so there is a game in the United States. You can win $125,000, and it's free to play. And all of the Sprotos are playing it. All the people in Harry Potter Obama 10 e-new, and I want you to join as well. What's NYC? Is it your project? Yo, dog, why aren't you in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new? Come back to Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new. No one cares about your project. How much do they have to give you? 2 ETH? They have to give you 2 ETH to come back. Okay. Well, you're cute. I like that. Why don't you follow me on Twitter? Hell yeah. Dude, do you have an iOS device or an Android device? Okay. Hey, hold on 1 second. Oh, dog. SPX 6900. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Obama Sonic, do you know what SPX 6900 is? Hey, what's going on SPX 6900? We got Bull, Harry, and Guinness. How are you? Can you hear me? I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. I do it because I want world peace, and I really like the SPX 6900 community. People are really nice here. We do a lot of cross-pollination, and pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. How are you, Bull? No, that's live. I'm a busy man. What do you want me to do? I need my rest. Absolutely. Yes, I do. I've been live streaming my life live on YouTube for 3 years. 24/7, 365. Bull, you're live on 5 different YouTube streams right now. Did you know that? Well, I'm at Rabbi Rothschild, which has over 1,000 subscribers. But that one's not live right now. If you type in Rabbi Rothschild, just like my name here, into YouTube and filter by live, you'll see all 5 of my streams going right now. What up, NGINX? How are you, baby? What's new in your world? That's all right. So, I'm not only live on 5 different YouTubes, I'm live on 5 different Twitters. In addition to that, I'm live on a Twitter space. In addition to that, I'm live on a video Twitter space that I'm hosting. In addition to that, I'm live on 7 different Instagrams. I'm live on 5 different Kicks, 5 different Rumbles, 5 different Caffeines, 5 different FC2s, 5 different D-Lives, 5 different YouNows, not YouTube, YouNows, which is like an Asian site, 5 different Africa.tv, which is like a South Korean site. I'm live everywhere, baby. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history, and data is Earth's #1 resource. More valuable than food, than water, than air, than energy. It's the most important thing that we have. I live on savings. I'm a certified project management professional. So I have contracts with six-figure contracts with Fortune 500 organizations. And I have had the ability to work remotely. And then I also live on savings. Absolutely. It's a real life Truman Show. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show? Absolutely. So that's what it is. It's a real life version of that. Yeah, so you should see 5 different angles. Or pretty close to it. Some of them the camera might have gone down or something, but you should see a bunch of them. Yeah. So it's a big deal. Basically, whenever you want, 24 hours a day, you can connect with me just like this. It's like an open mic. Ask me whatever you want. If you need help, I can help you. If you have questions, I can help you. Whatever it is. Do you know what March Madness is from the NCAA tournament? Okay. So, just a moment. I'm gonna send you a link. 2 links actually. Do you know Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Unit? Okay. So we have in the United States every year there's a really big basketball tournament. It's the biggest tournament of any tournament that we have. The Super Bowl gets the most amount for any one event, but for any multiple events, the March Madness gets the most. And so that means over the course of the next month, there will be over 100 basketball games that we're going to stream in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email telegram. And a bunch of people are making predictions on who's going to win. Now you're going to say, Rabbi, I don't know who's going to win. I'm not from the United States. I don't follow basketball. That's totally fine. So what they have is the ability for you to just pick the best teams. And you press it, it's one button, and you're done. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to join this right now, and I'm going to send you the link. And what you want to do is there are 2 links towards the bottom, one for men, one for women. You fill it out. You have a chance to win $125,000. Oh, and then, hey, absolutely, I will. You got it. How much am I going to give you, Schiller? You're hilarious. Schiller, I'm the only person who has less money on here than you do. Schiller, if I get you to fill one out, I'll be a legend. Not that I already am not. But that's the ultimate goal, is to get you to fill one out. To get a Nigerian to fill one out, that's the goal. All right. Schiller, I'm sending it to you right now. It's really easy. And if you're like, okay, I don't know what to do, Rabbi, there's a button that says autofill, and it'll fill it out for you. But you can win $125,000, so that's pretty cool. So I just sent you the link, Bitcoin Obama. And we're friends now. Hey, Bull, do you know who Bitcoin Obama is? Oh, no, he's like within Bitcoin. He is like, he's a character. He's somebody who goes to a lot of Twitter spaces. He's like an, let me ask, Bitcoin Obama, are you an SPX 6900? Who gives the prize? Disney? The Walt Disney Company? God, you think it's Disney, one of the biggest companies in the world, is going to want to contact you about this? No, they just want you to fill out the bracket. That's it. If you win, you get $125,000. Hey, we got Leek in here. Leek, how are you? Dude, Bitcoin Obama, let Leek come up and speak. Leek, how are you? That's okay. Dude, I want your coin to do well. Dude, I'm going to buy so much of your coin someday. Is it listed? Are you going to rug the coin? Are you going to rug the coin? What up, Leek? Oh, there's no doubt. I have no doubt he's going to rug it. Leek, how are you? Leek, can you hear us? Bitcoin Obama, invite Leek up to speak.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with a young box. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future. We transport towards more motivated starting points with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump.
What up, Leek? How are you, baby? I'm kicking ass, taking names. Oh, dude, and we've got another person here. We've got Spurtle Gremlin. Spurtle Gremlin, come on up. How are you? I'm doing well. Do you know what March Madness is?
It could be in your drugs, and you wouldn't be able to see it, taste it, or smell it. Learn more at cdc.gov/stop overdose.
It's all available
Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com. If you love sports and scandal, then join me, ESPN broadcaster Jay Harris, each week for Playing Dirty Sports Scandals, the newest podcast from executive producer Dan Patrick. From current scandals like MMA champ Cain Velasquez's armed car chase to historic shockers like the biggest Little League cheat, Playing Dirty Sports Scandals doesn't shy away from dark details and always packs a punch. Never miss the dirt. Listen to Playing Dirty Sports Scandals on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640. You'll find us anywhere in the iHeartRadio app. That is the app not being banned by Congress as we speak. Celebrities, they're just like us. And there's no business like
Show business.
There it is. Love it. So here's what I love about celebrities. Very good. I'm telling you, we're all over it today. Celebrities are so much like us. You see them walking down the street and you go, wow, they have to walk their dogs too. Wow, their dogs poop in somebody else's yard too. Wow, they get grass clippings over their dog poop instead of cleaning it up out of somebody else's yard too. But what else can happen to celebrities? Well, their house is burned down too.
Firefighters say the flames began burning in the back of the 8,000 square foot mansion. They were forced to pull firefighters out of the home because eventually the roof and second story collapsed. That's according to Fire Captain Adam Van Gerben. TMZ is now reporting actor and model Cara Delevingne lives in the mansion.
Cara Delevingne, that's a name I know, but couldn't put a face to it. Somebody could. This is what happens. Heather, I don't know how you stay up on this. I'm so impressed by you. Because you stay up on all these things. Really? I don't know how you do it. And I realized, she was in one of the murders in the building. Wasn't she the artist that Selena Gomez was dating there for a season? We were like, ooh, is she the killer or not the killer? Now, why do you think she might be the killer? Because she got crazy eyes. She does. She's got thick eyebrows and she's got kind of crazy eye face, which is why she was also a great casting in the movie Suicide Squad. She was the bad guy in Suicide Squad. 16. So.
I tell you, I've interviewed her.
Have you?
Yeah, I interviewed her when she was in the movie Valerian. You remember that from 2017?
So, no, I didn't see it. Valerian in the City of a Thousand Planets is one of her big ones. She was main character, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you tell me. I was reading IMDb, and it was saying, she's known for her bubbly personality.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
No?
No.
How would you describe it?
I mean, I think that for the past few years, she was struggling with some addiction issues and some health issues and things like that, and she kind of has been trying to turn herself around. She's been, I believe, known to be somewhat of a party girl, and
okay.
I don't believe that's still the case. I haven't seen anything about her in the news lately, aside from her house situation. But yeah, I would say she was known to be kind of a party girl. She came from a very posh, wealthy family.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the other stuff that IMDb says, and I'm always cautious about this because it's a little like Wikipedia back in the day. You could say, like, President Biden is a lizard, and it would take somebody a while to catch on. So, according to IMDb, she's got a bubbly personality, but also she suffers from outbreaks of stress-related psoriasis and bouts of depression. So, but also, bubbly personality. And, according to IMDb, she was among the 93 people who made accusations against Harvey Weinstein back in October of 2017.
That's brave for a young actress to do. Yeah, that's really brave.
So what was 2017 was about 7 years ago. She was born in August, so she is 92, so she's 31 now. So yeah, she was like, what,
started offering driverless vehicles in LA. You might start seeing the driverless cars on some streets in LA. The company has expanded its service in a 63 square mile area stretching from Santa Monica and Venice to downtown LA. The cars have been running in LA on a trial basis since October, and company officials say about 15,000 rides have been provided since. The rides will start off free, but people will eventually have to pay, and there's already a
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/paywall. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is Radioland for Dixit. Gillimac, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema, not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of eczema. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asking medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
1,000 people on the wait list. LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn says the robo-taxis are untested and people in LA shouldn't be big tax guinea pigs. Chris Allen, KFI News.
The 40-hour work week has been standard in the U.S. for more than 8 decades. Now some members of Congress want to give hourly workers an extra day off. Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has introduced a bill that would shorten the work week to 32 hours. Target says most of its retail stores are rolling out limitations for shoppers looking to use self-checkout. Target says shoppers using self-checkout will now be limited to 10 items or less. The company plans to open more traditional staffed checkouts across its stores to handle the increase in shoppers. Let's take a look at your drive right now. We got that crash on the 10 in downtown LA.
Bad crash from early this afternoon. It's definitely backed up from Central on the 10, eastbound 10, very tough from Arlington, but generally slow from way back in Santa Monica. Westbound on the 101 in the valley, very heavy drive from the 405 to Reseda Boulevard. East and westbound slowing between Van Nuys Boulevard and the 170, kind of sluggish in both directions. In Laguna Hills, 5 southbound to Lake Forest. The crash in a construction zone is cleared away, but the construction zone is still there. Things are pretty heavy from the 405 up the southbound 5. KFI the Sky helps get you there faster. Under 84.
In this week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of local influencers in uncertain times. From Allison Griffin, head of marketing at State Farm.
The economy is tough for everyone, and taking a step back and understanding the pain that your customers are currently going through because of a tough environment is really important. We have 19,000 agents across the country, and they understand what's going on in those very unique communities. iHeart has such a broad broadcast reach that is local, connected, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel but at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Southside weather from KFI. Clear skies tonight. sunshine with lows in the upper 40s across Metro LA. And OC, highs will be in the mid-70s on Monday. Right now it's 62 in Corona Del Mar and 68 in Fullerton. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Heather Brooker.
For years, cancer patients and their families have relied on top-ranked USC Norris Comprehensive Cancer Center, part of Cap Medicine of USC Health System. We help thousands of individuals achieve better outcomes with our world-class expertise, the latest treatments, and a truly personalized approach. See what makes us one of the nation's top 15 cancer programs. Learn more at capmedicine.org/topcancer. Imagine the best place you've never been. No, never been. What would it make it really real? How much effort? How much persistence? How much resilience? Will it all be worth it? Every day, we're working to bring that place closer with customer service that puts you first. That's how we stay well ahead. Blue Shield of California.
Have you been lied to? Lied to by Washington politicians and the Wall Street propaganda machine? Retirement specialist and author Greg Jury from right here in the Los Angeles area wants to give you a free copy of his new book, Retirement Income Mastery. Because according to Time Magazine, Wall Street's retirement plans and 401ks have failed millions of Americans. After seeing the last market crash of 39%, he said enough. And since then, he's discovered a way to grow money potentially double digits, reduce taxes dramatically, and when the next market crash hits, you lose nothing. Call Greg now to get a free copy of his book and talk to the author personally to discover this little-known strategy to get potential double-digit growth during good years and never lose when the next stock market crash hits. Call 1-800-324-1818 to discover this asset that people like Walt Disney and J.C. Penney use to grow wealthy. They'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. Call 1-800-324-1818. That's 1-800-324-1818. Again, 1-800-324-1818.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I love space noise, so I thought I would carve out some. Can't think of it. Elon Musk's SpaceX headline layers. He's building spy satellite network for U.S. intelligence agency. What? Hold on. Wait a minute. He's Elon Musk. The whole governments are too big. We have to maintain autonomy for people unless I'm in charge. Internet for everyone. Free spaces. No restrictions unless I'm the one restricting, like Ukraine. No restrictions otherwise. Isn't that? SpaceX is building a network of hundreds of spy satellites under a classified contract with U.S. intelligence. That, according to 5 sources familiar with the program. Writers did their homework on this, and they did that backup sources to the backup sources. This demonstrates they see deepening ties between billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk's space company and national security agencies. I'm a bit concerned.
As you should be. We all should be.
I'm concerned because Elon Musk is volatile. Can I say that? Is that a nice way of saying he's loonier than a tune? Can I say that? He's volatile. So what happens when he has control over your data? What happens when he has control over what you're doing in the backyard? Look, we're so
This is just Terminator. This is just
Yeah, I'm not crazy about this, but on the other hand, listen, SpaceX is probably the most advanced of any of the companies that are going forward with any sort of space stuff. They're ahead of Blue Origin, they're ahead of the others, right? So it does make sense that we would be partnering with them. They seem to be the pioneers. They're the big dogs on the block right now. It just happens that Elon Musk is in charge. But if we're passing legislation that says that China can't have any input in ByteDance, because ByteDance is the parent company of TikTok, and TikTok is not based in China, but rather Los Angeles, but we're concerned about the Chinese Communist Party spying on us, don't you think that we could probably pass some sort of legislation that mandates a separation of mosque and state? I feel like that could be done. But I don't know. Meanwhile, this is kind of fun. We are putting out what they're calling a message in a bottle. This is wonderful. It's from the Good News Network, and every now and again it's fun to check out the Good News Network. So, NASA is launching the Europa Clipper spacecraft. Okay, that's going to launch in October. So the Clipper, I don't even know what the Clipper is. Europa is into what? They're going to go to investigate. Does this replace Voyager, which I think has finally disappeared into space, never to be found again? We lost contact with it.
I watched the documentary and I'm like, oh, never felt so much emotion for a robot.
It's like Johnny 5.
Like Johnny number 5.
So Europa Clipper will have a plaque. Oh yeah, it's headed toward Jupiter's moon. On one side is an engraving of U.S. poet laureate Ada Lamont's handwritten work in praise of mystery, a poem for Europa, along with a picture of a bottle bobbing in the ocean, at the center of which sits a silicon microchip stenciled with more than 2.6 million names submitted by the public. So above the poem, the artwork includes a longhand engraving of the Drake equation. So we know that math is the universal language. To estimate the possibility of finding advanced civilizations beyond Earth. So I guess we're hoping that we'll send this out, it will land on Europa, and someday someone else will land on Europa and be able to decipher English. There's also a photo of a bottle floating in the ocean, which if you're from a planet that doesn't have bottles or has a superior recycling program, you probably wouldn't know what that means. And also the equation, which is written in English. Okay, so we're hoping that whoever finds this, whoever these aliens are, just go ahead and assume that they speak English. So we're good.
They're mathlete poets. We're hoping for alien mathlete poets. I mean, I don't think that's a stretch. You're thinking of math and poetry,
I had a UFO story earlier this week in my real job, and I ended up down the rabbit hole this morning because I was looking at actually this story. I was looking at the different probes and shuttles that we've sent to Venus. Russia was the first to send anything to Venus, and actually Russia gets to take credit for being
more advanced work and then just kind of running and rushing it.
Crashing things into us like we did to Venus, like the Russians did. I would think. Side note. All right, we'll talk the rest of the stories, other stories that deserve some of your attention, but they didn't fit nicely in any other part of the program, including why going back to work is ruining your relationship. Next, Chris Merrill, KFI AM 640, live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app and the Workers Live, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Traffic is slowly getting back to normal after major construction delays at LAX. Former President Trump warned there will be a, quote, bloodbath if he loses in November as he campaigned for Senate candidate Bernie Moreno. And Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has introduced a bill that would shorten the work week to 32 hours. Southland weather from KFI. Clear skies tonight with lows in the upper 50s across Metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the 70s on Monday. Weather is brought to you by Lowe's. We're going to check on the 5 when we come back.
College hoops fans, it's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here, and you can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. New customers bet on any college basketball national tournament game and turn $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets. That's right. To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the year, DraftKings is giving new customers a shot to rack up some bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only with DraftKings Sportsbook. With promo code IHEART. That's promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bball. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured on lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Auto Show rebates now available. Beat the rush and get the full selection of inventory at Brunswick Auto. Don't miss the Jeep Celebration event. Lease a 2024 Jeep Compass Latitude Lux 4x4. Blind spot monitoring, remote start, cross-path detection, heated seats, and steering for just $359 a month. Brunswick Auto Mart. Car buying made truly simple. 36 months, 1995 down for fees due inside. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles per year includes all incentives. Offer at 331.24.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This is a radio ad for Dixit. Prescription medicine for people 6 months and under with moderate to severe eczema is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dixit. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist at Dr. Dixon. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at
whenever a first responder dies or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty, who's there for them or the families left behind? Who's helping our homeless veterans and our nation to never forget 9/11? The Tunnel to Towers Foundation. More than 95 cents of every dollar donated to Tunnel to Towers goes to its programs. Never forget the sacrifices of our country's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at T2T.org. That's T2T.org.
This should take better care of that diabetes.
I know, but needles scare me and blood tests hurt. Then try Numbstat. That's Numbstat.
Numbstat's a prep pad that can help you avoid needle stick pain and fear. Just rub it on for 60 seconds first.
Our name says it all. Numbstat, anesthetic and fast acting. NUMSTAT. Available at Walgreens.
Numbstat really worked.
So, I'm the type of guy who tends to forget things. A lot. My keys are always missing, I'm not great with names, and my signature catchphrase is, I know it's around here somewhere. That's why I get my haircut at Great Clips. Their skilled, friendly stylists save my haircut details in clip notes. So, every time I need a cut, I can get the look I want without having to remember a thing. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, download the app today. Great Clips. It's going to be great.
Earn Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how IR Media can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations like 24/7 comedy.
They were really darn holes. Back would be empty.
When you need to laugh, just open the free iHeartRadio app and search comedy.
We call someone like, no, that's his face.
iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love, sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and breathe all day long. How about Dr. Wendy After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Chris Berman, my name is Wendy Dr. Wendy Walsh. She is a fix. She's going to tell us how to have better sex and relationships. And that's why I love her. I heard the story, Heather had the story about Bernie introduced the 32-hour work week.
Yes.
And I've talked to a few people about this thing. That's stupid. What do you mean stupid? It never pass. Do you dislike the idea? No, I like the idea. But it's never going to pass. You know, a lot of studies have come out. Places in Europe have been studying this. American companies have been studying it. And they find that their productivity is not going down. It's just that their employers are happy. Or their employees are happy. So you got happier employees and the same amount of work being done. Well, why do they pay for 40? My father. Why would I pay for 40 hours when you could do it in 32? I don't know. Same reason you're doing it right now. You pay for 40 hours when it could be done in 32. Well, I'm not going to pay you for 40 hours for 32 hours worth of work. Well, that is what you're doing right now. It's just that I'm there. And I'm pissy about it. So, what if you only made me come in for 32 hours? I did the same amount of work, and then I didn't hit you every day. I was like, oh, what that? So I could literally see what happened. I give you one.
What up, Pac-Man Blast? You him.
And that was.
He isn't all good for you, baby. I'm glad.
32-hour work week. You got a 40-hour work week, and how much time do we spend jacking around? On Facebook this week is going to be a total mess with everybody filling out their March Madness brackets. That'll be just nonsense.
Give me
So all kinds of wasting time.
an amazing show
And the point that they made is you're
right
still
now.
going to waste time.
Hook it up is what I'm trying to say. Somebody hook it up.
Okay, I can see that. But also, do we waste time
Game
because
over.
we have 32 hours worth of work that we're doing in 40 hours, so we're killing another 8 during the week? Probably. But there is something else to this. If we're not going into work, what does that do to our social? What does it do to our social lives? I saw
On tonight.
was talking about the empty offices. If you go to an office, there's a chance that
This is disgusting. So it looks like we have a porn movie. That's not good, that's raw. You don't break away from the stove. I swear to God, to turn around.
Axios is reporting this it's been 4 years now since COVID first shut down offices in the U.S. The decline in the office use has done nearly all aspects of our lives. Where people live, how they structure their work and family balance, and the way companies operate. So what does that mean? We need so much in the way of office space. Peak office days are usually Tuesdays and Fridays. They use those to measure how much office space they need when the most employees come in. And they say occupancy is about 2/3 of what it used to be.
Was nowhere to be seen.
That's it. And it drops down to about 1/3 on Fridays. So if you're around the office on Friday, you know it's
two staff. And the money has nearly run out.
What is that doing to
I'm going in to identify the problems. I'll find out if the market's there. Would you pay for that?
Oh yeah, sexual harassment is likely to be made out, but also office romance. And for some people, let's face it, without the office, you don't know how to meet new people. We all work with those socially awkward people around, and if not for the office, they might not know how to talk to someone, right? And so they need the circumstances, right? They need, in the same way that when we were kids, we went to school, we made friends because we all went to the same school, we had to know one another. If not for work, there's no way anybody can talk to some people, Raul, that they do now. So that's one of those issues where our social skills may suffer. Kidding, actually, Raul's probably the guy that is the most social offensive thing. Yeah, I was about to say, once I
They were some of the most terrifying cartel leaders the world has ever known.
That's true. That is true, right? Yes. But you like to be something. Hard time. Hard times. Very good. You hear that, Robert? He did hard times.
But not visionary before them.
But now, I was thinking about this today from personal experience, just periodically.
In the 1980s,
So a lot of people working from home. My wife would when I met her,
I'm gonna quickly.
So she's worked from home for a long time and going back to the office for different companies now. She's middle and middle place and trying to hire people. And I gotta tell you, there are some people that work from home, production-based people, nothing better. Get all the other distractions out of the way. They are the best employees. They're very happy when they do it. And there are others. Work from home is almost like an excuse for them to screw around. Some people working from home is perfect. For others, it's almost like a sentence. They will lose their jobs. They just can't be able to. So be careful. That's my all that's true. All right, Heather, love it. Love it when you come in. You're great. Andrew, if you're listening, love you. And if you're available, good news for the first couple hours of the show. And of course, Raul, I look forward to talking about every day. I believe Kayla is coming for her birthday next week. So we'll have her back here as well. Dr. Wendy Walsh is up next on Chris Rowe, 5 a.m., 6:40 live everywhere.
They finally mastered the Dr. Wendy Walsh Show. The state of our dating marketplace. How things have changed. We got new tech, new rules, and plus 5 altered photos. Live on KFI and AOST HD2 Los Angeles and Orange County, and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Whatever happens, we have got it covered.
Los Angeles,
into the KFI newsroom right now. Police in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, are responding to an active shooter situation. Police say 3 people have been shot and taken to the hospital. No one is in custody so far. They are still looking for the shooter. And this is all happening in downtown Jacksonville. We will stay on top of this evening and keep you updated as the story develops. Continuing on with some other news, Pomona Valley Hospital says it's ready for the annual spike in drunk driving deaths over St. Patrick's Day.
It goes up 30 to 33% during St. Patrick's Day.
Pomona Valley Hospital's medical director, Dr. Michael Guinness, says from lost limbs to paralysis caused by drunk drivers.
We see a lot of deaths. Pedestrians struck, motorcyclists that got hit because someone was swerving.
He says the absolute worst part of the job,
having to speak to families, mothers, daughters, loved ones, and let them know that their loved one has died. It's the saddest thing.
Guinness says thinking of the drunk driver who sometimes wakes up days later to handcuffs and the news that they're drinking and driving killed someone. In Pomona, Urban Carson, KFI News.
A woman has been arrested following a car chase. A woman led CHP officers through Marina Del Rey and then somehow drove her BMW straight into the water along the shoreline. From there, she left the vehicle and dove into the water. Authorities rescued her a short time later. CHP says she was wanted for speeding. Convicted killer Scott Peterson has appeared in court with his new legal team based out of LA.
The Los Angeles Innocence Project is working on simultaneous DNA testing. Lawyers say it would help prove Peterson didn't kill his wife and his unborn son in 2002. He's serving a sentence of life without parole for killing them and then dumping their bodies in the San Francisco Bay. The case and ensuing trial drew widespread headlines at the time and inspired multiple TV movies and specials. Peterson appeared by video in the court set future hearings in the case of April, May, and July. Michael Lawrence, KFI News.
2 people have been arrested at the Pike Shopping Center area in Long Beach. A fight that was loose on social media got out of hand last night. Mario Carabas and his daughter say police showed up pretty quick and tried to break it up.
And then within the next maybe 10 minutes, another phone went down.
About an hour later, a boy was shot near the promenade area downtown. Some businesses at the Pike closed early because of crowds. And Vladimir Putin has been re-elected as president of Russia. Early returns from Russia show Putin has nearly 88% of the votes. Putin is up against 3 candidates from parties who have not criticized his rule nor his invasion of Ukraine. In 2021, Putin signed into law a change to Russia's constitution, allowing him to run for 2 more 6-year terms. That means Putin can be president until 2036. He has already run the country for more than 2 decades. The White House is urging the Senate to pass a bill that would force the sale of TikTok. The measure has passed in the House with support from lawmakers and both parties.
It took 3 days to pass and a sale, and then if not ban on TikTok. And we haven't passed data privacy. We haven't passed laws to ban foreign interference. Yeah, there actually was foreign interference in my district, but nearby district is Facebook.
Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna voted against the bill because he says it does little to actually address Americans' concerns. TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company, ByteDance, and supporters of the bill say it would protect the data of TikTok's more than 150 million users in the U.S. from Chinese Communist Party campaigns. Today is Selection Sunday for the NCAA men's basketball tournament. The field of 68 will be revealed by the selection committee, or has been already revealed, and you can check out that information over on KFI 640 AM. Let's take a look at your drive right now. We got a National 405 in New City.
Now downtown Los Angeles, hopefully things are a little better than what's been for so long. You know, the awful lanes were closed. Is that crash that cleared that right out of the way? Traffic now flowing again. But that's filling.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y de diseño de una galería.
She said no. So I decided to do all the connections that I met in New York.
Me and my pet, we share a bed, blanket, very demanding, bigger ambition. The fastest acting 30-day flea at TikTok, because when you're this close, every minute counts. Don't get fleas, it takes time to pull the flea up to open your bed. Keep your shared moments special and protect others with Nexstar. Shop Nexstar for the addict protection gel online and in store.
That's not the case.
Listen to Ridiculous History on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Certainly by the early 1970s, cocaine started to become more and more common. Cocaine was seen as a consumption drug, a perfect drug for this part of That's why cocaine became very popular in the 1970s. There was this reputation.
Insurance company offered $60,000. Sweet James. They rewarded $745. They can't guarantee the outcome of the case. They're able to get enough quantity to give them a serious advantage in their pursuit of justice. They get paid nothing until they win, so if your loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet James. $800 million for free consultation. It's an easy number to remember. During an uneasy don't wait. Because waiting can hurt your dreams. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. $809 million. It's $809 million for SweetJames.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Clear skies tonight with lows in the upper 40s across Metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the mid-70s on Monday. Lows will reach the upper 40s at the beaches tonight, and it'll be the low 40s in Riverside and the IE, and the upper 30s in the Yellow Valley. Right now it's 65 in Northridge, 63 in San Dimas, 63 in Brayton, 63 in Orange. Weekly local. I'm from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Heather Booker.
Listen on the free or video app for all your music, sports, talk, podcasts. Free.
The basic is simple. The young women would either start down in Colombia or fly down to the pick up the phone, have them film in the areas of the bomb, fly up to New York, take the drugs to a certain place, change the money, put the money back into those chains, getting out of the transfer the money back to Colombia. So they go back and forth slow, from Colombia to New York, money from New York.
If you're new to my show, I have an make sure that they get through. I'm not a therapist. I'm a psychology professor at Cal State Channel Islands, and I'm obsessed with the science of love. I've written 3 books on relationships, and I like to talk about the state of our families. Later in the show, I am going to tell a fun segment to single things, and you might be newly single, no matter what your age. I hate to use the word brilliant, but part of horizontal dogs were limited because of our very long life expectancy. Really knew how to. Very few people are going to meet their soulmate in their 20s and die in their arms in their 80s or 90s. But truth is, even the most monogamous manufacture an actual tangible product every day. Even the most monogamous humans are going to find themselves having 2 or 3 instances of monogamy with some disconnection. We call that dating. So I am going to be talking to single people. I want to talk about the Kate Middleton controversy that seems to not end with that altered photo, but what we should be aware of and how to look for altered photos in dating apps. Also, I will be taking your social media questions. If you've got a relationship question, remember I'm not a therapist, I'm a psych professor, but doesn't look like a drug dealer becomes a drug. You can just DM me at Instagram people in wheelchairs taking cocaine, security, at questions. And then let's get into some self-help advice. You know, there are some things out there that you can always do to improve your mental health. And science says works. And much of it that doesn't work at all. And not by science. And finally, at the end of the show, let's talk about our workplace relationships. You've heard about that trend. Quitting really like quitting to where the one doing it. But what if you're a co-worker, that your colleague, the person who relied on to help get your job done, is sitting there quiet quitting? How do you handle that? The rest are within her own show. But first, the state of dating in the marketplace. If you are new to the single scene, let me tell you, a lot has changed in the last 15 years. Obviously, the biggest challenge has been the internet. Technology, including things like dating websites.
They're making money.
Social media.
They're quickly learning how successful the cocaine business can be.
Instagram that they do on on
wholesale price was probably $50,000-$60,000.
but it sure feels like it.
They were probably
The fact that people are texting
12
more than talking.
It
I
was
will say that dating apps in particular have really, like, in some ways, they're amazing because they've expanded the dating marketplace. For certain minorities, this has been really, really good news, right? Depending if you're a racial minority, a sexual orientation minority, a gender minority, they might live in a small town or a rural area. Sometimes the dating one other person that you're interested in, successful, legitimate dater, and the one that goes into the more nefarious type of is just kind of means that you desire kind of has you in a different way to speak about the means justify the advent of dating. And in her mind, the means completely justify cisgender heterosexual mates. Cis means, to combat the cocaine fringe, they have emphasis on male, female, and heterosexual. And here's why. So let's go back to what evolutionary psychologists would say is natural for our species. Back in our hunter-gatherer days, we roamed the planet in tribes of mostly 35 to 40 people, and most of them were related to us. They rarely ever had sex with a stranger. Usually the person we mated with was someone we knew because they were part of our small tribe or small town. And in our entire lifespan, we probably never laid eyes on people. So, dating apps have now expanded the landscape where a new potential mate is a long swipe away. And there can be thousands and thousands of potential mates. So it makes the search harder because human beings suffer from something called paradox of choice. I've been talking about this bias. And what it means is the more choice you are presented with, the less likely you are to make a choice. The brain kind of freezes. And if you do make a choice, you value it less. Right? So dating apps overwhelm the brain with too much choice, and people will fill their message boxes with 5 or 10 or 20 matches that they're chatting with every once in a while. And that chatting is often enough to sustain. They're not even motivated to go out there and get dressed up and go on a date. Then in 1973 is the age of the struggling dreamers. Instead of a woman named Leah social reaches out to people, and this is information about you that love. Every mate we ever had in our history was vetted by somebody. So this idea of meeting some stranger off an app is wrought with all kinds of anxiety, and it allows people to be complete frauds. In fact, in the next segment of the commercial, I want to talk about how people lie with their photographs even. And then here's the other thing that's hard for me. We've got an oversupply of successful women, and these success is all good. This is good successful women, lots of education, making lots of money, but biology hasn't changed much, and us women are getting out our fertility window, getting education and building careers, and then there's this competition for mates in the early 30s, right? If I could say that to help navigate this new dating landscape, there are 3 rules. One is dating just imagine 2 people at once. That's it. Let your brain go in terms of choice. Choose one of the other, make sure you punch them in the real wall, and then decide to pair with 2 others instead of having 10 or 20 people to choose from. Secondly, you need to fast. People make the mistake of endless texting. Where they're not even texting with a human, they're texting with their fantasies.
The DEA can arrest a dozen or so foot soldiers.
You know what? You gotta get in the real world.
Slowly working its way
to
to 90 to block over
you like this person, and if they're real. And also don't ghost. Ghost is about communication. Politely encourage have a hand in text. It's a great challenge. Different romances in the cards. And here's why. Ghosting can be emotionally curious. That person who ghosted. But people are dating up to humans. What if you have a business meeting with a new client next week, and there's that person right in the room? I'll tell you more about it. It was so embarrassing. And also Kate Middleton and those edited photos. Are any photos real anymore? How can we tell if somebody's photos on a dating app are real or not? I've got some tips. You're listening to the Dr. Wendy Wells Show. Where Right now, let's go to the doctor. Right now, they said that remains out of the bedroom.
Police in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, are responding to an active shooter situation. Police say 3 people have been shot and taken to the hospital. Everyone has been asked to shelter in place. Vladimir Putin has been reelected as president of Russia. In return from Russia showed that he's nearly 88% of the votes. And Target says most of its retail stores are rolling out limitations for shoppers looking to self-checkout. They say shoppers using self-checkout will now be limited to 10 items or less. Sounds like weather from KFI. Clear skies, lows in the upper 40s across metro LA and OC. Highs will be in the mid-70s on Monday. Weather is brought to you by Allstate. We're going to check the 5.
There's no social media. You're not going to be caught on surveillance, 100 times a day. You're not going to see electronic footprint that you see down for stuff up. Really had an easy time disappearing.
But the drug lord knows there are people who can't be a little bit terrified. She knows someone's going to put at some point to sell her out of the same herself, but she also thinks maybe there was someone who was her that might be able to CPA ahead of time, and they always come back to her. And no one makes me feel more nervous than the closest to her.
Tell John national position because he had left Columbia before her, and she thought maybe he was leaving her to take back what they had done. He said that those who keep her friends close using their private jets. And people secretly return legally and ask to throw in drugs. Elsa and Alberto were returned to the United States. They decided to divide them. Alberto was going to stay in New York and one more successfully there. But herself was moved to Miami, so they expand. And what happened was they were different lives. And it definitely led to the deterioration of the marriage. Things really start to fall apart between Griselda and Alberto when she recognizes that she's stealing from her. And this is something that she feels. Yes, she got it, but it's her innovations into her drug routes that they put herself in the house. But now she's got a man who's taking advantage of her again, and that doesn't sound